In the dark forest, the light is separated by tiny leaves. Under the shadows, many branches of the tree were windless and automatic, and two blurry figures chased each other, and they were separated by one touch. Sakurai's whole person quickly passed through the forest, and in front of him, the ninja wearing a rock ninja forehead kept fleeing. This should be the last condition for activating the system, kill a ninja with physical skills. I just don't know what kind of thing this system is after spending so much effort to unlock the mission, fire escape how fireball technique. Finally catching up with the figure in front, Sakurai's hands were fast, and his sword was pointed in front of his mouth, and a huge flame suddenly spewed out towards a IWA shinobi. Yan Shinobu in front of him was a little embarrassed, but he was still on guard in the face of fire. Seeing the Konoha ninja move like this, his hands were also sealed, and then he slapped on the ground, and countless dirt on the ground rose up and blocked in front of him. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The fire hit the dirt, and the forest burst into flames, causing a burst of flying sand and stones. It's how fireball. This is just a young shinobi, and such ninjutsu will consume a lot of his chakra. Yan Shinobu groaned secretly in his heart, so he waited silently, feeling that the heat flow behind the soil flow wall was gradually decreasing. After a while, the fire went out. IWA Shinobu's figure immediately burst out from behind the charred earth flow wall. Really? After IWA Shinobu rushed out, he suddenly saw that the Konoha ninja in front of him was stiff, trembling at this time, obviously the same as he guessed. This is definitely chakra's overconsumption. I am afraid that the oil has run out. Die. IWA Shinobu showed a fierce glare, and rushed straight towards Sakuraya, and the kunao in his hand did not have any gorgeous movements, and simply stabbed towards the figure neatly. Kuwu accurately pierced the heart part. However, when Kumu inserted into Sakuraya's body, the IWA Shinobu realized that something was not quite right. This is doppelganger. With a poof, IWA Shinobu's body in front of him turned into a cloud of smoke, and behind him, a stone on the ground suddenly changed, turning into the appearance of Sakuraya. Immediately afterwards, he felt a cold bitterness clinging to the skin of his neck. Then, IWA Shinobu's eyes fell into darkness. Poof! IWA Shinobu's body collapsed to the ground. Looking at IWA Shinobu, who was completely lifeless in front of him, Sakuraya shook off the bitter blood in his hand, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, if this guy is a little more resourceful, he may be killed by him. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Sakuraya still had a trace of fear in his heart. In fact, that IWA Shinobu did not guess a little wrong. The How Fireball technique is indeed not something that shinobi can control, and now in Sakurai Night, chakra is weaker than this Naka Shinobu IWA Shinobu, and released the How Fireball art, chakra is indeed too consumed. In the process of the previous confrontation, the reason why Sakuraya took the lead was thanks to his understanding of Naruto, which made his tactical use more flexible. However, in this cruel ninja world, simply relying on the benefits of understanding the plot as a traverser is not enough to give Sakurai a foothold. This is also the reason why Sakuraya has to complete this task even if he takes risks. However, the system's prompt tone did not sound, which made Sakuraya a little puzzled. In other words, he died under my suffering. This should be regarded as a death of physical skills, right? It stands to reason that my mission should have been completed to unlock the system, backstab, assassination. Although this IWA Shinobu was deceived by the doppelganger technique, the cause of death was still Sakuraya's kunao. Assassination, of course, belongs to the category of physical skills. Ding! Sakuraya officially said, consume an E-level card and start the lottery. Ding! Extract soil attribute chakraka. Is it comprehensible? Can you also extract chakra attributes? This is a bonus. Sakurai Knight is just a fire ninja, and other attributes are missing except for fire. Old Naruto fans know that in the ninja world, a single attribute will limit the combat mode, and it is very easy to be restrained when fighting. Originally, Sakuraya was also worried that he would be unable to learn ninjutsu with other attributes due to his own attributes, but now it seems that relying on this kind of lottery, he is likely to become a full ninja. Comprehension. Sakuraya suddenly felt that there seemed to be an additional attribute in his chakra. Although he hasn't mastered any ninjutsu yet, having one more chakra attribute is a good thing anyway. Your own growth will be greatly improved. Do you continue to consume E-level draw cards for drawing? Extract. Tasting the sweetness, Sakuraya continued decisively. Ding! Spend an E-tier raffle card to draw E-tier ninjutsu transfiguration. This is also too chicken. I have learned it a long time ago. Sakuraya frowned. Smoke again. Ding! Spend an E-tier raffle card to draw E-tier ninjutsu avatar. Spicy chicken again. Everyone understands the lottery, and the more you draw, the higher it gets. Draw the good one, hope to draw again, draw the bad one, want to turn over. I don't believe it. Again. Sakuraya had already smoked red eyes. However, for something like a raffle, it's useless to get angry. It's just that now, in addition to the Earth Attribute Chakra card, Sakuraya has consumed 7 one-star lottery cards in a row, but he is always drawing E-level ninjutsu. In his system bar, there are a whole 7 ninjutsu cards. It's all spicy chicken. Avatars, avatars, transfigurations, transfigurations, avatars. Looking at these cards, Sakurai couldn't help but be annoyed, and there was a little more doubt in his heart. Sakurai never thought that he would be a European emperor, and it was normal for a non-chief to have a face. But the problem is, this is all 7 times, why can't you even pull out a decent dirt escape? Sakurai frowned and looked at the corpse on the ground. When this buddy was alive, he knew this kind of sea-level ninjutsu. Just as Sakurai was wondering, in his ears, the system's prompt sounded weakly. The system has a good hint that E-level lottery cards can only draw E-level ninjutsu. To draw high-level ninjutsu, you need to spend higher-level raffle cards. Why didn't you say it earlier? Sakurai looked up to the sky and sighed. After drawing for such a long time, these E-level lottery cards are wasted. I keep the E-level cards. How good it is to draw the chakra changes of other attributes. I already knew that I could use the D-level lottery card directly. Looking at the 7 useless 3-body techniques in his card library, Sakurai suddenly collapsed a little. Just when Sakurai was a little sad, the system's prompt sounded appropriately. System tip: after the draw of useless cards, 2 identical cards can be randomly synthesized into a higher-level ninja method. Hearing the system prompt, Sakurai's eyes lit up. Can you also synthesize upwards? This seems a bit confusing. Anyway, these E-level ninjutsu are also eaten in the card library, and Sakurai suddenly began to operate. Randomly synthesize 2 E-level doppelgangers. Ding! Consume 2 E-level avatars to randomly obtain a D-level body technique, Kanaha Whirlwind. Do you want to learn? Knowing that he had already been exposed, Koishimaru could no longer care about stealth, but rolled on the spot. The 3 kunai were directly inserted into the ground, and the cold light stood upside down, which made Xiao Shimura break out in a cold sweat. It is necessary to preemptively strike. This rich experience in coping does not at all resemble a sub-endurance combat idea. This Kanaha Shinobu, it's so mature. Koishimaru would never have imagined that the Kanaha ninja in front of him had read the plot of Naruto all over the time, and the tactics in it were not uncommon. Play some tricks casually, it's easy to catch. Koishimaru's mind was full of thoughts, but he only thought about whether he should give up his companions and tasks and choose to retreat temporarily. However, before Koishimaru could make a decision, he suddenly felt that his ankles seemed to be grabbed. Immediately afterwards, there was a sharp pain in Koishimaru's ankles, and then the whole person was dragged into the ground. Two-done suicide beheading technique. Compared with the destructive ninjutsu of How Fireball, the suicide decapitation technique is more concealed and more suitable for sneak attacks. However, Koishimaru is Iwa Shinobu. Sakurai is also worried that this earth will not be able to bind him. Therefore, the moment Sakurai caught Koishimaru's feet, he cut off the Achilles tendons and hamstrings of his feet with kunai. Sakurai then did the same and simply scrapped Koishimaru's arms underground. Really? Xiao Shimaru, who was struggling on the ground and his face turned red, although his body chakra was very vigorous, but he suffered from the destruction of his limbs, and he could only watch this hateful Kanaha kid do whatever he wanted, but he had no choice. Damn it! Where exactly did you draw the chakra? How is it possible? How can there be such a chakra after killing the cage? Without responding, Sakurai just silently solved Koishimaru's companion with Kumu, and then turned his head. Watching Sakurai walking towards him step by step, Koishimaru knew that death was coming. Damn it! Koishimaru roared, startling many birds in the jungle. Boy, sooner or later, you will die at the hands of Iwa Shinobu. Sooner or later, one day. It's good I'm not late. Seeing that the other 2 teammates had already returned to the team at the agreed location, Sakurai said, sorry, there was some trouble, so you guys have been waiting for a long time. It's okay, I didn't have any hope for you to return. It's a surprise that you're back. Uchiha Rin on the side grinned. As a subordinate, is it really too reluctant to complete such a task independently? In other words, are you going to make up such a nonsense as accidentally killed by Iwa Shinobu? Rin, don't say that about your teammates, it's already rare for Yoro to complete the escort mission on time. A girl complained, and then she glanced at Sakurai and said, then again, are you hurt? I'm not hurt, thank you for your concern, Kotano. Sakurai smiled and nodded at Kotano, and turned to Rintai-gens. However, Rintai-kun is right, this mission is indeed a little reluctant for me, and it is indeed a Iwa Shinobu interception. Uchiha Rin smiled disdainfully. Unexpectedly, Sakurai turned sharp, but smiled again. But fortunately, the power of the How Fireball art is good, and those Iwa Shinobi can't resist it. Sure enough, after hearing the words How Fireball art, Uchiha Rinta's expression really became gloomy. The family emblem of the Uchiha family is the fire fan, which stems from the mastery of fire in the people of the Uchiha family. However, Rinta, who is of the Uchiha family, has never been able to master the art of the How Fireball. Originally, this was nothing, the different ninja battle modes were strange, and How Fireball was not a mandatory ninjutsu. Rin blushed. The battle of ninjas is not a competition of ninjutsu. How can I, as the Uchiha family, lose to you? See you at our training ground. Sakuraya was calm, but he whispered, this is also to you, ninjas never rely on family to compete with each other. Alright, you too. Kotano stopped the two from arguing and said, after the mission is completed, hurry back to the village. The captain has another task ahead, so don't wait for him. If the ninja is training, I will talk about it later when I go back. The female ninja is really the adjustment of a team, and the two of them have no quarrel now, just go back. Rin was angry in his heart. Sakuraya was also best at physical skills, and the three of them were very fast, and they returned to Konoha village in less than half a day. After the three of them stepped into the enchantment of Konoha village, Kotano finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Because Kotano was at the entrance of the village, he saw a tall figure. Also the captain of the three, Oishi Izumi. The captain and teacher of the three, Izumi Oishi, is a middle-aged uncle with a sloppy beard, but in fact he is only a young ninja who is only 30 years old. At this time, he had long been waiting outside the gate, and when he saw the three young faces of his squad safe and sound, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that you all came back safe and sound, very good. Seeing that the three small faces were tense, and they seemed to have their own thoughts, Dashikwan suddenly wondered, the task entrusted to you, can't it be done except for some mistakes? No, Ohishi Izumi-sensei, it's Rintai and Yoru, Kotano muttered softly. Hearing Kotano's words, the corners of Oishi Izumi's mouth suddenly twitched. You guys are going to ninja battle again, right? Sure enough, it's Rinta's style. Rin glanced at Sakurai Yoru, snorted, and said contemptuously, Sensei, don't worry, Sakurai has never promised such a thing as ninja battle. Speaking of ninja battles, Oishi Izumi suddenly glanced at Sakuraya Zayao. Did you study ninja battles in the ninja school? Sakuraya was still thinking about the system's affairs in his heart, a little distracted, and when he heard the sudden question, he was a little puzzled, and replied casually, of course. So be it, Oishi Izumi thought, companions need to trust each other, since Rin has always wanted to practice against you once, then Xiaoye you might as well promise him once. Sakuraya was stunned. If it was just get a suggestion, Sakuraya wouldn't bother with such a boring thing at all. However, if it was Oishi Izumi-sensei who spoke, Sakurai still didn't want to pay attention. There are 3 reasons. 1. Sakuraya is a crosser, after all, his heart is not 5 years old, usually fighting, but just want to tease Rinta, this little brat, there is no need to be real with him. 2. Rintai is a middle ninja after all, although he did not open the chakra eye, but the education he received since childhood is not comparable to his own orphan origin, let alone the kind of goods that IWA Shinobu can match. Judging by Sakurai Yoruto's previous strength, if the two fight, then Sakurai Hashize can't beat each other. And now, if you don't burn chakra, then I'm afraid it's hard to say. 3. The most important one, Sakuraya is now very clear that although there is peace for the time being, the big war is imminent, but it is only calm on the surface. And the system has just been unlocked, and there are still cards to draw. Not to mention such a thing as ninja battles. In fact, Sakuraya didn't even want to do ninja missions. Knowing that you have a system as a late-stage big guy, the early stage of obscene development, is it not good to mend the knife safely? So, Sakuraya simply wanted to dismiss the matter. Sensei, I just finished the task, I'm already very tired, so, it's still important to communicate well with your peers. The village and IWA Shinobu were a little nervous, I'm afraid. Oishi Izumi stopped in time, and then changed the subject. Although Kuwata is a Naka ninja, you don't have to be afraid of Sakurai. I'll take a good look at you from the sidelines. Well, this matter is so pleasantly decided. Today, you will complete your tasks as soon as possible, and come to the training ground in the evening, and I will be your referee. Disband. As soon as Dashikwan's words fell, his figure flashed, and he had disappeared in front of everyone. It seems that there are a lot of troubles, but I also want to try what level I have reached now. Sakurai thought about it, and suddenly felt as if he was being watched by a burning gaze, and he turned his head, and was immediately startled by the 2 compelling gaze of Uchiha Rin beside him. Uchiha Rin's eyes lit up, looking at Sakuraya, as if he had seen the picture of him kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy to himself, and he smiled. Sakuraya, it seems that you can't get rid of it today. Sakuraya was a little amused. It's just a ninja sparring practice, you don't have to be so serious, right? I will go all out and bet on the name of the Uchiha family. After speaking, Uchiha Rin's figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared to hand over his task. Kotano on the side looked at Sakuraya with some concern and said, Yoru-kun, are you okay? Are you going to hand in a task? Without hearing Kotano's words, Sakuraya is now observing the extra line of taskbar from the system in his head. System release task. Sakurai Yoruto, who was rushing to the Naruto office to deliver the task, was intercepted by a ninja with a powerful aura. A ninja who dares to appear in Konoha must be a ninja of Konoha. It's just that Sakuraya is a little confused. What is the purpose of this person's coming? Dark part? Looking at the ninja with a fox mask on his head, Sakuraya's eyes were a little cautious. What are you doing here? Let's explain the situation first. The ninja with a fox mask on his head whispered, Naruto-sama assigned me to hand over the information to you. Daimyo's scroll, just leave it to me. Saying that, the dark part stretched out his hand towards Sakurai. Sakurai glanced up and down at the dark man, glanced at the short knife he was carrying behind his back, but shook his head. This is not the content of my mission. I was ordered to hand over the scroll to the Hokage myself. The dark man did not reply, and his face covered by the mask could not make any expression. Sakurai felt a wisp of killing intent spread from his body. So, you're refusing? The air seemed to be cooler. As an elite force directly under the Hokage, the Dark Division's skills are higher than those of the elite shinobi. However, in the face of such a person releasing murderous energy, Sakurai suddenly felt pressure. Sakurai felt that if he acted rashly at this time, it seemed that he would be killed in an instant. But he still didn't take out the daimyo scroll. Sakurai is not an idiot, taking 10,000 steps back and saying that even if this person is an enemy ninja disguised as a dark part, then he can't take out the scroll. The scroll is all his own dependence, and if he takes it out rashly, he will no longer have any value, and he will only die faster. Not to mention, Sakurai's back was already wet with sweat, but his face was as usual in front of his Hokage's office building. Kill me, you can't leave either. The killing intent seemed to be stronger, but Sakurai did not flinch, but just released his murderous aura to resist it. It was as if a big war was about to break out, but the next second it was like a spring breeze. This dark department did not make a move, but instantly converged all the killing intent, and nodded towards Sakurai Yue. You're doing a great job. Please follow me, Naruto-sama is waiting for you in the office. Is it just a temptation? After all, it is Konoha, the most powerful ninja village among the 5 great powers, and the Hokage office is in front. If there are rebel ninja or enemy ninjas who can sneak here, then Konoha's name will be in vain. Sakurai was slightly relieved, but did not completely let down his guard, but walked towards the Hokage office building with this dark part. However, what Sakurai didn't know was that when he left with the dark part's heart did not fluctuate like his mask. The dark part was thoughtful, seemingly leisurely strolling, but in fact, the muscles of the body were already tense. Some wars, not only from outside the village. The ninja's feet were fast, and Sakurai and the Dark Ministry soon arrived in Naruto's office. Here, Sakurai meets the 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Hinata. Hokage known as Shinobio. Hokage, my lord. Sakurai was still not used to calling others adults, and hesitated. This is the daimyo scroll I need to escort. After speaking, Sakurai handed an emerald green scroll to Sarutobi. That's all that Sakurai received the mission to escort the intelligence scroll and hand it over to Hokage. It wasn't until the scroll was put into Sarutobi's hand, and when Sarutobi unfolded the scroll to confirm the information, Sakurai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally completed the task. Temporarily unburdened, Sakurai immediately opened the system in his mind according to his previous plan, and secretly used the lottery card to draw a lottery against Sarutobi. I'm starting my own ninja practice. Obediently, Ape Fei is known as Dr. Ninja, plus Ape Fei's son Chopper himself is a person with all chakra attributes, and the things extracted from him will definitely not be bad. Such a strong person, in the eyes of Sakurai who has the system, is a mobile secret library. It's just that Sarutobi is a Hokage after all, and it is difficult for him to touch him except for handing over tasks. With such a close-up lottery opportunity, Sakurai naturally won't miss it. He had to complete the draw before Hokage could confirm the information on the scroll and drive himself away. Ding! Consume E-level lottery cards and draw a wind attribute chakra card. Bite. Consume E-level lottery cards and draw a thunder attribute chakra card. Bite. Consume a D-level lottery card and draw a binding ninjutsu card. Such an opportunity was rare, and Sakurai did not keep it at all, and immediately took all his lottery cards to the lottery, and did not keep one. As for how to replenish the raffle cards, the system already has a new hint. However, Sarutobi finished reading this information, but did not let Sakurai leave smoothly. Until Sakurai had drawn all the remaining 2 E-class cards and 5 D-class cards, he did not receive instructions to leave. Sakurai Knight. Ape Fei smoked his pipe and put down the intelligence scroll in his hand. Escort the scroll back. Did you encounter any intercepted people? Sakurai said, 3 IWA shinobi. Sakurai didn't say what happened to the 3 IWA shinobi, and Sarutobi didn't ask. Sakurai's ability to return alive already explains the fate of these 3 IWA shinobi. Ape Fei said again, do you know your teacher, and your 2 teammates? What is the content of their mission? Sakurai said truthfully, like me, escort an intelligence scroll from the daimyofu back to the village and act separately. This is the order of teacher Oyashi Izumi. I don't know anything else. Ape Flying Sun said, most of your answers are true. It's just that one point, I'm afraid you don't know. Let you go separate and each escort an intelligence scroll back. This is my order. Sakurai was suddenly a little puzzled. A squad, usually acting together. This is the best combination that ninjas can use their combat power and advantages to the fullest, and it is also the best tactic that Kana has honed out after the baptism of two ninja world wars. Sarutobi glanced at Sakuraya and said, "You must be very confused now, but my command doesn't stop there. From before and after you left the daimyo mansion, I also sent 3 squads. They are given the same tasks as you. 16 people, escorting so much intelligence, but to act separately. Aren't you afraid of being intercepted? If even one person misses, the intelligence will leak a copy." Looking at Sakuraya's tense little face, Sarutobi suddenly smiled. "Aren't you curious? The intelligence covered by so many people, I only arranged for you to escort the real intelligence. Why exactly?" "No, I don't want to know." Sakuraya's heart suddenly wailed. "I'm not interested at all." Now Lao Tzu's strength is still under patience. It's barely a middle ninja, but when I listen to your words, how can I feel that the heavens will descend to a great task? Lao Tzu just wants to rely on the system to develop a wave and pass the early stage of development first. With the help of the system, it will naturally be possible to kill all sides in the later stage, but now, Sakuraya had a bad premonition. However, Sakuraya is a ninja of Konoha after all, and Naruto's question naturally cannot be avoided. So Sakuraya said dryly, "I'm not curious. Ninjas only need to complete tasks and do not need to be curious." Good. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hinata was very satisfied with Sakuraya's answer. "Sakuraya, after graduating from ninja school, I saw your teacher's evaluation of you. As a civilian ninja in Konoha, your ninjutsu talent is not outstanding, but Katsu is diligent enough and practices very hard, so it took only 1 year to graduate from ninja school. This is already the same as some genius ninjas. And on the battlefield, as well as during the escort of intelligence, your performance is even better. Intelligence shows that during your many battles, although the ninjutsu physical skills are simple, the tactical use is very amazing. Oishi Izumi used to be my subordinate, and I know his abilities very well. He said that tactical thinking is very flexible and naturally cannot be wrong." Sarutobi said seriously, "Sakuraya, you are a natural ninja." Sakuraya heard this, and the whole person was not good. Not yes. The tricks I played, all learned from Naruto, Nezuko, and Itachi in the anime." Thinking about this, Sakuraya's mood can be said to be quite bad, and his face naturally becomes more and more smelly. However, looking at Sakuraya's expressionless face, Sarutobi nodded gratifyingly, "Knowing that you are excellent and not proud, you can indeed become a ninja on your own. Come on." Sakuraya sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had been targeted by the old ghost Sarutobi. Sakuraya actually wanted to explain that he didn't have any talent, but he couldn't say that he had crossed over, so he had to endure it. Where Konoha flies, fire also grows. But well, Sarutobi waved at Sakurayaru, "You still need to grow now. By the way, did you have a ninja sparring today?" Sakuraya was a little strange. "Naruto-sama even knows this?" Sarutobi didn't explain. "With your ability, it won't be too difficult for that kid who won the Uchiha family. Winning this contest is also a test for you. Can I refuse? This is also my order." "Yes." "Guaranteed to complete Naruto-sama's mission." "Stand down." "Yes." "Is it finally possible to leave? It seems that my luck today is not very good, and it is from various aspects." Sakurai let out a long breath and walked towards the door, helplessly checking the card he had drawn. Thunder Attribute Chakra card and Wind Attribute Chakra card, these 2 E-level lottery cards drawn, are naturally good things. However, the D-class card drawn is not so satisfactory. D-class Bondage card. Altogether, get 2 C-level cards and see if you can improve your combat power before fighting Rintai at night. Thinking like this, Sakuraya heard the system's prompt tone. Ding! Consume 4 binding techniques and randomly synthesize 2 C-grade water escape water bodies, unable to learn. It's actually Shui Duan. It's such a coincidence. Sakuraya, who now has 4 attributes in hand, never imagined that he synthesized it randomly and actually combined 2 water escapes. This is the only chakra attribute change that he has not mastered. Fortunately, the 2 C-level cards are identical and can continue to be crafted. This is a blessing in misfortune. Sakuraya sighed, then closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. "Ask Emperor Oyu to help me, this time a useful ninjutsu. It is best to make my strength soar several times, and I can use it from the early stage to the later stage, even if Lao Tzu fights Kagaya in the future, the kind of ninjutsu that can be used." Ding! A system tone sounds. Will it be an Earth Dragon Bullet? Or is it a River of Earth? Fire Dragon Flame Bomb is also okay, these powers are good. Sakurai opened his eyes at night. What came into view was a brand new B-grade ninjutsu. Sakuraya was stunned for a moment, and then cried and laughed. What's this special the Shadow Doppelganger art? Oyu Huang really didn't break his word in the Hokage office. When Sakuraya left, the dark part called Sakuraya led the way. Did he speak? "Naruto-sama, do you really want him to be the one who spied on the Uchiha clan?" However, although Sakuraya's tactics are good, after all, the talent is average, except for how Fireball, he has not learned more difficult ninjutsu. Such a person has a limited growth, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to complete this task. After all, what he has to face is the Sharingan. So I put him with Rin Uchiha. Sarutobi said there are several candidates, his residence is closest to the Uchiha clan, and surveillance will be very natural, so it is more suitable. However, I am actually more optimistic about the other person, and his conditions are more suitable. You have to pay more attention to him and give him some help when appropriate. Uchiha stopped the water. On the training ground, Uchiha Rin's eyes were shining, illuminating almost the entire night. Today, my chance to prove myself to Rin Uchiha has finally arrived. Rin, you need to relax before fighting, Dashiquin said with black lines on his face. Also, Xiao Ye is your teammate after all. Friendship first, competition second, don't hurt the harmony, Kotano also said on the side. Rinta, the Night Lord is a shinobi after all, your words. However, Kotano didn't wait for him to finish. Seeing that Sakurai Knight finally came slowly, Uchiha Rin pointed far away, and a roar resounded through the sky. Sakurai Knight, today you and I must divide a winner or loser. Bet on the name of the Uchiha family and Naka Shinobu. Are you enlightened? Saying that, without waiting for Oishiizumi to start, he directly pulled out a kunao and flew towards Sakurai Ye. However, Sakurai Ye did not panic, and when he saw Rin Tao slaughtering over, he suddenly put his index finger and middle finger together and put it in front of him. Could it be the art of the Hao fireball? Rin's eyes were a little gloomy, although he was a little eager to take revenge, but after all, he still had some sanity, and suddenly flashed away. But when he avoided it, he found that Sakurai Ye did not spit out a fireball, his mouth opened, and he just spit out a sentence. Hey! Before the ninja practice, it seems that they want to form the seal of opposition, right? Rin Tai was stunned at first, and then furious. You actually tricked me. Damn it. Swish! 3 shurikens flew towards Sakurai Knight with a bend, but were dodged by Sakurai Knight, and the 3 shurikens plunged directly into the ground. There are no bells and whistles in the moves of both sides, the knives are deadly, all-killing moves, and there is no mercy. The shot is like electricity, one side is the elite of the Uchiha clan, and the other side is very worried when he sees Oishiizumi and Kotano on the side. Especially Oishiizumi, as the teacher of the two, did not want anyone to be injured due to a sparring exercise, and his muscles were tense, and he was obviously ready to rush to the rescue at any time. And yet, ping! After a loud bang, Rin used his wrist strength to pick up the kunao in Sakurai Ye's hand, and then held kuno with his backhand and stabbed straight towards Sakurai Ye's eyes. When this moment happened, the chakra of the great stone spring had already condensed on his legs, and Kotano had already stood up with an exclamation. And yet, poof, a puff of smoke came out, and the entire Sakurai Knight disappeared. Is it a doppelganger? Kotano immediately let go of her heart. On the side, Dashiquin stood up in surprise. This is a B-grade shadow avatar technique. When did he learn it? Ordinary doppelgangers, except for posing to fool people, do not have any lethality at all. But the action just now will not be fake, so this can only be a shadow avatar. However, the appearance of the shadow avatar did not catch Rin off guard. On the contrary, Rin Tai did not hesitate at all, and as soon as he shot out the shadow doppelganger, he immediately threw out the kunao in his hand in another direction. Not far away, the real Sakurai Ye turned his head slightly and dodged Kuwu, then frowned slightly. Just after the exchange, I guessed that this was a shadow doppelganger. Rin's eyes burned. It's worthy of being my opponent. Isn't it true that he can not only learn how to fireball, shadow doppelganger, this kind of technique that can only be mastered by upper patience, you have actually mastered it. It takes a lot of effort to defeat you. Finish speaking. Rin quickly took out a huge shuriken from his backpack and threw it at Sakurai Ye. Swish, swish, the huge shuriken flew towards Sakurai like a windmill, with a sharp blade cutting grass. Meanwhile, Sakurai Ye frowned. This is a shadow windmill, which looks like it has only one attack, but it actually has 2 shurikens. The other is usually hidden in the shadow of the first shadow windmill, but here is the problem. It's night and there's no need for shadows at all, so another shadow windmill might be hiding in any darkness and flying towards you. The art of suicide and decapitation. Rushing into the soil is very easy to be discovered by opponents and will put yourself in passivity. It's a pity that Sakurai Ye can't do the dirt wall after all, and if you want to avoid the shadow windmill, you can only do so. Then, as 2 huge shadow windmills swept past the dirt above Sakurai Ye's head, the ground in front of Rin suddenly cracked, and an arm holding Ku was stabbed straight towards Rin. It's waiting for you. Rinta, who had been prepared for a long time, grabbed Sakurai Ye's arm and stabbed it into Sakurai Ye's shoulder with bitter stabbing in his hand. Poof, Smoggy, another shadow avatar, who was neatly killed by Rin, fell into disadvantage. Sakurai Ye is always releasing the shadow doppelganger, and chakra's consumption has long been more than half. And Rin Tai relies on his own vigilance and always uses physical skills to deal with it, and chakra naturally has to retain a lot seemingly. It can only be dangerous. In the midst of the land, Sakurai Ye did not choose to get close to Rin from the soil again, but drilled out of the ground from a distance. Then, Sakuraya opened his mouth, and a raging flame suddenly flew towards Rin. The light of the fire illuminated the dark training ground. Fire escape how fireball technique. I'm waiting for this moment. Facing the how fireball technique, Rin's dark eyes were illuminated by the firelight. His hands were skillfully sealed, then he took a deep breath and opened his mouth as well. The huge fire was directly reversed by the wind, and the fire was fierce, but the direction changed. The wind that was ignited by the how fireball swept the flames and flew directly towards Sakurai Knight. Oishiizumi's eyes narrowed, and he was already ready to save Sakurai. However, just when Oishiizumi was almost about to make a move to stop this sparring exercise, in the dirt under Rinta's feet, two hands suddenly stretched out and firmly held Rinta's ankles. Rin's heart changed drastically, and he felt that someone was grabbing his feet, and his heart suddenly sank. Oops. He actually gave the last chakra to the shadow doppelganger, in the distance Sakurai Knight, which was swept away by the wind and fire, also poofed at this time, turning into a cloud of smoke in the flame tornado. Two-done suicide beheading technique. Rinta's whole body was trapped in the land, leaving only one head exposed outside the ground. Stop! Oishiizumi also arrived at this time, and directly pulled Sakuraya out of the dirt, saying, "This competition, Sakuraya won." Rin, Oishiizumi turned his head and suddenly found Rin-tai buried in the ground, and his face was a little wrong. Why, I have obviously gambled on the Uchiha family, and the reputation of Naka Shinobu. Rin lowered her head and whispered as if she was a little devilish. Oishiizumi immediately comforted Rin, "This is just a sparring practice, Xiaoye is your teammate, remember when you completed the mission together, so much effort, so many practices, so many tactics in my head, in the end, I still lost to you." Sakuraya Kotano came from a distance, and said with the same concern, "Rin, don't be discouraged, I can't see through his means." Rin raised her head and stared at Sakuraya deadly, "I can't see through you, I can't see you, I can't catch you. Just let me see you." A pair of blood-colored pupils covered Rin's black pupils, and a black jade kept rotating in Rin's blood-colored pupils, and then stopped. "Is it the Sherry-nan?" Oishiizumi looked at the pair of eyes stunnedly, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. Unexpectedly, after Rin-tai awakened the chakra eye, the whole person suddenly broke free from the restraints on his body, got out of the land, and then pulled out a kunao, and rushed towards Sakuraya. Rin, Kotano on the side tried to stop Rinta, but his figure was sluggish and he was intercepted by Oishiizumi. "Here I am." Oishiizumi said, "Rin has anger in his heart, just let him vent. Rest assured, with me, Sakuraya will not be hurt. Let's take it. If you still have chakra." Uchiha Rin drank too much, but under the seemingly crazy appearance, his figure was very erratic, and he dodged all the shurikens thrown by Sakuraya for a while. Riding wheel eyes, really very troublesome. Sakuraya frowned, and then felt 6 kunao sticks from his waist bag. That was his last ninja. "I have practiced this trick for a long time, but unfortunately the success rate has not been very high." Sakuraya shot like electricity, and the 6 kunao suddenly flew towards Rin. Sure enough, Rinta, who had the eyes of the chakra, had already seen the trajectory of Kuwu and then dodged it. However, what surprised Rin too much was that the 6 kunao that he had dodged actually collided with each other in the sky. After a ping-pong sound, 5 kunao changed direction and flew towards him again. Such a close distance, abruptly changing the trajectory of the flight, and without warning, but it greatly surprised Rin. However, with the help of Sherry-nan, Rin still forcibly escaped these kunao. Kotano and Oishiizumi immediately supported Rinta's sleepy body. "Quickly lift him up, chakra is overconsumed. Sherry-nan is very consuming chakra, he needs to rest now. Kotano, you send him back to the Uchiha clan and tell Uchiha Fugaku what just happened." "Yes, Ohishiizumi-sensei." Kotano, a medical ninja, has returned with Rin Uchiha. Awakening the Sherry-nan is a proud thing for every person in the Uchiha family. This time, Rin bet on his own Naka Shinobu and the family, and although there was no victory, Sakuraya estimated that he would not be in a bad mood after waking up. In the training ground, only Sakuraya and Oishiizumi-sensei remained. Oishiizumi said, "Did you see the Hokage today?" Sakurai nodded. Oishiizumi was clear, and then said, "Today's ninja training, in addition to letting you and Rin solve the contradiction, there is actually Naruto's order. As an excellent Naka shinobi, Rin Uchiha has no doubt about his own strength. So this sparring is also an assessment for you. Congratulations, Yura Sakurai, you defeated Rin and are now officially a Naka shinobi. It's a little unexpected, but it's reasonable." When Sakurai heard the news, he was not too surprised. Seeing Sakuraya, Oishiizumi did not cheer, so he had to swallow the prepared congratulations, and said helplessly, "Well, you are still so uncut." When Rin learned of her promotion, she was happy for a long time. "Ohishiizumi-sensei," Sakuraya said, "why did you promote me to become a middle ninja so quickly?" "Because Xiaoye, your strength is enough." Sakuraya rolled his eyes, "Sensei." Oishiizumi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, "Haha, I know what you may have heard from Hokage, so I won't hide it from you. Moreover, you have to know about this sooner or later. I don't know exactly what day it is, but the war may be about to start. During the war, many ninjas will be promoted to Naka Shinobi, or the speed of upper shinobi will be very fast, and the assessment will naturally not be as strict as Naruto's Naruto Naka Shinobi exam. War. Sakurai didn't, but he was a little anxious in his heart. I hurried to catch up, and finally graduated from the ninja school and unlocked the system, in order to buy as much time as possible for development in the free time between the second and third ninja world wars. But I didn't expect that the war would come so quickly. The most lacking thing in Sakurai Night now is time. However, this is our ninja mission, nothing surprising. What I want to tell you is not this thing. Xiao yeah, you are so good as a ninja, but you are a civilian, and this mission, you were selected as the core personnel of the escort, your word should be favored by adults. Sakurai said, it's Naruto-sama, do you want to train me to be his dark part? If it's the dark part, I won't stop it. But Oishii Izumi said, I'm talking about another adult. Danzo-sama. Back in the room, Sakurai lying on the sleeping couch had a complicated feeling. Sakurai knows that his teacher comes from the dark department, so he knows the dark side of the village very well. Oishii Izumi's words were cryptic, and some of them didn't seem to be understood by him, just simple grumbling, and the clouds were misty to express that the Root Squad was reckless and despicable, but Sakurai understood. Without him, Sakurai is not just a simple shinobi. Strength, still not enough strength. Now, if he had the weight of the three forbearances, I am afraid that he would not be so bottomless. At least it won't be taken at will, or used as a pawn. Thinking of this, Sakurai suddenly opened his system panel. In front of his eyes were rows of task lists. This is a task published in the system. Also the source of those raffle cards. 1. Beginner Guide Mission. Tomorrow is when Kakashi is admitted to ninja school. On this day, Kakashi will encounter the bond of his life, Kai. Mission Reward. Unlock the bond system. 2. Real-time mission. Complete the ninja battle with Rin and Win. Mission Reward. Reward C-level lottery cards *2. Completed. 3. The Dark Side of Hokage. Join the Dark Division Squad. Mission Reward. B-level lottery card *2. 4. The Dark Side of Konoha. Join the Root Squad. Mission Reward. B-level lottery card *2. 5. The Dark Side of the World. Join the Xiao organization. Mission Reward. A-level lottery card *5. System tip. As history progresses, the host continues to participate in the historical process, and the task will be refreshed at any time. Looking at these tasks, Sakurai thought to himself, it seems that if you want to get a raffle card, you have to accept the task. However, these tasks are in conflict with each other, and if the route is used, it is impossible to join the dark part, and vice versa. In this way, I am afraid that there will be a trade-off between these tasks. Moreover, joining various organizations is also outrageous. Join the Root Squad, join Xiao. At this point in time, do you know about this organization? It's a little more reliable for beginners. However, what this fetter system is, remains to be studied. Isn't it a new raffle card? Fortunately, tomorrow is free. His own squad Rin Tai definitely needs to recuperate, just returned from a mission outside, and also needs to rest for a day. At the earliest, I have to retake the task the day after tomorrow, but there is time. Decided, tomorrow be sure to see what kind of reward this newbie task will give. Thinking of this, Sakurai suddenly fell asleep. Before the classroom, Sakurai, who had been squatting here for half a day, finally waited for his novice task. Two contrasting pairs. Kikishuo Shigeru and Kakashi father and son, Materdai and Matkai father and son, in front of the ninja school. Not to Sakurai's surprise, when the two met, Kikishuo Shigeru first greeted the Matdai father and son in a big way, and then Kakashi stated that the fact that Kai was not admitted to the ninja school was a slight mockery of Kai. But when Kiki White Fang found that the other party was not discouraged, but took Kakashi's taunt as encouragement, he immediately said to Kakashi, this Metkai will be a good opponent of yours, you should ask his name. In the original work, Kima White Fang, who committed suicide in guilt and sadness, may not have thought that his words today are actually a joke. Kakashi said calmly, hey, boy, what's your name? The somewhat emaciated watermelon head turned its head. Even if he was not admitted to the ninja school, Matkai was still not disappointed, but confidently gave himself a thumbs up. He's an idiot who can't even learn ninjutsu. When witnessing this classic scene, Sakurai's ears suddenly sounded the system's prompt sound. The newbie mission guidance condition has been triggered. Please use the lottery card system directly to draw Kakashi and Medi without using the lottery card. Sakurai did so. Ding! Get a character card, Kiki Kakashi. Bite. Get a character card, Medi. Two character cards suddenly appeared in Sakurai's system. It's just that. Character cards? This thing, what's the use? Could it be that I can still summon them with this kind of card? Go ahead, Pikachu. Oh no, go ahead, Kakashi. This is also too spoof. Just when Sakurai was a little puzzled, he suddenly heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! Successfully achieved the bond. After the 2 character cards were placed in the system, Sakurai suddenly found that at the top of his system bar, there was suddenly an extra shiny text. A lifelong opponent. What is it? Ding! Kakashi and Matkai collect cards and successfully activate the bond title, Opponent of Life. Opponents for Life increases host ninjutsu strength by 15% and physical strength by 15%. Listening to the introduction of the system, Sakurai suddenly felt that his chakra and physical strength suddenly became a lot more active, and this sudden enhancement made Sakurai walk a little unnaturally, as if he felt that his legs could soar into the sky with light force. Such a situation is obviously an illusion brought about by a sudden increase in strength. Sakurai suddenly became excited. The strength of his own ninjutsu and physical skills has indeed increased by 15%. This system, it turns out, not only a lottery, but also such a routine can be played. The bond title bar is officially opened, and all the combinations of bonds can be found in the system. The beginner's guide mission is complete and the reward has been distributed. The system's tone came, and Sakurai left the place. After Sakurai left at night, the Kiki White Fang father and son had just separated from the departing Mater Dai father and son. As if sensing something, Kima White Fang glanced into the woods on the side. Kakashi noticed his father's strangeness. What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. Kiki Shuumao scratched his head and no longer delayed, taking Kakashi to prepare for the admission formalities. It's just that when he entered the school gate, Kimabue was secretly thinking in his heart, that kid seems to be working hard too. Graduating from ninja school at such an early age is probably worth paying attention to as an opponent. Back in his small broken house, Sakurai is looking through various bondage titles in the system. Different character cards can form different bonds and achieve different titles, and these character cards can be drawn without any lottery cards at all. You only need to find these characters with heads and faces yourself, and you can directly rely on the system to wipe. You don't have to consume any raffle cards, you can draw them. And these bonding titles, obviously the bonus effect is good. In addition to the simple enhancement of strength, there are many bondage titles, and even some very special passive states will be attached to themselves. For example, the 3 cards Jiraiya, Wave Fang Shuman and Naruto can achieve the bonding effect, the Inheritance of Will. Inheritance of Will increases vitality by 5% and increases life recovery speed by 10%. Each time the spiral pill is released, there is a 45% chance that the chakra will increase rather than decrease. The blood return in front is quite average, but the back blue is simply a godly bond, okay. The variety of titles almost dazzled Sakurai, but these characters of the bond title must be characters with heads and faces in the Hokage, and ordinary miscellaneous fish do not have the title of bond. Moreover, Sakurai discovered, there was another problem. Many characters in the bond have not yet been born. What's more, people like Nagato are estimated to be unable to touch each other for a while, let alone save as character cards. However, this is a white. Moreover, there are characters with heads and faces in the Hokage. 3 Shinobi, Wave Fang Shuman, Ape Flying Sun Chopper, and Pig Deer Butterfly Fathers. These are still in Konoha. Sakurai looked at the bonding effect obsessively, and almost drooled. Right now. Outside the door, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sakurai Knight, Sakurai Knight. In the Chamber of Secrets. The current Tuanzang is not vicissitudes, and there are not so many dense wrinkles. Although he has passed the peak age of the ninja, he is still not old, and the residual power remains. A member of the Root Squad is kneeling on one knee in front of Danzo. Danzo reads the information placed on his desk. Yoroto Sakurai, 6-year-old, Shinobu Konoha, graduated from ninja school for half a year, and performed well as a member of the Oishiizumi class. It has been completed independently, attacking and killing more than 3 Rock Ninja, 2 Rock Ninja, and 2 Cloud Ninja, and the tactical idea is very flexible and can be cultivated as an elite. It's just that this person acts low-key, is suspected of deliberately hiding his strength, and needs to examine the degree of loyalty. If you intend to join the Root Squad, you can cast a spell as a restriction. For a long time, Tuanzang put down the information and looked deep. A short-term peace will not last long. Yunin Village and Iwa Shinobi Village are both on the move. They will not choose political compromise. War is a matter of time. Has this information been shown to Ape Fei? Master Zhang, the report group, sent this information here as soon as possible. You did a great job. Although Sarutobi and I are loyal to the village, but Danzo stopped talking, then stood up and said to his subordinates in front of him, Sakurai Knight, civilian ninja, future elite. It is a pity that in the last war, we lost too much of our elite. This Sakurai Knight, you have a chance to test him. If he has plans to serve the village, he will be absorbed into the Root Squad. That's right, Tuanzang said. How did the kid I saved from the Great Snake Pills experiment train? The root member said, report to the group, Yamato-sama. Yamato is very suitable as a ninja. Danzo raised his head. In this way, it is now in peacetime for the time being, and your first task is to monitor Sakuraya in addition to the part that should be responsible. When the war began, Yamato contacted him as a watchman. If Sakurai Knight doesn't work for me, or if I join the dark section, then kill. Master Tuanzang, subordinate. Not very clear. Kid, of course you don't understand. Tuanzang's voice was very ethereal in the secret room. Although Saratobi and I are both for Konoha, but Saratobi is after all still too weak. Subordinates understand. The subordinates will definitely fully support the adult to become the fourth generation of Hokage. No, I will always be the dark side of the village. And the person you want to support to become the fourth generation of Hokage is Orochimaru. Uchiha Rinta's voice sounded from outside, and Sakuraya's heart suddenly burst, but he still got out of bed and walked over to open the door. Here it is. Sounding like a normal voice, and without the grudge he had before, Sakurai came to the door and opened it. Sakuraya saw that there was a smelly-looking Rin standing outside the door. There is also Kotano with a bright smile. Speaking of which, it's afternoon, and you won't still be in bed at night, Sakurai, will you? You used to be doing physical training, Uchiha Rin said. Sakuraya nodded and made an excuse. That's the case, this is indeed my usual training day. Not enough, I'm working on a new technique today, so I'm delaying some. Rin, is there something wrong with you? No, it's nothing at all, Uchiha Rin was suddenly asked, and quickly shook his head, but was severely stepped on by Kotano on the side. Kotano said sharply, if there is anything, you can say it quickly. Oh, it hurts. Rin jumped to his feet for a while, and then said, yesterday's incident. Anyway, I was wrong before. I already thought about it, losing to you is not a shame. All in all, I apologize for what happened before. Saying that, Rin handed the box of gifts he was carrying to Sakuraya with both hands. This was something that Sakuraya did not expect, but I thought that yesterday Rintai awakened the Sharingan and greatly increased his strength, but in the end, it seemed that his brain was a little unclear. Now that you're awake, it's possible to thank yourself. It's good that the villains are teammates who act together, not to mention that Rin didn't do anything too much, Sakuraya said. It's okay, you didn't do anything after all. Thank you for your forgiveness. Uchiha Rin bent down again to apologize, but when Sakuraya accepted the gift, he raised his head and looked at Sakuraya with a burning look. However, I will still treat you as an opponent in the future. One day, I will defeat you with integrity. Faced with such a stubborn guy, Sakuraya was a little stunned at first, and then he was a little crying and laughing at Rin. Kotano held his forehead and complained on the side, Rinta's idea is actually very good. Unexpectedly, the voice of Dashiquan suddenly appeared above the heads of the three. Following the sound, the three of them were a little surprised to see that Oishiizumi was on the roof of Sakurai Night at this time. Flashing down from the roof and walking to the three people, Oishiizumi said while eating rice balls, it's a good thing to have your own goals, and a proper competition can motivate two people to make progress together. And you, Xiao, have to worry about being caught up by Rin, this is also an incentive. In other words, teacher, you came here in person this time, I'm afraid there is some task, right? Sakuraya didn't pay attention to Oishiizumi's remarks at all, but said a little warily, in other words, teacher, the rice balls in your hand, why do I look so familiar? Dashiquan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Xiao, your craft is really getting better and better. However, this is not the time to discuss this. Feeling the disdainful gazes cast by the three, Oishiizumi laughed for a while, and then his face became serious. Sakuraya guessed well, tomorrow there is indeed a task content. Since the mission is a bit complicated, Naruto-sama has a lot of opportunities, so let me explain the content of the mission. Next, the four of them left the village and ran to the mission site, their faces were a little solemn. This mission, indeed, as Oishiizumi said, the situation is somewhat complicated. Years of war, in addition to the 5 major countries, many small countries have also been affected by the war, resulting in banditry outbreaks in many places. The task they received was to eradicate bandits in a region, but the trouble was that the leader of this bandit was an elite shinobu of Konoha, the intelligence officers who were originally stationed in the outer villages. Kotano was surprised, but why didn't he choose to come back? The intelligence ninja who contacted him was killed in an accident. Oishiizumi said, this ninja's identity is that of a small country. Unfortunately, the only person who contacted him died, and the shinobi village where he was located was also destroyed. After escaping from the ascension, he thought about returning to the village, but unfortunately his identity was too well hidden, so the village could not accept him for a while. At that time, it was around the time when Naidame was killed, so the village was a little sensitive. If he insists on returning to the village, I am afraid that he will die at the hands of his own people. So he had to go incognito and simply gathered a group of bandits on a mountain to occupy the mountain as king. Of course, I don't know exactly why I chose to be a bandit. Sakuraya frowned. How was his identity discovered after that? I accidentally found it when I was sorting out the archived case scroll. Naruto-sama sent someone to investigate for a while and finally determined his identity. Dashikun said, so in this operation, first of all, don't underestimate the strength of the other party, after all, it is an elite shinobi. If you act rashly, you risk getting hurt. If possible, if we find that the other party is not malicious, we will take him back to the village, after all, he has too many secrets related to the village. Uchiha Rin raised his eyebrows. Our mission is to take him back to the village alone, right? What to do with those bandits? Dashikun said calmly, if there is no interference with the mission, naturally you don't have to pay attention to it. If it's a hassle, Oishiizumi did not continue, but the three of them were already clear. It's arrived. Running all the way to the foot of a mountain bag, the faces of the four people suddenly became a little solemn. Not to mention the great stone spring, even Kotano could see that on the way up the mountain, there was a tightrope trap not far away. This trap technique is very professional and can only be laid out by ninjas. The other party is indeed not a simple group of bandits. After Xiao Ye dismantled the trap and Rin was broken, Kotano paid attention to concealment. Oishiizumi immediately ordered. Understood. While hiding their figures, the three of them covered for Sakurai night. After a while, Sakurai carefully removed the wire trap, but the four did not go up the mountain, but from the branches on the side. Grass scaring snakes, from the time the trap was removed, it had already begun. Just, no way. The four of them carefully sneaked in for a long time, although they hid their figures, but they destroyed many traps on the way. But in the end, even if Oishiizumi let Sakurai deliberately trigger the trap, there was no abnormal movement on the entire mountain. Whether you flee in fright or come out to fight, there should always be a reaction. But this mountain, which is said to be infested with bandits, has never moved, as if no one exists at all. There is something wrong with the atmosphere, and there is something wrong with the smell. At first, it was Kotano who couldn't stop sniffing, as if he smelled something. As they got closer to the top of the mountain, Oishiizumi also smelled the familiar smell. Bloody gas. The duel of ninjas, the competition is patience, although the four of them have doubts in their hearts. After all, they don't know what path the other party is. After all, it is the elite who endures, and there is a little brother to help, and Dashikun does not dare to snub, so he has to be careful. Damn, this man is really pretending to be a ghost. Uchiha Rin was a little too breathless, and muttered in a low voice, that cave is obviously their camp. I think let Sakurai send a few shadow doppelgangers to cover, and directly rush in. Silence. Dashikun first made a gesture, and then his expression suddenly changed, and he said urgently, enemy attack. Swish. Sanheiku was suddenly shot from the side, and the four knew that they were exposed and no longer hidden, so they simply dodged. Then, Dei Shikun suddenly pounced in one direction. The duel between Shangnin was very fast, and the other party was not a good class, and the two entangled for a while, but the three of Sakurai on the side could not insert themselves into their hands. In mid-air, I only heard Oishiizumi say while fighting with the other party, Kazuhara-kun, please don't be impulsive. It's your own people. However, hearing Dashikun's words, the other party still refused to stop, and the shot was very old. Even Dashikun, who was once a dark part, was a little difficult to get out. Pay attention to concealment, be careful. Then, another black shadow flashed up, moving quickly, and rushed towards the three of Sakurai and the ninjas. Seeing that the other party was much faster than himself, Sakurai quickly dodged and dodged. Kankin fought with the man for a round, feeling the huge force of his suffering, and Sakurai's heart sank. Another upper shinobi. What's going on? Apparently feeling that Oishiizumi had broken free from the entanglement of his companions, this Kami Shinobu did not kill the three of Sakurai Yori, but at this moment, Sakurai suddenly heard Rinyoshi's yelling. I saw it, he was wearing IWA Shinobu's brace. He is from IWA Shinobi Village. As if he found himself seeing through his whereabouts, this Kaminobi went back and returned with the Kaminobi who had originally fought with Oishiizumi, and attacked Rin at the same time. Rin! Dashikun shouted angrily and quickly arrived from a distance, hurry up, can't get out. Although Rin Uchiha opened his chakra eyes and could see the movements of the other party, his body was still Shinobu after all. Facing the simultaneous attack and killing of the two upper shinobi, he knew that he could not escape at all, so he could only hold on to Kuwu and resist vigorously. It's just that it's hard to say whether Rin can resist the instant attack of the two superior shinobi. The probability is given for nothing. When it's time to shoot. Two-done suicide beheading technique. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out on the ground and held Rin tight. Rin did not resist, so Sakurai directly dragged Rin into the ground, not even putting his head into the ground. Bang, bang. The two Shangnin Kumu pierced the ground and suddenly fell into the air. At this moment, they didn't expect that another imp in the same company would actually use this technique to drag his teammate into the ground to save him. This move is actually very dangerous. Upper patience is not middle patience and lower patience. They have means in ninjutsu that can hurt people hiding underground. Sakurai hastily dragged Rin into the ground, which could only be regarded as temporarily avoiding the edge and drinking to quench his thirst. However, it was this dangerous trick that bought Dashikun a moment's time. Before the two Shainin could make other offensives, Oishiizumi finally arrived at this time. After all, Dashikun is an old dark department, and in a hurry, Dashiizumi did not fall into the downwind in the face of the two upper shinobi, and under a period of entanglement, he gradually gained the upper hand. Bang! Of a sound. Shangnin, who was relatively thin and weak, was kicked by Oishiizumi, and at the same time Oishiizumi chakra surged and began to make prints. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Oishiizumi's hands quickly froze, and then a roaring water dragon was drawn from a nearby mountain spring and attacked the other party. And the two IWA shinobi, the strong man, blocked in front of his injured companion, sealed his hands, and slapped hard towards the ground. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rises. Boom! The waterfall-like water dragon rushed towards the wall of the earth flow, constantly exploding water spray, and the mist was shrouded. Such a battle takes place in an instant, and the confrontation between the upper shinobi is still a rapid attack. There is no shortage of people who can inflict this kind of damage, but they can't keep up with such a rhythm of battle. However, at this time, the thin shinobu who had originally been kicked by Oishiizumi took advantage of the gap to pounce and rushed towards the three of Sakuraiya again. With the last confrontation, Sakuraiya and Rin did not dare to slacken, and immediately dodged away, ready to wait for the opportunity. However, Kotano reacted slowly, and was actually knocked unconscious by the Shangnin and the hand knife, and held away. Kotano. Rin was too anxious, and he casually threw it towards Sakamai Shinobu in his hand, and then he didn't care about cooperating with Sakuraiya, and chased after him alone. The sound of a large stone spring came from the side. However, at this time, the situation was different from before. It seemed that when he found that his teammate had succeeded, the superior shinobu who faced Oishiizumi fought desperately, and did everything in his power to entangle Oishiizumi. Teacher, I'll go too. Sakurai made up his mind, made a decision, and chased in Rinta's direction as well. The chase battle in the dense forest should be fully concentrated. After all, Sakuraiya did not have Rin's eyes, so while chasing the footsteps of the two, he had to watch out for the traps and traps around him. In addition, although the other party was carrying Kotano, he was a superior shinobi, and the three chased for a while before chasing them into the cave. IWA Shinobu hid in the cave with Kotano in his arms, where the bandits camped. However, just when Sakuraiya was still hesitating whether to rush in, two ninjas with identical bodies suddenly walked out of the cave. This is an advanced doppelganger, a doppelganger of Shangnin. Rintai's blood-red eyes immediately said, Xiao yeah, this is the same doppelganger technique as you ping-pong. Although it was not clear what Rin was talking about, he was constantly spied on by a chakra eye, and the thin and shinobi doppelganger flew directly towards Rin, and it was a sharp stab to pick up Kuwu. Rin immediately parried. Although the other party is just a doppelganger, it is comparable to Rin, but Rintai does not have the strength to fight back. At the same time, the Kami Shinobu who was holding Kotano squinted his eyes and looked at Rintai and said, the people of the Uchiha family are indeed very troublesome, it is better to kill them early. Rintai. Sakuraiya crossed his hands, and immediately prepared to go over to help. However, at this moment, the voice of the shinobu sounded again. Little ghost, if you want your teammates to be alive, don't act rashly. Saying that, the thin shinobu lifted the kunao in his hand and pointed it directly at Kotano's neck. At the same time, Rinta, who was constantly entangled with the shadow doppelganger of Shangnin, was forced to retreat little by little and took away from here. Sakurai Knight saved Kotano. In the distance, Rinta's voice was heard, and his voice gradually drifted away. At this time, Sakuraiya stood alone in place, looking at the shinobu vigilantly. Sakuraiya looked at the thin ninja and said, you are not IWA shinobu, why are you carrying the forward guard of IWA shinobi village? Nagami shinobu covered his face, but his breath stagnated slightly, and his eyes were a little gloomy. I'm not IWA shinobu. How to see it? IWA shinobu may not be able to escape, but your doppelganger is a shadow doppelganger, which is a technique that Konoha possesses. Sakurai said, you're from Konoha. Of course I'm from Konoha, I've been Konoha's a long time ago. The man said grimly, it's a pity that when I completed my mission and returned to the village I fought for wanted to kill me. Sakurai was silent, and did not rush to explain anything to him, but just watched the ninja in front of him coldly. So I have to take revenge back. What will of fire? Ninjas, but tools, are the lackeys of those who play with power. I know Konoha's secrets, and I know the darkness of Naruto-sama. My words. Someday, it seemed that seeing Sakuraiya unmoved, he smiled grimly on the thin and weak, but actually stuck out his tongue and licked Kotano's forehead. Little one, aren't you worried about your little teammate? Still holding Kuwu in his hand, do you want to find death? However, this thin shinobu did not expect that when Sakuraiya saw this thin shinobu's tongue, his eyes froze. By now, the last mysteries have been solved. Why can't you touch bandits at the top of this bandits mountain? Among these two upper shinobi, which is Kazuhara-kun? Or rather, there is no existence of Kazuhara-kun at all. You're not Kazuhara-kun. Sakuraiya suddenly spoke, you want to disguise yourself as Kazuhara-kun, but your words are full of flaws, all of which are inconsistent. You said you were Kasawara, but when Kasawara fled from the village, there was only one person. Who is the other ninja who is also a shinobi? Kazahara-kun became a bandit, although I don't know why. But if he wanted to survive even the slightest, he couldn't stay in the territory of the Fire Country with IWA Shinobu's forward. The thin and weak Shinobu did not expect that a 6-year-old child could think of this situation in such a short period of time. But since he was recognized, the man simply leaned against the stone wall of the cave, and looked at Sakuraiya with a sneer. Then who am I? Do I know who you are? Sakuraiya couldn't help but burst into foul language, which immediately provoked the thin ninja to be a little angry, but the next sentence made the ninja's heart jump sharply. Thinking back to the spell mark on his tongue, Sakuraiya pointed out directly, but I know one thing. You are the root. An awe-inspiring killing intent erupted. Then, the man pulled out the kunao and pressed it against Kotano's neck. I can't think of the root squad, they are all this group of timid and useless people. Is it because of Tuanzang? Sakurai's pupils shrank, but he forced himself to calm down. Indeed, in the style of Danzo, even if he assassinates his colleagues, he only dares to attack and kill a civilian ninja like Kotano. Stop. You dare to be disrespectful to Lord Tenzo, the man said angrily. I can tell you that today, whether it is you, your teacher, or your teammates, you will die here. And to die in the name of betraying the village. Then you prove it to me. Sakuraiya was not afraid in the slightest, and said Rin is a Zongnin like me, and can only be deadlocked with a shadow doppelganger of yours. If you want to kill him, just separate another shadow doppelganger. You dare to kill me in Kotano, do you dare to kill the people of the Uchiha family? Sure enough, the man's tone weakened. It's just that. It's just a little ghost in the Uchiha family. Indeed, he is just a little devil who has awakened the eyes of the chakra. Sakuraiya said, you should also know the importance of Sharinan to the Uchiha family, right? Yes, Rin Uchiha won't die, he'll remember what happened here. Although this idiot may not know as much as I do, and I don't know that you are root, if his teacher and teammates all die here, will he use the power of his family to investigate this place and avenge his teacher and teammates? Can you avoid the gaze of the Sharinan? Sakurai Yoryuki's series of rhetorical questions completely broke the pretense in this man's heart. The member of the root squad also knew that no matter how much he hid his purpose, it would be useless, and said bluntly, I didn't expect that a little ghost. You even know the root and the master of Tuanzang so clearly. It seems that Ohishi Izumi-sensei is not only your ninjutsu teacher. The other party can be so misunderstood, and Sakuraiya will naturally not break. Just silently complained in his heart, teacher, this pot can be counted as a reward for you stealing my rice balls, and then quietly said to the ninja, I just want to know, what are you doing this for? The man directly showdown, but if you want to become a member of the root squad, you need extraordinary talent and strength, which is a test for you and a solicitation for adults. Don't rush to refuse. The man put down Kotano, who had always been unconscious, and before leaving, he said meaningfully towards Sakurai, little ghost, what you have seen today can only be the same as Rin and Oishi Izumi. The content of our conversation, you dare to leak half a point. You know, on the back of the leaves, the meridians are thick. Sakuraiya raised his eyebrows, are you threatening me? Whatever you want to understand. The man said casually, then jumped on the branch and prepared to leave. Wait, Sakuraiya stopped him. Real Kazahara-kun, where did you hide him? The man jumped onto the branch and smiled. Oh, it doesn't hurt to tell you. You won't want to know, though. In the secret room, Tuanzang looked grimly at the somewhat thin root member kneeling at his feet. So, you didn't kill Kotano in front of Sakurai. He recognized my identity too quickly. Snap. A resounding slap resounded throughout the secret room. Yes, Master Danzo, Tuanzang said gloomily, I can't even do this little thing. If you can kill Kotano and threaten Sakurai with Rinta's death, he will definitely obediently comply. At that time, not only Sakurai Knight, but even Rintata will be able to use me, but my lord, the spell seal can't restrain the people of the Uchiha family, and the two will meet sooner or later. If you meet, Sakuraiya is good to say, Rin who has the eyes of the chakra is afraid, but they will grow up. Tuanzang said coldly, people's growth is very fast. They are still children, and if you separate them, people will change over time. Rin, on the other hand, just give them some wrong photos and letters to mislead, and after a long time, they won't recognize each other. At that time, even if they are allowed to kill each other, they will only do it, and they will not even recognize who the other party is. But all this was ruined by you. Tuanzang was a little furious, but suddenly, as if he sensed something, together with the subordinates of the root team, he stopped talking. At the same time, a husky and peculiar voice sounded from the doorway. Sorry to interrupt. A man came from the darkness, and with his arrival, the entire secret room seemed to be a little more gloomy. The root member who knelt on the ground seemed to feel a gloomy body sliding to his side instead of walking. Tuanzang's eyes narrowed, and then he smiled slightly, looking at the coming man. Big snake pill? What are you doing here? Orochimaru opened a pair of snake eyes and nodded towards Tenzo. Master Tuanzang, there are some mistakes in my experiment, and there is an orphanage. Geta, who got rid of the entanglement of the shadow doppelganger, and Oshiizumi, who had killed another shinobi, hurried in, and walked towards the inside with Sakurai and Kotano. Finally, in the depths of the cave, they found Kazuhara-kun, who had some gray hair. However, Kazuhara-kun could no longer answer their words at this time. A pair of confused eyes looked at the top of the cave, and the blood around him had dried up. Behind Kazuhara-kun, some guys dressed as bandits were lying on the ground horizontally, and they had also fallen in a pool of blood long ago. Extinguish. No one knows what is happening here, and with the loss of life, all secrets will be covered up. Just looking at the bandits behind Kazuhara-kun, those half-old children who were only 13 or 14 years old, Sakurai never spoke. Rin didn't think too much. Kotano had been in a coma for a long time, and he didn't know the situation. Leave, return to the village, hand over the task. After returning, Oshiizumi invited Sakurai Yoru alone to eat Ichiraku ramen. Teacher. Sakurai's face was calm, and while eating noodles, he asked, those two IWA shinobi, it was sent by the village to finish up, just like us. You know, in addition to Lord Naruto, some other adults also have the right to send tasks. This time the mission is more urgent, there is no verification, and the result is a conflict. Although it is not common, it has happened and is a normal accident. This should be the official explanation. Sakurai paused his chopsticks and said, what about Kazuhara-kun? Dashikun said, Xiao, I know what you want to say, but this is also one of the ninja practices. If it were us, we might bring Kazuhara-kun back, but after all, someone was ahead of us, those bandits, teacher. Sakurai seemed to say casually, I guess, that's an orphan taken in by Kazuhara-kun, right? It has been a long time since the second generation was assassinated, and they have all grown up with it. This is what worries Daishi Izumi the most. Kotano and Sakurai are both civilians, but only Sakurai is an orphan. Little knight, it's okay, teacher. Sakurai smiled and said, there are many people who have died under my hands, and there are also people who are the same age as them. Teacher, Dashi Izumi hurriedly asked, how? Sakurai frowned this time, it really was the teacher who invited him, right? Oshiizumi had a sincere foreboding, but under the gaze of boss Ichiraku, he had to nod, that's the case, thanks to Zayao today that you clarified the misunderstanding, those two Konoha ninjas will leave in time without hurting Rin and Kotano. As a hero, of course, I want to treat you to a bowl, boss, another bowl of ramen. Pack it and take it away. Oshiizumi's face was full of black lines, huh? Sure enough, is it because of that rice ball? Xiao, you really aren't cute enough. Breaking up with Izumi Oishi and Ichiraku ramen, Sakurai carried the heavy Ichiraku ramen in his hand and walked towards his den. In the middle of the night road, Sakurai thought about everything that happened today. My heart was full of grievances. Sure enough, the strength is still too weak. Lao Tzu has the strength to hammer him directly today. Yes, you need to outwit without strength. It's really nerve-wracking to think about. However, practice is a long process, and if you want to quickly improve your strength, you have to rely on the system. But the card drawing task in the system is not very easy to do, and it needs to be risked every time. The only thing that can safely improve your strength is to draw free character cards, make up bonding titles, and improve passive titles. But the famous characters in the Hokage are also famous big people. I went to hand over the task today, and I ran into the ape flying sun. Uchiha Itachi, stop the water or something, and then visit Rintachi by himself, but there is a chance to meet. What about Hineda's house? What about Golden Glitter? What about the three shinobi? Where do you go to visit? How about asking teacher Oshiizumi? But I don't have a reason for it. It's difficult, the system doesn't give tips, and I can't find the location of these people. You can't run into it by chance, can you? This is also too unreliable. Sakurai was thinking deeply. Then, he ran into the big snake pill. Sakurai Knight. Seeing that Orochimaru was not passing by, but walking towards him, Sakurai did not dare to slacken. While releasing the lottery system and drawing the character card of the big snake pill, he said carefully, Orochimaru-sama, you are the Night Lord. The big snake pill looks very decent, but a pair of snake eyes are very strange in the moonlight. The flow of chakra on your body is not obvious enough. Judging by this alone, if you act as a middle ninja, it is too reluctant. But I heard that you defeated a Naka shinobi of the Uchiha family. Orochimaru said, during wartime, I often quickly promote Zongnin, but I want to see if you have the strength to be in shinobi. Kill me. At first, Orochimaru's words made Sakurai a little confused, but the last sentence made him feel a little awe-inspiring. Orochimaru smiled and said, otherwise, you will die here. He didn't wait for Orochimaru to finish speaking. Sakurai suddenly burst out, and his figure swept backwards, but a hot pot of Ichiraku ramen was completely lifted out and smashed straight at Orochimaru. Seeing Sakurai's night sneak attack, Orochimaru did not feel any anger, and only a trace of appreciation crossed his eyes. On weekdays, there are many ninjas who are afraid of themselves because of the name of three ninjas, and even fewer ninjas who dare to take up the kunao against him. There are not many people like Sakurai who kill decisively. Such a little ghost, it's rare, no wonder Tuanzang will fancy such a person. Interesting. Orochimaru lightly dodged the bowl of Ichiraku ramen, but did not make a move, just waited and watched. But he didn't want to, as Sakurai reached out and pulled the steel wire back. Among the Ichiraku ramen that Orochimaru had just dodged, there were actually several shurikens connected to the steel wire, flying upside down from the noodle soup. Good boy, I'm afraid this is the arrangement he just met me. Otherwise I wouldn't have found out. Orochimaru's eyes were blazing, obviously more interested in Sakurai. Several shurikens were flashed by the big snake pill, but one of them was flown by the big snake pill. Toys like this can't kill me. A Zhong shinobi should have something other than suffering. Just thinking about this, the big snake pill suddenly found that the dirt block in front of him was cracked. Then, a Sakurai knight jumped out and hugged one of Orochimaru's thighs. Fire escape. How fireball technique. Shadow doppelganger. How fireball. Orochimaru looked at the fire in front of him, and then the whole person closed his eyes. However, after being engulfed by the flames along with the shadow doppelganger, the body of the big snake pill froze in place, and then gradually turned into a touch of dust. Earth doppelganger, stand in the roof of a house. Behind Sakurai, the voice of the big snake pill sounded. Hey, boy, what are you looking at? Lord Orochimaru. Sakurai's body froze, then he turned around and said with a sneering smile, Lord Orochimaru, I have tried my best in the next, but it's a pity, I know. The big snake pill nodded. It can be seen that none of your abilities, except for physical skills, are slightly better. However, I can help you solve these problems by your human experiments. Sakurai complained in his heart, but his face was silent. However, your Naka ninja is worthy of its name. In fact, your tactics are more like Shangnin, only chakra restricts you, otherwise you would be qualified to become a special shinobi if you know a few more ninjutsu now. The big snake pill had no killing intent, and Sakurai calmed down a little. Sakurai asked Orochimaru-sama, what exactly do you want to do in Xia? Think about it, be my disciple. Orochimaru blinked and said to Sakurai, I heard everything you said with Oishi Izumi at the ramen shop. You are an interesting person. I ruined your ramen. Tomorrow I'll treat you to a good meal, and I'll wait for you at the yakiniku restaurant. You don't have to say yes, of course, you can refuse me, or choose not to come, and I won't pursue anything. We are all ninjas of Konoha, and I'm not as scary as rumors outside. You don't need to be afraid of me. Sakurai was a little hesitant, but Orochimaru looked as usual, and there was indeed no hint of threat in it. Orochimaru continued, however, I think you went through these things today, and you may be very interested in root. Orochimaru was satisfied with Sakurai's reaction and said, but these are my own secrets, and I can only tell some of my secrets to the people I trust the most, the people around me. Knight-kun, I look forward to your arrival. After speaking, the big snake pill sank into the night. Sakurai looked at the ramen that had been spilled all over the place, and there were traces of battles around him, and he was a little silent. He turned on the system. In the system, there is indeed one more task. Under join the dark quest and add the root quest, there is another task. Become a disciple of Great Snake Pill. Mission reward B-level lottery card *2. Go, or not go, that's the question. In other words, it is necessary to go, but whether to be his disciple or not, he has to think about something. Sakurai knew that what Orochimaru said just now was not all true. After all, people are dignified and enduring, as the person of the big snake pill gives you face, even if you are not a disciple of others, you must refuse it in person. Directly agreed, who knows what kind of moth this old goblin and perverted scientist will make to himself. Sakurai thought for the night. In the end, he decided not to be a disciple of the Great Snake Pill. The matter of root, Sakurai knew almost the same in his previous life. How obscene the danzo was, Sakurai naturally knew it, and he didn't need the big snake pill to give himself a thorough understanding. Moreover, the big snake pill will defect after that, and he will fool around with such a person. What if he is used as cannon fodder and covers the retreat when he escapes? However, it is difficult to say if you say no. Sakurai's eyes were bloodshot, and he studied the rhetoric of the knight's refusal, how to be as tactful as possible. In decent development, in the early stage, you must survive the obscene development, and you can't wave a wave. However, what Sakurai did not expect was that when he met Orochimaru at the yakiniku restaurant the next day, the situation would become more complicated. Sakurai's prepared rhetoric didn't work at all. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Orochimaru was expressionless, his eyes were a little sharp, and he stared grimly at the person sitting in front of him. Looking at his pretending to be ridiculous, Orochimaru suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Zilai didn't care about the eyes of the big snake pill at all, just cared about taking the oily meat away, and then poured it into his mouth with good food and drink, and said affectionately, haha, be happy, don't be so serious about the big snake pill. Speaking of it, Tsunade, how long have we three ninja not been together like this? Tsunade sat on the side, propped up his cheeks on the table with his hands, and said, boring, who remembers this? By the way, Zilai, you said that I would accompany you, and you would lend me 200,000 taels, right? Zai was also a little hesitant, but then suddenly found that Tsunade's gaze was even sharper and more terrifying than the big snake pill in an instant, and he quickly nodded and said with a smile, haha, that's right, that's it. Hearing Jireya's promise, Tsunade's eyes narrowed sharply, but what followed was the endless ambition in his eyes. This time, the old lady must win back all the money she lost. Oh? Jireya, when did you become so rich? The big snake pill said with great interest, in that case, this meal is better for you to come to the checkout. I won't be accompanied much. After saying that, Orochimaru left angrily. Speaking of which, Orochimaru, are you waiting for someone? Seeing that the big snake pill was leaving, he didn't stop it, but said, leaving before people come, this is not your big snake pill style. Looking at his shabby appearance, he should be a civilian, right? Only civilians are so short-sighted. Nearby, there were two brightly dressed men, drinking wine and talking in a low voice. Unfortunately, they didn't know, the ninja's ears were good, and their voices were very real in the ears of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sakuraiya. At the same time, at the moment when the big snake pill left, Sakuraiya also saw that the task of becoming a disciple of the great snake pill in his taskbar gradually disappeared. Sure enough, the task is just a chosen direction, you can choose to accept or give up. Speaking of which, it's still hard for the big snake pill to fancy others. Jiraiya also diverted the topic, and it can be regarded as taking care of Sakuraiya's face. You actually rejected him so quickly, and I was a little surprised. You don't want to talk nonsense. Tsunade on the side was not happy. Sarutobi's arrangement, you hurry up and tell Sakurai that the night is good, so procrastinating. Jiraiya, do you want to pay the bill? Zai was also sweating. 200,000 taels or something, this is not a small amount, not a small sum. Tsunade suddenly smiled, and his young face was extremely beautiful. Jiraiya, let me ask you, do you think that if Orochimaru is gone, you can play the old lady? Let me explain the arrangement of ape flying first. Jiraiya hurriedly said to Sakurai, the old man said that I can have time to teach you some cultivation. Sakurai Knight, your teacher Oishiizumi is a ninja of Mizuku and Tsuka, and he can't teach you in ninjutsu. However, your fire forbearance method, when I have leisure, I can give you some practical techniques. Sakurai was stunned for a moment, and then he heard the prompt sound in the system sound again. Release mission, become a disciple of Jiraiya. Mission reward, B-level lottery card *2. Release mission, become a disciple of Tsunade. Mission reward, B-level raffle card *8. Wait a minute. The system can issue tasks such as becoming a disciple of Jiraiya, and it is naturally not surprising that Sakurai. What made Sakurai curious was, why is there such a task as becoming a disciple of Tsunade? Could it be that Tsunade also wanted to point himself out? Moreover, why did the disciple who became a disciple of Orochimaru, as well as a disciple of Jiraiya, give 2 lottery cards and become a disciple of Tsunade, but gave 6 more lottery cards? And this kind of good thing? Sakurai's heart moved, and he was just about to agree to Jiraiya's words, but he suddenly swallowed it again. As one of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya's level is naturally quite high, and he has mastered a lot of ninjutsu. But ninjutsu or something, the system can draw as long as there are lottery cards. Compared to these, if you get more lottery cards, wouldn't your mastery of ninjutsu be faster? Zai is also quite casual about this kind of thing. Well, you don't have to worry, this is just a proposal from Mr. Apefei. My words are the same as the big snake pill. If you don't want to, you can refuse. It was indeed an insignificant matter to Jiraiya, and he even wanted Sakurai to refuse. With 1 more oil bottle for Sakurai Yoru, I'm afraid I will have less time to go to the izakaya. Sakurai's side was still hesitating. However, the 2 people who had just whispered about it heard Jiraiya's words, and their faces were full of stunned. This imp, what kind of character is it? It seems that he is just a commoner. How can he be favored by the 2-3 shinobi adults? Isn't that incredible? It's just that it's not just that they are stunned. Sorry, Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, but he said lazily, speaking of which, I'm leaving the village and no longer being a ninja. Tsunade stopped talking, and then glanced at Yoruto Sakurai. Little one, you asked me to be a teacher, do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Actually, I was for those 8B grade raffle cards, Sakurai said secretly in his heart. However, Sakurai knew that Tsunade had a lot of secret skills from the Senju family, and in terms of ninjutsu alone, it was comparable to Jiraiya. If someone teaches it, he may save a lot of lottery cards, such a good thing. Sakurai will naturally not refuse. Sakurai nodded suddenly, that's right, but I still refused. People are mortal, and ninjas who gamble with their own lives cannot be cured even by the most advanced medical ninjutsu, Tsunade said, her last mission coming to mind. It was the picture before death. I still can't die here. You won't die, the bleeding has stopped. Tsunade, his kidneys are gone. Break, you're already fine. That's really great. It rained heavily that day, washing away Tsunade's lover, broken. But the rain could not wash away the broken blood. From that time on, Tsunade found himself afraid of blood. She can't be a ninja anymore. Looking at the necklace on Tsunade's neck, which was given to Naruto in the future, Sakurai suddenly understood that he was afraid that he had passed away at this time. Tsunade was able to say such depressing words, mostly because it hit her too hard. At this time, the atmosphere was a little dignified, and he also came out in time to resolve, well, Tsunade's mood is not very good, and you don't have to be too entangled in Sakurai. After all, people have their own aspirations. If you want to learn medical ninjutsu, you can go to a medical class, Tsunade-sama. Sakurai suddenly turned positive. In the late stage of the Second Ninja World War, due to the theory you proposed, every squad was equipped with medical ninjas, which led to a significant increase in Konoha's combat effectiveness and survival rate. In any case, it's all your credit. Most of the medical theories of the village were established by you. Thank you for your contribution to the village over the years. Jiraiya smiled gratifyingly. It seems that Sakurai, you are not a whim, you know so much about medical ninjutsu, compared to having thought about it for more than a day or two, right? Tsunade, you might as well just promise him. However, Tsunade on the side was just stunned. And Sakurai saw that Tsunade did not speak, so he bowed to Tsunade and Jiraiya, and then prepared to turn and leave. The twisted melon is not sweet, not to mention that the task on the system has not disappeared, and Sakurai guessed that it may also be that the method of receiving the task by himself is not right. But anyway, Tsunade insisted on refusing to be his teacher, even if he wanted the 8 lottery cards. No matter how much he wanted, it was in vain. It was better to just leave quickly, and he couldn't pester people. However, just as Sakurai turned away, Tsunade's thoughts came to an abrupt end. Looking at Sakurai's back, Tsunade remembered the same person who had also died. Her younger brother, Rope Tree. Wait, Tsunade's eyes flashed and said, you just said that you want to become my disciple? There is a play. Sakurai suddenly stopped and quickly turned around and nodded. However, a large part of it exists in the Qianzhuang. Sakurai quickly added a sentence, because of his weak heart. Konoha has compensation for orphans, plus it just so happens that Sakurai's cheap parents were ninjas before their deaths, and the compensation and pension add up to a total of about 100,000 taels, which is enough for an orphan to grow into an adult without any constraints. In addition, Sakurai usually does not spend much, and people are extremely frugal, men, so the annual task is about 120,000 taels. 120,000 taels, rounded to 200,000, nothing wrong, right? And Tsunade, after hearing that Sakurai had money, immediately responded, good. Although I will no longer be a ninja, I can leave the village later. I will give you 2 days to prepare 200,000 taels as a gift for worship, and after that, I will stay in the village for 3 weeks to help you practice. After hearing Tsunade's words, Sakurai suddenly understood why in the system, Tsunade's disciple was given 6 more B-grade lottery cards. This time to worship the teacher. It turns out that there are additional conditions? No wonder. Because compared to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, to become a disciple of Tsunade, you have to prepare an additional 200,000 taels of worship gifts. Can you not give a few more lottery cards? At this moment, Sakurai only felt as if blood was dripping in his heart, and this extra 6 B-grade lottery cards were equivalent to more than 30,000 won baht. It's just that there is no way to regret it so far, and silver taels can be earned in various ways, but the lottery card can only be obtained through tasks, but it is more precious than silver taels. So Sakurai quickly nodded. The matter of worshipping the teacher was finally decided. Jiraiya on the side, looked at Sakurai and then at Tsunade. His face was very strange, and he opened his mouth but closed it again. Look at what? Tsunade glared angrily at Jiraiya. If you think I'm too reluctant to force this little ghost, why don't you give the money for him? Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. I think that as an orphan, Sakurai is a bit too much to make such a request. Tsunade raised his eyebrows. Jiraiya, these 200,000 taels were originally what you promised to lend me, right? Why, do you want me to remember this for you? Jiraiya simply glanced away, while Tsunade left his seat and strode away. When Tsunade was far away, Jiraiya continued, Sakurai, do you really have 200,000 taels? Sakurai was vague. Well, sort of, since that's the case, and you still like medical ninjutsu so much, I won't ask more, it's your choice. Zai also nodded and said, I came this time, in addition to your worship of the teacher, there is another thing. The old man wants to see you. Sakurai asked, Naruto-sama? Right now? No, Naruto-sama went to the daimyo mansion today, but will be back tonight. At midnight, you see him alone. Also, don't let others know about it. It doesn't matter if you're a teacher or your teammates. Sakurai nodded and said solemnly, I see. I'm sorry, this is the residence of the Uchiha clan, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Outside the Uchiha family, Sakurai was stopped by a man with a serious face. The man looked at Sakurai with an unkind expression, his eyes full of hostility. In that case, I'm here to find Rin Uchiha. Sakurai said politely, can I trouble you to inform Uchiha Rinta? Sakurai listened, took a deep breath, and then smiled. I'm sorry, as Rinta's teammate, I really don't understand when he went on a mission with me. Boy, are you deliberately looking for fault? The recognized Uchiha Yun was embarrassed and angry, and immediately rolled up his sleeves. All in all, Rin has already left. If you don't believe it, get out of the way. This is the Uchiha family, not any cat or dog can enter casually. Sakurai continued to smile, but there was a flash of anger in his eyes. Then where did he go? I have something important to do with him. Uchiha Yun disdained. How do I know? Aren't you his teammate? Otherwise, ask yourself. Without warning, Sakurai's short body suddenly flew up, and a Konoha whirlwind kicked the man's stomach, kicking him away. And before Uchiha Yun finished his last words, it was bang. With a sound, the whole flew out upside down. Uchiha Yun obviously did not expect that the strength of this small man had actually reached Zongnin, and he did not expect that he actually dared to make a move, and the whole person flew out defenselessly, rolled all the way, and finally crashed into a tree. I really thought you were dragged by the Uchiha clan. You see if I beat you up or not. Watching Uchiha Yun crash into the tree and pass out, Sakurai's mood suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. In fact, Sakurai originally did not want to fight with Uchiha Yun. Sakurai came here at night to borrow money from Rin. After all, the worship gift is still 80,000 taels short, and Sakurai can't conjure it out of thin air. Moreover, Kotano and Oishi are not very rich, so Sakurai can only find his only local tyrant teammate to solve it. However, Sakurai was continuously concerned by Root and Orikimura before, and his mood was already very irritable, but he couldn't help it. But when he borrowed money himself, he encountered such a strange thing. He endured it again and again, but the other party had to step in. Sakurai felt that he didn't stab this guy to death just now, which was enough to give face to the Uchiha family. However, hitting the Uchiha people in front of the Uchiha family is obviously an obvious challenge. Provocative behavior. Not surprisingly, 5 seconds after Sakurai made his move, there was not even a single rebuke, and a string of bitterness suddenly struck. Sakurai, who had been on guard for a long time, immediately dodged delicately, but then, 2 people from the Uchiha family appeared in front of Sakurai. The murderous aura of the two suddenly locked Sakurai Knight, but Sakurai Knight was also a little hot at this time, and directly released his own murderous aura to fight against it. The murderous aura of both sides tested each other, and they saw that a battle was about to break out. However, at this critical moment, a man walked out. The 2 thugs of the Uchiha family immediately converged their murderous aura and said to this man, Clan Elder, is he Fugaku Uchiha? This man's aura was strong, and Sakurai noticed him very early. Unexpectedly, he was Uchiha Fugaku. Itaka God and Suzuki's father can be regarded as a famous supporting role. Sakurai suddenly turned on the system and began to draw his character cards. Ding! Get a character card, Fugaku Uchiha. The character card is in hand, and it's time to clear up the misunderstanding. Sakurai stepped forward and was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Fugaku's majestic voice. The two whispered to Fugaku for a while, and then glared angrily at Sakurai. That's him, who injured Uchiha Yun. Let me be clear, I'm just looking for Rin. Sakurai pointed to the forehead guard on his head. I'm his teammate, I'm looking for him. Sir, he did it first, I already know. Fugaku said in a deep voice. No one would be stupid enough to deliberately find fault in front of the Uchiha clan. Yun is the grandson of the 3 elders, and he will serve as a guard at the gate because he was punished for not being admitted to the ninja school. I didn't expect it to be so uncompetitive. The two defended. Uchiha Yun was just worried that he was deliberately making trouble, who would deliberately cause trouble outside the Konoha garrison. You two, go get the family law. Hearing the patriarch's order, the two had to leave in ashes. And this scene, watching Sakurai, couldn't help but greatly change his opinion of Fugaku. This Fugaku was very soy sauce in the original work, and Sakurai is just a stubborn image of him. However, just now, Sakurai found that Fugaku was not simple. Without Sakurai explaining at all, Fugaku deduced the truth with the words of his subordinates, and was not confused. Sure enough, the real ninja world, but all ninjas who have achieved a little, are not simple people. What happened just now made you laugh. Although Sakurai was just a child, Uchiha Fugaku did not mean to look down on Sakurai at all, but said patiently, you came to find Rin? Is there something to look for him? Sakurai scratched his head. Yes, tasks on things, is that so? Then I won't ask more. Fugaku still didn't smile, but said, in that case, I'll take you to find Rin. Well, don't bother Fugaku-sama, I'll find it myself. After all, Fugaku was the patriarch, and letting the family lead the way, Sakurai feels a little inappropriate. However, Sakurai just opened his mouth to refuse, but was interrupted by Fugaku. It's okay, I also want to get to know the teammates who were born and died with Rinta. Unable to help but say, Fugaku led Sakurai inside. It is better to be respectful than to obey. Fugaku insists on doing so, and Sakurai is not easy to refuse, so he follows him. While the two were walking inside, Fugaku suddenly asked, speaking of which, Rin opened the Sharingan because of a ninja battle with his teammates a few days ago. That person is you, right? Sakurai nodded. I also heard about Rinta's last mission, and the 2 upper ninja missions in the village clashed. It was you who finally resolved the misunderstanding, right? Sakurai said, this mission is still thanks to teacher Oishiizumi. I just said a few words. You can protect Rinta, this is a very important thing for our clan. Fugaku said, it's also a good incentive for you to help him open the Sharingan. So don't be polite, if you can often come to Rin in the future, the people in the clan will not stop you after they know you. When I arrived, this is Rinta's home, and if nothing happens, I'll go first. Thank you, Lord Fugaku. Well, after Fugaku left, Sakurai looked at the house in front of him. This is where Rin lives? The ninja's house is also related to status. The deeper the background and the more famous the family, the more spacious the house. Rin had never mentioned it before, so Sakurai did not expect that the scale of the house where Rin was located was rare even within the Uchiha clan. All in all, Rin's house is very atmospheric, and it is not an ordinary family at first glance. After watching for a while, Sakurai stepped forward and prepared to knock. But before he could knock on the door suddenly opened. A boy who looked 7 or 8 points similar to Rin, but was more mature than Rin, walked out from inside. You're Sakurai, yeah, right? Rin had mentioned it to me many times. Sakurai nodded, I am Sakurai, yeah. May I ask you, you are? My words are Rinta's brother, and my name is Takeya Uchiha. Genrin was different in that his brother Taku Uchiha was also surprisingly gentle and quiet. Rin, Sakurai is coming to you. Here it comes. Inside the house, there was a rush of footsteps, and then Rin ran out barefoot and suddenly saw Sakurai. Oh, it turned out to be the Night Lord. Rin was shocked when he saw Sakurai. Knight, you came to me, is there any mission? In this mission, I have mastered the Sharingan, and I will definitely be better than you. It's a little bit of my own personal matter. Sakurai scratched his head, and then went straight to the subject. Rin, I've been a little tight lately, can you lend me some silver taels? I thought it was a big deal, I wanted you to come in person. Rin said unconcernedly, how much do you want? Sakurai said calmly, I want 80,000 taels. Rinta's eyes widened suddenly. 80,000 taels. Sakurai, are you out in a gambling debt? In other words, you are so small, if the casino really can still let you in? Naruto Sakurai was about to explain, and Takeya Uchiha suddenly reminded on the side. Rin, get along well with your friends, don't worry. Yes, brother. Rin nodded. It can be seen that Rin's too frizzy nature has converged a lot next to Takeya. Then, Uchiha Takeya turned to Sakurai and said gently, Sakurai-kun, don't worry, although there is something important to come, but it's still early, please come in and sit down a little. I'll go back and help you prepare 80,000 taels. Please wait a little and stay here for a meal in the evening. Rin also nodded in welcome. Yes, speaking of which, the Night Lord hasn't come to me yet, has he? Kotano and Oishiizumi-sensei have both been here. Sakurai never expected that many of the statements he had prepared before, and even the ES that had been made, were all useless. Takeya Uchiha didn't even ask himself what he was doing with these 80,000 taels, and immediately went to prepare the money. Sure enough, there is the style of a big family. That's a lot of trouble. It's better to be respectful than to obey. I only need to see the Hokage at midnight, it's afternoon, and the time is not in a hurry. Sakurai took off his shoes and followed the two inside. At the dinner table, Rin bowed his head and said, Yorokun, I want to apologize to you for what I did against you before. Sakurai shook his head, that's already a thing of the past, and Rin, aren't you too humble? I forgave you a long time ago. Actually, the last time I apologized, I didn't say everything. Seeing Takeya's encouraging eyes on the side, Rin finally said with difficulty, Sakurai Knight, we are not the same graduating ninja. You came to our squad because of a guy named Takemura. After Rin finished speaking, he bowed his head deeply towards Sakurai. It's okay, Rin. To tell the truth, before the childish contest of Rin, Sakurai really did not pay attention to it, so he said, Rin, the past things are over, and the departure of our cherished person can only be taken to heart, and then take him forward. What Yejun said is very good. Takeya on the side couldn't help but praise. I often hear Rin say that he can't understand a lot of some of what you say. It turns out that Sakurai can already see things like this. Rin's face suddenly turned red. I didn't. Sakurai's meal was very comfortable, and the bad mood that I encountered Uchiha-yun at the beginning had also been eliminated. At night, when he left with 80,000 taels, Sakurai refused to be accompanied by the two. But Takeya's last words seemed to surround Sakurai Knight all the time, sending him outside the Uchiha clan. All along, thank you Yorokun for taking care of Rin. In the future, please also ask the Night Lord. For Rinta, you are really his very important partner. Inside the Hokage office. When Sakurai came at night, he found that in addition to Sarutobi, there was a teenager about his age in Hokage's office. The boy had a fire fan painted on his back, apparently a member of the Uchiha family. Ignoring the teenager, Sakurai flew towards the ape and said, Naruto-sama. It's Sakurai. Ape nodded and said, how about it? Who did you choose as your teacher in the end? Jiraiya or Big Snake Pill? Yes, Tsunade-sama. Sakurai answered truthfully, which surprised Sarutobi a little. Tsunade? Sarutobi was stunned at first, and doubts flashed in his eyes. Tsunade's words, he should have been ready to leave the village. However, since she promised you, I won't ask anything. Shaking his head, Sarutobi changed the topic. By the way, Sakurai Knight, I heard that you went to the Uchiha family once today. Did you go to find your teammate Rin? Heard? Listen to whom? Sakurai glanced at the Uchiha boy beside him, and then nodded. Yes. Good. Sarutobi suddenly said with a serious face. Sakurai, in the future, you should have more contact with the people of the Uchiha clan, and it is best to have a good relationship with your teammate Rinta. Do you understand? Of course I don't understand. Sakurai was confused. Naruto-sama, this is counted tasks? That's right, this is the mission, and it's a secret mission. Sarutobi said solemnly. Sakurai Knight, you must place more Uchiha Rin in the future. Take this opportunity to collect and pass on information related to the Uchiha family. Sakurai suddenly understood a little, but his face was a little tangled. Naruto-sama means, let me spy on the Uchiha clan? Yurui Sakurai, I know you have a good relationship with Rin. Rin is indeed a good person as a teammate. Sarutobi said, but no ninja or clan can put their interests above the interests of the village. The Uchiha family controls Konoha's garrison and is responsible for overseeing safety and security in the village, but who is in charge of monitoring them? Yoruto Sakurai, didn't you say that a qualified ninja shouldn't have any curiosity? Sarutobi's words made Sakurai a little silent. Although Sakurai knew very well that after the Third Ninja World War, the Naruto high level began to squeeze out and beware of the Uchiha clan, he never expected that before the Third Ninja World War, Sarutobi had already sent people to observe the Uchiha clan. For Sakurai Knight, Sarutobi said if everything is for Konoha and the interests of the village are the most important, for Sakurai Knight, it is like a wind. Sakurai's point of view is very simple, who is good to us, we will remember it in our hearts and repay it later. Whoever wants to get Lao-Tzu will destroy whoever. Even if it cannot be destroyed now, the gentleman will take revenge, and it will not be too late for 10 years. Monitor Uchiha, and then when Uchiha exterminates the clan, watch Rinta and Takia die tragically in the extermination clan? All this, just for the benefit of Konoha? Sorry, compared to Konoha's interests, Lao-Tzu's own comfort is the most important. It's just that. After all, he is a ninja, and Naruto's current boss obviously treats him as his own now, so how can he refuse him? Naruto-sama, this matter, Sakurai opened his mouth, a little dilemma. But at this moment, the guy from the Uchiha clan who was originally standing on the side spoke. Yurikun feels a little embarrassed because you have a good relationship with Rin, right? The Uchiha boy smiled kindly. However, if you really want Rin and the Uchiha family to be better, I think you should help Naruto-sama more. Sakurai took a closer look at the Uchiha boy. That's it. Sarutobi nodded as well and said, Sakurai, I know that you feel very embarrassed to let you use your companions. But even for the sake of your companions, you should take responsibility. By the way, this person will do the same thing with you in the future, and I came to you today to let you know each other. My name is Yorui Sakurai. Sakurai nodded towards the other party. Please take care of each other when you meet for the first time. In the future, I will be colleagues, so I don't have to be restrained. The man smiled cheerfully. As you can see, I am from the Uchiha family. My words are called Uchiha Shuizu, instantaneous stop water. This was somewhat unexpected by Sakurai, but if you think about it, it makes sense. Regardless of the others, such a famous figure, Sakurai naturally will not give up. He decisively turned on the system and began to draw character cards. Ding! Get a character card, Uchiha Stop Water. The Uchiha family is important, but to me, the village is also important. Shisui said cheerfully, I believe that one day, the family will be completely integrated into the village, but some elders' concepts are still too old-fashioned. Sakurai, if you really want to do something for Rinta, then help me, help the Uchiha clan. This is not Naruto-sama's order to you, this is my personal request. Shisui came to Sakurai and bowed solemnly, please. Yes, so that's it. Until now, Sakurai has no reason to excuse himself. However, looking at Shisui's sincere face, Sakurai suddenly thought of something. Uchiha was later destroyed, not only because the Uchiha family staged a coup d'etat, but before the coup, it actually had a lot to do with Tuanzang. If you can get rid of Danzo early, or prevent Uchiha from launching a coup d'etat, maybe it won't happen later. In this way, he can also settle an account with Tuanzang. Thinking of this, Sakurai no longer hesitated and nodded. 25? It's too low. To play, I'll play one-hand double spy. In the future, I will have too much contact with Rin. Sarutobi smiled gratifyingly. Sakurai, I really didn't misread you. At your age, you've learned to think like a shinobi and really be able to think about Konoha's long-term interests, which is rare. However, this matter is from a long-term perspective, and it is better for you to do nothing now, be friendly with Rin, and not be too deliberate. The surveillance of the Uchiha family is a long-term task, and there is no need to rush into intelligence and information for a while. Sakurai nodded. After all, the Uchiha family is also part of the village, and if it is well guided, I believe that the Uchiha family will be completely integrated into Konoha like other families. It's a pity that the current Uchiha clan is still old-fashioned. Alas, after sighing a little helplessly, Ape Fei converged his expression, and his face became solemn again. One more thing, originally I wanted to explain this matter after the Hokage meeting tomorrow. However, since you are all here now, it doesn't hurt for me to tell you first. And stop the water. After this matter goes back, you have to inform Fugaku as soon as possible and let the Uchiha clan get ready. Ape Fei's face was very solemn, and he said word by word, there is news from the daimyo mansion. 3 generations of wind shadows are missing. 3 generations of wind shadows missing? The scorpion shot. Sakurai's heart froze, and he heard Sarutobi slashing. Whether it is the daimyofu, me, or the elders, they already have some premonitions. We in Konoha stand for peace, and although we will not take advantage of the disappearance of Kazekage, other ninja villages may not. However, the interests of various countries are intertwined, and the whole body is involved. Ape Fei's son paused and frowned. This may be a signal. I guess that the peace period of the past 10 years in various countries is probably coming to an end. You are the ninjas of Konoha, be prepared. After that night passed, strange things happened. The disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage really became a signal, but what made Sakurai feel a little strange was that with the disappearance of Kazekage, the Sand Ninja village, whose combat power plummeted, was not a malicious attack or the temptation of a small army of ninjas at first. Rather, deathly serenity. Although it was peacetime, there were always occasional frictions. Between countries, ninjas will still be sent to test each other, but they will not completely tear their faces. Therefore, for most of the previous half of the year, Sakurai would often go out to carry out escort missions, just to prevent some confidential documents from falling into the hands of other shinobi villages. But now, in addition to the Sand Ninja village that is frantically looking for the Wind Shadow, among the ninja villages in various countries, even the distribution of tasks has begun to become rare. Before the storm, there was a breathless silence, but this eerie calm just gave Sakurai a buffer time. He needed this time to practice. After all, he was now a disciple of Tsunade. That's indeed 200,000 taels. Tsunade carefully glanced at the silver bills, handed the box to Xiao Shizen next to him, and then said to Sakurai, good. According to the previous agreement, within the next 3 weeks, I will be your teacher. Go to the training ground now, let me see your current ninjutsu and strength. Not often. On the training ground. Fire, the art of the fireball. A huge wave of fire struck towards Tsunade, but Tsunade simply stomped his foot at random and lifted up an entire piece of land to block the flames. Having just fought with Tsunade, he really learned the power of strange power, as well as the difficulties of medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpels, and so on. However, even though Tsunade's ninjutsu is good, Sakurai did not use the B-class lottery card against Tsunade. Now, Tsunade is her teacher after all, her ninjutsu will be taught to herself. Why would she use the system to draw ninjutsu and waste the lottery card? Moreover, for Sakurai the type of ninjutsu he has now is not the most critical issue. The main problem is, in fact, very good. According to other peers, your current mastery of ninjutsu has exceeded that of middle ninja, and the use of strategy and tactics, as well as the play of physical skills such as shuriken, can already be called superior patience. Tsunade nodded, and then said seriously, however, you have a fatal flaw. Do you know what it is? Sakurai said, my chakra amount is too small. After all, Sakurai is just a civilian ninja, and he has no blood. In addition to relying on the system to burn cards and replenish chakra, Sakurai Knight's chakra is indeed very rare. It's just that in this way, you can only rely on lottery cards, which is really wasteful. That's right, Tsunade said, due to your age and the amount of time you practice, your chakra is not enough for you to use enough ninjutsu and physical skills. During the first encounter, I found that several of your tactics were temporarily modified, and later in the battle, some of your feints and ninjutsu were somewhat deformed, which was obviously caused by the lack of chakra. These flaws, in the process of fighting Shangnin, are likely to cost you your life. Tsunade said, so, to make up for this, I have a seal to hand to you. It allows you to store your chakra in normal times and release it at critical moments. This method of sealing is called Yin Seal. For the next 3 weeks, Sakurai followed Tsunade in addition to necessary rest and food. And Tsunade did not have the slightest impatience. Although it was only a 3-week master-apprentice relationship, he still did his best for Sakurai. It's just that the process of teaching is very strict, which makes Sakurai anxious. During the day, it is the instruction and practical training of physical and ninjutsu. In addition to the Yin Seal, there is also a chakra scalpel, and the use of strange power, but these ninjutsu are very advanced and very difficult to master. Due to the limited time, Tsunade was almost pushing Sakurai to catch up with the progress of the teaching. As a result, because of the frequent use of chakra and condensation of the chakra scalpel, the meridians on Sakurai Yora's hands also began to appear in a state of load, and he couldn't even hold the chopstick steadily every day. At night, Tsunade began to teach Sakurai about the pathology of various medical ninjutsu and medicinal uses. Especially based on the experience of the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade summed up many poison solutions to deal with the puppeteers of the Sand Ninja Village. This knowledge will be tested every morning. At first, Yoriuaki Sakurai accidentally fell asleep because he was too tired from training during the day. As a result, the assessment did not pass the next day. That day's training was very memorable for Sakurai Knight. At first, Sakurai was not convinced, because he did not want to be lazy, but accidentally fell asleep. Tsunade said solemnly, Sakurai, yeah, you may have fought other ninjas in the course of the mission, and you have some experience in fighting, but you haven't experienced the intensity of the Ninja World War, so you don't know if your enemies will be soft on you just because you're too tired or sleepy. The environment you face is not necessarily fair. Your enemies, the only thing they want to do, is kill you without being killed by you. By that time, every drop of sweat you shed now is an extra drop of blood on the battlefield. That night, Sakurai dragged his scarred body, limped down on the threshold, and almost crawled into the house, but he still desperately wrote down the pharmacological knowledge of the 2 days. Fortunately, Tsunade's other disciple, Shizun, often takes care of Sakurai Yaru. She herself is also learning medical ninjutsu, although not as hard as Sakurai Ya, so Sakurai Ya, a cheap junior disciple, has almost become a living target for silent practice of medical ninjutsu. Every day Sakurai Yo brings an injury, Shizun practices while healing. In this way, 2 weeks passed quickly. However, just as Sakurai was just beginning to adjust to such a tight training rhythm and was about to comb through all the lessons Tsunade had arranged for him in the last week, Sarutobi suddenly began to gather ninjas. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hinata has not yet appeared, but many ninja squads have already arrived. Of course, there are many independent shinobi who did not lead the team. The elite with a strong breath is on shinobi. This is a formation that Sakurai Ya has not seen before. And among them, he also found a lot of celebrities. Wave Fang Shuman, Old Pig Deer Butterfly 3. This is a rare raffle opportunity. Sakurai Ya suddenly turned on the system and jerked at those familiar faces. Ding! Get a character card, Wave Fang Shuman. Ding! Get a character card, Heiki Yamanaka. Ding! Get a character card, Akimichi Dingza. Ding! Get a character card, Nara Shikaisa. Congratulations on the bond, the former Pig Deer Butterfly. Former Pig Deer Butterfly, host control ninjutsu and illusion arts, 30% more powerful. Another fetter title. Faced with the permanent blessing of bondage, Sakurai Ya was a little excited, and at this moment, a series of questions interrupted him. Sakurai Knight, what have you been doing these 2 weeks? Sakurai Ya, along with Rin and Kotano, followed behind Oishiizumi. Rin asked in a low voice, then why is your face so bad? The circles under the eyes are dark. Knight-kun, are you injured? Hey, how come there is an extra mark on your forehead? Kotano also asked with concern from the side. It's a long story, Sakurai pouted, and was just about to speak, when he suddenly heard a commotion. Ape Fei walked in from outside the door. Without any nonsense, Sarutobi glanced at all the ninjas, and said in a deep voice, just the day before yesterday, Sand Ninja Village united with IWA Ninja Village and officially declared war on the Fire Country. This sentence is very brief, but it is like a spark splashed into dry firewood, and suddenly ignited a fire in the sky. Ape Fei said in a deep voice, the third generation of Mikaze's shadow has completely disappeared. In order to transfer the internal contradictions, the village decided to start a war externally. Naruto-sama, Shinobu, why did you choose Konoha? The current strength of Sand Ninja Village is weak, and it is still too reluctant to start a war. Sarutobi said coldly. Tsuchika Jonaki saw this opportunity, so he united with the Sand Ninja Village in advance to give them support. In this way, the target of the Sand Shinobi Village can only be Konoha. Ape Fei glanced at the ninjas coldly, and then said, do you understand the cause of this time? Understood. Now, I command. The 3rd Squad, 7th Squad, 9th Squad, and a group of upper shinobi form a Force A to face the Sand Ninja in the frontal battlefield. But only defeat, not victory. Yes, the 1st Squad, the 2nd Squad, and the 5th Squad serve as the response to Force B, assisting Force A to retreat from the front, and are not allowed to resist and return fire. Yes, the rest of the upper patients form a C-Force, under my personal command, waiting for the enemy army to go deeper. Ape Fei said, the moment the Sand Ninja army enters Kikyo Mountain, it is the moment when we launch a counterattack. Yes, the ninjas set out one by one, and many captains led their subordinates out. Only the Sakurai Knight Squad, which was not clicked, still stood in place. Next, click on the name of the column. Sarutobi picked up a roster and said, Kazuzu Ishikawa. Yes, Karashiki. Yes, Sakurai Knight. Yes, how is there still me? Sakurai Ya, who was waiting for orders on the side, was suddenly called, quickly agreed, and then went out. Considering the characteristics of the Sand Ninja Puppet Master, the configuration of medical classes was temporarily strengthened during this war. You all have a certain foundation in medical ninjutsu, and you have been temporarily assigned to the medical class, and together with the medical class, you will treat the wounded and the lure troops on the spot. Yes, the rest of the squad is integrated into Unit B. Go now. Yes. The mission is urgent, and there is simply no time for ninjas to say goodbye to each other. However, from the eyes of Rin and Kotano, Sakurai saw solemnity and instructions. Subsequently, the two sides are conveniently separated. Sakurai Yaru, as a medical department, will not stay with Rin and them. And according to the plan of the Ape Flying Sun, the medical department, which will closely follow troops A and B, will be ready to deal with the poison of the puppeteer at any time to analyze and timely retreat with the wounded before A and B retreat. In this way, staying at the rear, the safest thing is the C team. 3 days later. It has been 2 days since the units arrived at the designated places to carry out their respective combat missions. Sure enough, as soon as they came into contact with the Sand Ninja force, the Group A ninja who was responsible for luring the enemy deep began to be poisoned. The wounded were successively sent to the medical class by Group B. However, although Ape Fei had been prepared for the puppeteer from the beginning and enhanced the configuration of the medical class, there were always accidents on the battlefield. Late at night, in a medical ninja camp, Sakurai was keeping vigil with another ninja from the medical department, when suddenly a member of the medical team found Sakurai Knight. Sakurai, yeah, I heard that you are that adult's disciple. The man looked at Sakurai for a moment, and then said coldly, I am Yashimura, the head of the medical department. Go to your next person on duty at night, let him take your place, you come with me. Yoru Sakurai, yes. Not long after, Sakurai followed the footsteps of the visitors and walked into the camp of the wounded. Several doctors are busy next to an injured person, some in charge of drawing blood, others in charge of testing, and others in charge of repairing wounds with medical ninjutsu. But Sakurai found that the injured man's face was blue, the blood spilled from the corners of his mouth was obviously shining abnormally, and it was clear that his deadliest problem was not trauma, but poisoning. Haven't you extracted the toxin stock solution yet? I'm trying to extract, but I'll have to wait another half an hour. Yashimura, who was standing next to Sakurai, said, I just looked at everyone's files, he is a disciple of Tsunade-sama, I think he may be able to help us. Tsunade-sama. For a while, many busy medical staff looked up at Sakurai, and the questioning Saushik looked at Sakurai's eyes, and also changed from guard and vigilance to hesitation, and after a while, he finally nodded, since it is Lord Yashimura who speaks, and a disciple of Lord Tsunade, I think you will at least not make low-level mistakes. It's good to have an extra helper at this time, but don't mess with the instruments and data. By the way, you help me take a tube of the blood of the wounded. Saying that, the man pointed to the test tube on the side, ignored Sakurai, and continued to get busy like the other medical team members. But Saushik's afterglow still secretly observed Sakurai, and did not seem to be at ease. However, Sakurai is no stranger to these, and after disinfecting himself, he began to take blood. However, just as Sakurai had just finished taking blood, the semi-unconscious wounded man seemed to be stimulated by a needle and suddenly woke up. Then, he broke free from the fixture on the hospital bed and grabbed Yashimura. Save me, please save me. Come on. The man's face was livid, and his eyes were bleeding in tears due to poisoning, but chakra was very disordered, and the whole person seemed to have lost consciousness. Yashimura obviously did not expect that this Kami Shinobu would have such a resistance ability after being poisoned, and he didn't react for a while. However, just when the bruised hand of the injured man was about to touch Yashimura's neck, Sakurai Yoru, who was closest to the injured man, shot like electricity, and a hand knife cut the back of the man's neck, injecting paralyzing thunder attribute chakra into his nerves. Then, the injured man's body suddenly froze, and then he collapsed and fell completely into a coma. Fix him right away. This time the new toxin of Sand Shinobi does not inhibit chakra, pay attention to the record. Yashimura, who came back to his senses, did not panic, but immediately began to organize manpower to deal with this matter. Sakurai put away the chakra scalpel, then put on gloves and helped the others immobilize the injured person together. Sakurai then gave the blood to Saushik. Saushik took the blood and said, your skill is good, and you can face the murderous aura of a superior shinobi. Have you been on a mission before this? Sakurai said, I'm a Naka shinobi. Saushik was a little surprised, and then nodded, there is yours, little ghost. Those who were accepted as disciples by Tsunade-sama really had 2 strokes. This is the data of the laboratory so far, you can take a look at it first. Saying that, Saushik handed a stack of laboratory data to Sakurai. Sakurai took it right away and immediately began to read. After all, 2 lines of defense away from the medical department, it is Shinobu's puppet master. The puppeteer's toxin update, once the antidote cannot be matched in time, it is easy to threaten himself in the future when he fights with it. However, it seemed that he had not been treated for a long time, and the heartbeat of the shinobu began to rise violently. Immediately afterwards, the injured person's body began to struggle violently. Saoshik-sama, Yashimura-sama. The personnel on the side immediately said, the wounded man's heart beats fast and his breathing is disordered. Pay attention to fixing the wounded, so as not to hurt people by storming away. It's late. Saoshik frowned, the toxin has invaded the heart, and he is no longer saved. Sosuke-sama. Sakurai suddenly looked up and said, have you tried Tsunade-sama's number 3 reagent? Saoshik said calmly, I've tried it, but there is no response. This time the toxin is a new type of toxin. The Kibutsuan reagent number 3 is used as a neutralizing biotoxin, but it cannot produce an effect on heavy metal toxins. Saoshik also seemed to have thought of something, and immediately said, do as he says immediately. Prepare the improved reagent 03 out. The medical department moved quickly, and the improved reagent 03 was quickly prepared. The wounded began to breathe rapidly and his vital signs were unstable. Inject the reagent right away. Pay attention to control the injured. As the reagent was injected into the injured person, the condition of the injured person did not improve. The wounded person's breath was still very rapid, and then he began to vomit black blood. Did it fail? Yashimura looked at the injured man uncertainly, somewhat silent. The wounded were brought in a long time ago, but unfortunately without Tsunade-sama, the medical department was greatly reduced, and many medical skills remained only in the theoretical stage. After seeing Sakurai's skills, he thought that since this little devil was a disciple of Tsunade, it might come in handy. It's just a pity. Saoshik was on the side, also a little stunned. Although the idea just now was proposed by Sakurai, it was also agreed to by himself. But even if you replace the car grass with 1,000 flavor flowers, is it still not possible? My lord, the medical staff on the side suddenly interrupted Saoshik's thoughts, and the man said, Master Saoshik, the heartbeat of the injured person has begun to stabilize. Has an effect. Saoshik and Yashimura immediately came to the injured man, and sure enough, they saw the bruised lips of the injured man, and the color began to gradually fade, and then became rosy. Subsequently, the breathing of the injured person begins to be rhythmic and coarse. Heavy, seems to sleep groggily. After vomiting blood, the poisoning symptoms of the injured did not begin to worsen, but eased. Reagent 03 really has an effect. Untied it. All the medical ninjas present couldn't help but look at Sakurai with curious eyes. At such a young age, not only can Sakurai graduate from ninja school, but he can even unravel the toxins that make Saoshik and Yashimura helpless. Is he a genius ninja again? But this little guy was obviously very low-key before? Before, they didn't watch Sakurai change medicine for the wounded and do some ordinary work. But if you think about it, his technique was already very professional at that time, but he didn't pay attention at that time. As a disciple of Tsunade-sama, he can be so low-key when he is very good at both his strength and his understanding of medical ninjutsu. Everyone immediately began to have a good impression of Sakurai. Where do they know that Sakurai is low-key at night, just for obscene development? Their own strength, they are not allowed to wave. Like the other medical ninjas, Saoshik and Yashimura thought the same thing, but they obviously had more important responsibilities ahead of them. Yashimura immediately began to work on the production of the new No 03 reagent, and each group began to identify and treat the injured afterwards. And also, Yashimura said solemnly, the matter of reagent 03, everyone is not allowed to make a noise. Not a word can be leaked. Yes, my lord. Sakurai Knight. Saoshik on the side interjected, you stay here and help the medical department with toxicological analysis, and don't do the temporary medical staff work. Okay. Sakurai readily agreed. No need to keep vigil every day, no need to change dressing and gauze for the wounded, let alone feed the wounded. Such things Sakurai can't ask for at night. Although here, he still has work to do. But before learning medical knowledge with Tsunade, Sakurai knowledge mastered theoretical knowledge, and the actual operation experience was not as rich as Shizune. The battle is happening almost all the time, and the silence is only temporary. My lord, a ninja from Group A came to the side of Orochimaru to report, Lord Orochimaru, the new toxin of the Sand Ninja puppet, the medical department has equipped an antidote. Saying that, the ninja took out several No 03 antidotes that were made into injections. Oh, so fast? Orochimaru picked up the injection, a little surprised. Didn't Tsunade leave the medical department? Tsunade-sama left the village 3 days ago, and the current medical department is in charge of Yu Yoshimura. By the way, according to the adult's orders, Yashimura blocked the news, and now whether it is the station of the medical department or the frontline battlefield, only a limited number of people, as well as the personnel involved in the development of the antidote, know the existence of reagent 03. Yashimura did a great job. A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of the big snake pill, and then said, you distribute these No 03 reagents to a few trusted elites to get ready to go. Send someone to notify Group B and the medical department, and the official implementation of the evacuation plan will begin tomorrow. What is this going to do, my lord? Attack the camp. If it is just a blind retreat, I am afraid that the fish will not bite the hook. Orochimaru sneered, if they don't act the trick a little more seriously, how can they believe it? Yes. The most tricky thing about your puppeteers is not the puppets with strange methods, but the toxins. Behind the position, a high-ranking IWA shinobu named Black Cloud frowned, but as long as that woman in Konoha is there, then no matter how the toxin is redeployed, it can only play a temporary role. It is believed that Konoha will soon find the antidote. Shaping, who was a high-ranking member of the shinobi, retorted, maybe the adults don't know. According to our intelligence, Tsunade has left Konoha 3 days ago. Tsunade leaving the village? Heiun frowned, is the news reliable? Abominable dirt buns, our intelligence was exchanged for many lives, how dare you question it? Stop, there's nothing for you to talk here. Shaping scolded, and then said to Kuroyun, this information is very reliable. I admit that in the last war, Konoha's medical department's solution to the puppeteer's poison was crushed, even Cho's mother-in-law was helpless. But now that Tsunadeheim has left Konoha, even if the medical department is still complete, it will take at least a week to ask for the antidote. This is the best chance to attack Konoha, and I hope that you, IWA Shinobu, can give us the support you agreed upon. Heiun looked down and pondered for a while, but finally shook his head. Even before Tsunade formally presented the plans of the medical ministry, Konoha did not lack the means to deal with the puppeteers. Even if they never find the antidote, they should not lose all the way, at least resist. Shaping chuckled, resist? This time, whether it was the puppet of the puppet master or the suffering of other ninjas, they were all contaminated with new toxins. Even a small scratch, if not dealt with in time, can become fatal. How can they fight us head-on? Heiun said positively, but this time Konoha led the team by Orochimaru, and this person is very good at decapitation operations. But the big snake pill never made a move, which may mean Konoha is just seducing us. Is that possible? Listening to Heiun's words, Shaping was also a little hesitant. However, as soon as he frowned, a Shan ninja suddenly walked in from outside the camp tent and urgently reported information. Shaping frowned, and then said proudly, Lord Heiun, maybe you are overhearted. This time the big snake pill attacked the headquarters, it should be the last resort. Will this really be the case? Heiun frowned, and then said, please Lord Shaping, please give me some time, I have to figure out one thing. Akiera. Behind the black cloud, Akiera, who had a rock ninja forehead on his forehead, stood up, adult. I want you to avoid the front battle zone, sneak into the rear of the Konoha ninja army, find their medical department, and strangle them. By the way, find out if they have developed an antidote. Take my escort and go. Sir, Orochimaru has already led the team to arrive, and at this time the guards are dispatched. With the protection of the ninja of Sand Ninja Village, my safety is not a problem. Execute the command now. Yes, my lord. At breakfast, Yashimura, Saushik and Sakurai sat together and chatted casually. Yashimura said, speaking of which, Yura Sakurai, you are too young and fully qualified. Otherwise, you can apply to Naruto-sama for promotion to special shinobi and transfer to our medical department. That's it. Saushik agreed, Yashimura and I are both very good at real combat, and although our strength is not comparable to that of kami ninjutsu, we are very good at medical ninjutsu. This time to prepare the antidote, the people in the medical department are very optimistic about you. If you are promoted to a special tolerance, everyone will welcome you to join. Hearing that the two extended an olive branch to themselves, Sakurai's heart was a little moved. If you are an ordinary ninja, it is almost doomed to go to the battlefield to fight. But there are always accidents in combat, even if it is an elite shinobi. In the face of the existence of the shadow level, there will still be a danger to life. But staying in the medical department, I am afraid that it will be much safer. Sakurai thought in a daze, and Saushik next to him thought he was hesitating. Saushik said, Yashimura and I are both very good at shinobi, although we are not good at actual combat and our strength cannot match that of Shang ninjutsu, but we are very good at medical ninjutsu. We are all contributing to Konoha, too, and doing so is not contrary to your original intentions, Yarukan. Wait a minute. Listening to Saushik's words, Sakurai suddenly thought of an important question. Sakurai asked, the two adults, are they just very tolerant? That's right. What about the guards of the medical department? There are 2 squads, and 8 ninjas are in charge of the vigilance of the medical department. Yashimura said with a smile, don't worry, this retreat mission, the medical department is placed behind the defense line, and it is enough to have such a guard force. Even if there is a fish that slips through the net, Lord Orochimaru will notify us in time, and then we only need to retreat. The medical unit is full of wounded and busy medical ninjas. The vigilance is still on all sides, including the supernumerary medical ninja on duty, all in charge of their respective posts. Looks very and harmonic. But Sakurai always felt that something seemed to be wrong. Can a big snake pill go wrong? Sakurai didn't know, he just had a sense of foreboding in his heart. This premonition is getting stronger and stronger. The elite ninja led by Orochimaru suddenly broke into the camp, and at first it really caught Sand Shinobu by surprise. However, due to the new type of poison of the Sand Ninja, after the Sand Ninja reacted, the elite ninja next to the big snake pill immediately began to continuously reduce the number of personnel. At least it seems. The Konoha ninja on the side shouted, "San Shinobu has smeared a new type of toxin on Kyuzui." A long whistle sounded, and Orikimura heard it, and immediately shouted in a hoarse voice, "Everyone retreat!" With that, he quickly got into the shade of the tree with all the ninjas. According to the original plan, all people had used the new 03 reagent, which will not be life-threatening. This surprise attack is just a fake of Konoha's defeat and made it more realistic. Everything went according to Orikimura's plan, but just after all the crew was evacuated, a Konoha ninja hurried in. "Lord Orochimaru," the man hurriedly said, "we just found a companion who was attacked nearby." Before he died, he sent information that a small elite force of Shishinobu had crossed our 2 lines of defense from the outside, and seemed to be heading behind us. Our rear. The big snake pill was stunned at first, and then his face changed suddenly, and he said urgently, "It's the medical department, they went to spy on the antidote intelligence." All the staff immediately prepared to leave, and Groups A and B implemented the retreat plan in advance. The rest of them, "Go quickly with me to the medical department to intercept the enemy, and leave no one behind." "Yes." Swoosh dash poof, a shuriken shot cut through the air and accurately nailed to the neck of a medical team sentry ninja, and then several figures quickly came to his side, reaching out and gently holding his body before falling to the ground. Another IWA Shinobu immediately performed a transformation technique according to the appearance of this ninja's corpse. Later, another Konoha ninja patrolled and came here. "Is there anything out of the ordinary?" The shapeshifter shook his head and said, "No. The code is not right, you are not your own person." This IWA ninja did not expect that the Konoha ninja's face suddenly changed, and then picked up the kunao and attacked the shapeshifting ninja. However, the Konoha ninja's kunao had not yet stabbed IWA Shinobu. His body suddenly froze, his face showed an incredible look, and then he fell down. Behind his back, a poisonous bitter wui was deeply nailed. Behind this Konoha ninja, Akira slowly walked out and said expressionlessly, "Okay, I haven't alerted them for the time being. I think this mission may not be too difficult. As long as we don't make much noise, then the medical department may not notice." Akira's words came to an abrupt end. He suddenly saw that this poison ninja was actually alive. At this time, although the Konoha ninja no longer had the strength to resist, he was holding a crumpled piece of paper in his hand. It was a burning detonator. "Adults, be careful." Boom! The sound of a huge explosion resounded in the sky, and a flock of birds flew by in shock, and Sakuraya, who was constantly condensing chakra in the inseal, suddenly opened his eyes. Subsequently, his figure disappeared in place. Enemy attack. Don't panic, everyone. Hearing the sound of the explosion and the warning of the secret post, Yashimura hurriedly came out of the wounded tent and shouted, "Everyone prepare to evacuate." The medical ninja led the wounded to evacuate, and the vigilance team was responsible for the retreat. Swish! Several figures came in from the outside, and immediately killed Yashimura. "Quickly cover the retreat of the adults." They are not San Shinobu, but IWA Shinobu. The earth is a great river. While everyone was in chaos, Akira appeared again with a large group of people, but this time instead of heading towards Yashimura, he unleashed a large area of earth escapes towards the wounded and medical ninjas. Soil and earth to move the core. Water escape water array. Poison needle senbon. Oops. The 2 squads in charge of the guard were promoted to 6 people, and they could only operate in 2 separate groups, one barely protecting Yashimura's safety, but the targets of those wounded were too large, and the other party was obviously the strength of the elite shinobi. For a time, wailing was everywhere, and countless wounded and medical ninjas fell to the ground, blood spilling all over. "Lord Yashimura, please hurry up." "But there are still wounded, don't worry so much, we can't resist this force." Seeing this, the 2 people in charge of protecting Yashimura immediately pulled Yashimura to prepare to leave towards the retreat route. However, just as the 2 were about to pull Yashimura around, a figure suddenly blocked their way to retreat. "You can't leave." Akira walked slowly towards the 2 and said, "Presumably you are Yashimura." "Lord Yashimura, I want to ask you, have you formulated an antidote for the toxin of shinobi?" "Antidote?" Yashimura's face changed, and his heart sank. They really came for this. However, before Yashimura could respond, a kunao suddenly flew from a distance and stuck on the ground where Akira was advancing. Sakuraya appeared from the branch and said, "The antidote is here." Saying that, Sakuraya felt out an injection in his hand and grinned, "If adults want, you can come and get it, Earth Dragon Bomb." Without warning, Akira suddenly struck. His imprint was like lightning, and then, the dirt on the ground suddenly turned into a dragon head, spitting out a cloud of mud pill-like Earth Dragon bullets from the dragon's mouth, and struck Sakuraya. Whoever thought that Sakuraya could not dodge at all, just when Akira was sealed, the whole person jumped sharply, and actually pounced from the front. Sure enough, several Earth Dragon bullets hit Sakuraya's body, and some Earth bullets smashed on Sakuraya's chest, and actually penetrated directly. Poof! Sakuraya's body suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Sure enough, it's a feint, this is Konoha's shadow doppelganger. Akira frowned and thought, looking at the location where Sakuraya disappeared in the air, but his eyes suddenly widened. Sakurai Knight's shadow avatar disappeared, but in midair, it was not empty. Several burning detonation charms, with the disappearance of Sakurai Nightshade's avatar, were exposed to Akira's field of vision. He hid the detonation charm in the shadow doppelganger early dash before Akira could react. The detonation charm had already burned to the middle stage. Boom! A huge explosion emitted a wave of chi that encompassed Akira. Subsequently, the real Sakurai Knight immediately appeared behind Yashimura, and together with the other two Konoha ninjas, they would be caught by Yashimura, who was blown away by the air wave. However, before the smoke cleared, Akira's figure suddenly rushed out from the flames. Obviously, the explosion just now did not cause him any damage. Sakurai suddenly frowned. This time the Yan Shinobu is not the ordinary color he encountered before. The skill of the Yan Shinobu in front of him must at least have the strength of an elite shinobi. Something troublesome. While thinking, Sakurai's hand was not slow at all, and several kunai were thrown out by him delicately, and they skipped towards Akira, but they were dodged by Akira one by one. However, after these kuwu fell into the air, they actually collided with each other in the air, and then suddenly changed direction, and actually flew towards Kyuyuan again. With such a change, Akira was also a little surprised. At the same time, the Konoha ninja on the side also found this opportunity and took advantage of this gap to immediately rush up and entangle with it. You guys go. Water Dragon Bomb. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. Akira may have a pursuer. Seeing the Konoha ninja and Akira entangled, Sakurai and the remaining Konoha ninja looked at each other and then nodded. After that, the Konoha ninja immediately carried Yashimura and fled in the direction of retreat. Sakurai Yoryui followed. Behind the two of them, soon there was a mournful wail and several explosions. Sakurai's eyes were a little gloomy. What this voice meant, of course Sakurai understood. The Konoha ninja who voluntarily went up to entangle with Akira died both for Yashimura's sake, his companions, and Sakurai Yaru. It was his own choice. Sakurai's lips clenched, but his feet did not slow down at all, but increased their speed. If it's just an Akira, or an elite shinobi, then it's not particularly scary. But this is the formation of a whole team. A whole team of elite shinobi, such a power, perhaps only shadow-level ninjas, can compete head-on. Escape. If you can't afford the enemy, you can only escape. However, when the two had just entered the jungle, Sakurai suddenly said, "No, you can't retreat. This place is not close enough to MT Kikyo. It will take at least half a day to travel. Whether or not this group of rock shinobi knows our retreat, they will be caught up. So what to do? We run towards the front line, although it seems dangerous. If Lord Orochimaru receives the news, then we run in his direction. Maybe there is a glimmer of life. Okay, let's go." The two figures flashed, and then immediately changed direction, circled, avoided the original position of the medical department, and ran towards the front line. And just after they left, Akira's figure had arrived. Not long after, the three IWA shinobi caught up with Akira, only to find Akira standing in place. "Won't you continue to chase, my lord?" "You wait first." Akira suddenly squatted on the ground, squinting at a broken grass on the ground. It was an inconspicuous grass, but in Akira's view, the place where its section was broken seemed to indicate something. They ran in the opposite direction. Akira stood up abruptly and said urgently, "They want to converge with the Konoha troops." In this way, it seems that the antidote should have been developed, but it has not been sent to the Konoha troops in time. They can't be allowed to converge. A relatively secluded terrain and a narrow valley. "Don't run." Sakurai sighed and said to Yashimura behind him, "It's fine if it's just one or two people." But now, looking at the bloody people behind him, Sakurai's heart fell to the bottom. Sakurai Yoshimura and the others, after going around the flanks, happened to converge with the wounded and medical ninjas who escaped. And most of these people hung up the lottery, including Saushik was also injured. But as long as he escaped, he at least survived. At least half of them stayed permanently in the medical department. The previous raid, although it was IWA Shinobu's elite troops, the medical department was large in number after all. Since many supernumerary medical ninjas are drawn from combat ninjas, their own strength is more suitable for combat. Medical ninjas are all graduates of ninja schools, nearly 10 times the number, and it is normal to survive these. Only now, most of these surviving people cannot be regarded as combat effectiveness, but they are dragged down and cannot go fast at all. Once the other party discovers the direction of travel, and the big snake pill cannot return quickly, then the destruction of the entire army is almost a foregone conclusion. Sakurai Knight, the battle of consecutive turns is obviously not Yashimura's strong point, and Yashimura is somewhat weak. He came to Sakurai and said, "Yeah, it's the new No-03 reagent you developed, and you, along with me and Saushik, are the three people who know the formula the most. But among us, only you are the strongest. With the formula, and the remaining reagents, you go to the army of the Great Snake Pill to converge." Saushik also limped over. "I approve." Now, not to mention the original wounded, even most of the medical class was injured. We are now a drag on a bunch of people, and IWA Shinobu will kill it soon. At that time, all our achievements will be in vain. The ninja on the side listened, expressionless, waiting for orders. The same was true of the wounded, but they all nodded subconsciously. Now they all know that Sakuraiya is Tsunade's disciple, and it is this little guy who has developed a new interpretation formula. In other words, these wounded knew very well that their lives had been saved by Sakurai Knight, and now that he was gone, no one would blame him, and there was no sound of even complaining. And if Sakuraiya leaves now and goes in the direction of Orochimaru, then it is definitely the safest. Let's go, stop being verbose. Seeing Sakuraiya hesitating on the side, Saushik broke his mouth and cursed, "Get out, then find Lord Orochimaru to save us." However, Sakuraiya did not agree and did not leave. For a long time, Sakuraiya suddenly raised his head, looked at the injured who fled, and asked a question. In other words, how many detonation charms do you have in each of your hands? Following the bloodstains and various footprints, Akira's group found this valley. After arriving in this valley, Akira quickly saw the surrounding arrangement. There are a few obvious pitfalls, but there are others, which are very self-righteous and simple. It won't be that imp's arrangement, right? Akira narrowed his eyes, and suddenly found that there were not only traps and detonation charms drawn by some silk threads, but also a few pools of water. It's been dry these days, and it's not raining, there aren't even ponds nearby, how can there be water? It is obvious that he uses inferior traps to lure himself and others to dismantle the traps, and then suddenly bursts into a sneak attack while people are unprepared. When it was decided, Akira waved his hand, and then pretended to go to the tightrope trap, ready to remove the barrier. However, his attention was always on the two unreasonable waters. Closer. Sakuraiya on the side, and a group of ninjas ambushed on the side, watching Akira walking towards the direction of the trap, couldn't help but squeeze the kunai in his hand. And as Akira slowly approached, Sakuraiya was also a little nervous in his heart. This time, he chose to believe that the big snake pill would arrive in time, so he did not choose to leave, which was equivalent to gambling with his own life. Will it be hit? Whether or not it will be hit, whether your own arrangement is discovered or not, it is a signal to start attacking. I don't know if the one who became this water is a substitute ghost or a little ghost. Akira came to the wire trap, pulled out the kunai, and slowly squatted down, as if to dismantle the trap. However, just as he was about to cut the wire, Akira suddenly turned around and lifted Kuwu towards the thorn of that pool of water dreams. In fact, Akira did not guess wrong, this is the arrangement of Sakurai Knight, and this water stall is indeed strange. But he guessed one thing wrong. This pool of water was deliberately poured to the ground by Sakuraiya, and underwater is the real arrangement of the trap. Swoosh! Kuwu pierced into the water and suddenly tore off the silk thread hidden in the water. No, this is real water. Akira's heart froze, and rock-like armor suddenly grew around his body. Earth rock armor. The reason why Akira dared to test the trap alone was because he mastered this extremely defensive earth escape. Before, Sakuraiya's detonation charm obviously hit Akira, but it did not hurt Akira in the slightest, also because of this trick. However, just as Akira was waiting for the explosion to appear around him, he suddenly found that there seemed to be no movement around him. Before Akira could wonder, a series of explosions suddenly came from behind him. Akira's face changed drastically, and then he immediately turned around. Behind him, where the Black Cloud Guard was hiding, the surrounding woods, there was already a sea of fire. Boom! Duh! Bang! Boom! Quickly use the soil, A countless detonation charms ignited in the surrounding trees, and a huge explosion roared, instantly covering the area behind Akira. Even if it is an elite upper patience, it is difficult to resist when the detonation charm is suddenly triggered around it. Akira has such a special trick, but others are not completely able to avoid it. For a while, a series of roaring sounds were mixed with a lot of screams. The elite Shangnin and the Black Cloud Guardian did not expect that the detonation charm was so dense, and one of the elite Shangnin, when he couldn't dodge, was directly hit by 5 detonation charms and directly killed. It was just that there was not a single explosion that exploded around Akira. Hit the count. Sakuraiya was overjoyed, watching the huge explosion behind Akira, and gestured to several ninjas beside him. Throw! Swish, swish, countless kunai tied to the detonation charm were thrown out by Sakuraiya and several ninjas in succession. Such an explosion has obviously made these kunai lose their target. When arranging tactics before, the only 2 upper shinobi had asked such a question. If there is no target, we just throw blindly, will these detonators really be useful? But Sakuraiya just shook his head, and then grinned. Even if you give those elite shinobi targets, how many times can you blow up people? But what's the point of doing that? One of the superiors was puzzled. Sir, I can understand that you hit all the detonation charms of the wounded, but a whole half of the detonators are associated with a device, but not placed near the trigger device, which is risky enough. And now, Sakuraiya said, Lord Yashimura has already handed over the command to me, so do it. Countless detonation talismans were thrown directly into the sky by Sakuraiya and the others at an oblique upward angle. There was no accurate target at all, but countless detonators were overwhelmed, but they were quickly connected immediately after the detonator detonated on the ground had just exploded. Two explosions, almost seamless, these elite shinobi didn't even have a chance to breathe, and were bombarded again by the volley of detonators flying in midair. Of course, these detonators are poorly accurate. However, the number of detonators makes up for this deficiency very well. This group of rock ninja would not have thought that they were always ninjas. They fought on weekdays, and whether it was the way of fighting or the style of fighting, it was the thinking of ninjas. Ninjas are cunning, and what they are best at is deception and assassination. But Sakurai knew that when the strength reached a certain crushing level, many superb avatars, or transformation techniques, became insignificant existences. What is mine warfare? What is it called? Cannon fire washing the ground. It can be summed up in one sentence. Explosions are art. Akihara was dumbfounded, looked behind him, and suddenly understood in his heart, this group of cunning Konoha ninjas knew that their role was to contain, and their real target was actually the escort. Thinking of this, Akihara immediately took off his earthen armor, and then rushed towards the canyon. However, in this short period of time, the explosions of the two sets were nearing their end. Among the elite ninjas, although many ninjas have relied on the earth escape enchantment to protect themselves, there are at least 4 members who were instantly killed by the detonation charm. There was even one IWA shinobu, and the body could not be found. I am afraid that because I was at the center of the explosion, it was shattered. Lord Akihara. We've already lost more than half of our casualties. Leave 2 ninjas with the wounded and leave, and the rest of them will join me in strangling the medical department. The explosion of the detonation charm was finally extinguished, and 5 grizzled ninjas, who had no real damage and were not harmed, burst out of the woods. There are 5 people left. Akihara only felt his chest, as if there was a burning anger. Then he took the lead and suddenly headed towards the narrow valley. Before he touched anyone, his own team actually lost more than half. Simply unforgivable. Little ghost, get out of my way. Akihara's right arm condensed and slammed a heavy punch towards Sakurai. Sakurai's shadow doppelganger couldn't even harass for a moment, and suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke. Then, it's a short encounter. The short-range shuriken flew up and down, and then Sakurai took the brunt of it, and together with the remaining ninjas of Konoha, rushed towards each other. Behind are the wounded, and the valley is a dead end. Even if it is to delay time and wait for the arrival of the great snake pill, he can't retreat. Moreover, he himself is not without the power of the First World War. Sakurai counted the fetters in his system, and then sealed his hands. Wind escape, big breakthrough. A hurricane hit Akihara's earth armor hard, but the dirt armor on his body only produced fine cracks, and he rushed towards Sakurai like a tank. Immediately behind him were a group of the remaining 5 IWA shinobi elites, and Sakurai, together with all the Konoha ninjas who were still able to fight, took the initiative to rush out of the valley mouth to face the battle. One side is to carry out the orders of his own adults, completely strangle Konoha's medical department, and probe the development process of the antidote. On the other hand, they are fighting for all the wounded behind them, and even more for their own survival. Both sides have reasons why they cannot retreat. Kill. The two sides recited a sentence silently. Until the time of the short encounter, the killing intent in these hearts has become a variety of killing methods. Earth Dragon Bomb, Water Escape Water Array, Thunderous Go, ordinary ninjutsu, as well as shuriken, have no effect on this turtle shell. His own shadow doppelganger couldn't have any effect on him at all. Sakurai frowned, but did not hesitate. It seems that you can only go on your own. It is undoubtedly stupid to root an elite upper ninja level expert to fight at close range. Unfortunately, other than that, Sakurai didn't have any way to entangle Akihara at all. Fortunately, Sakurai's physical skills have always been a strong point. Although due to physical reasons, it is still not as fast as these elite who have been practicing for many years, but it can barely keep up with the speed of the other party. Sakurai came close to Akihara's side, raised the kunao in his hand and poked him in the eyes, but was blocked by Akihara's raised arm full of rocks. The power of the countershock came along the kuwu, but it shook Sakurai whose mouth numb. Death to the little ghost. Akihara faced Sakurai with another heavy punch. His figure was a little bulky in dirt armor, but his speed was still fast. Sakurai's figure retreated violently, but at this moment, the two kunao that suddenly struck from Sakurai's side interrupted his battle rhythm. This is the battlefield, there is no fairness at all. In the third previous Ninja World War, no matter how tough a ninja is, he may be besieged to death by a group of ninjas if he is not careful. Without him, the Konoha ninja stationed in the medical department simply could not drag the remaining elite shinobi. So Sakurai could only continue to hide from kuwu. One retreat, then retreat. And after Sakurai kept dodging his figure, 2 moments had already passed, and Akihara had already finished sealing. Earth Dragon Bomb. The head of a mud dragon rose from the ground, and the mud dragon opened its mouth and spit out a series of earth projectiles, speeding towards Sakurai. You can't retreat any longer, and if you retreat further, you will retreat into the valley. Because of the small terrain here, Sakuraiya was able to get the opportunity to confront Akira head-on. Otherwise, maybe Iwa Shinobu would have come around behind him, and under the front and back attacks, he might be fierce. However, in the face of such a difficult turtle shell, even if it is only a frontal hit, Sakuraiya has no way to start. If only there was a decent thunderbolt, but it's a pity that Kakashi just graduated, and even Wei Feng Shuman is developing spiral pills, and I have a B-grade lottery card, but I can't draw. Since he couldn't dodge, Sakuraiya simply made a quick seal with both hands, and then slapped it on the ground. Earth escape earth flow wall. A wall-like earthen wall rose up, and countless earth dragon ping-pong struck on the earthen wall, and one side of the earthen wall was suddenly covered with bullet holes. Fortunately, the same soil escape, the soil flow wall is still very strong. Sakuraiya was thinking. The earthen wall in front of him suddenly cracked. The earth flow wall can block the earth dragon bullet, but it does not resist Akira under the fury at all. With a dull shattering sound, Akira's rock-covered fist actually smashed the earth flow wall directly. After smashing through the wall, Akira's punch did not stop at all, and it smashed directly on the shoulder of Sakurai Naruto. Sakurai's eyes widened. He has the bond of Kakashi and Kai, and the ninjutsu bonus is 15%, so Sakurai's soil flow wall is increased by 15% strength. In addition, coupled with the bond of the three shinobi, all the damage taken by Sakuraiya has also decreased by 15%. But even so, the dirt flow wall of Sakurai Knight was still pierced by Akira without hindrance. Sakuraiya suddenly heard a click on his shoulder, something shattered, and then the whole person flew out upside down like a kite with a broken line. Poof! Sakuraiya's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out in midair, but he clenched his teeth desperately so that he didn't pass out because of this severe pain. The next blow, it will definitely work. Although this blow was not fatal, it was definitely a serious injury. However, he paid the price of an arm, and finally managed to make Akira temporarily stagnant. It's now. Forced to endure the sharp pain in his shoulder, Sakuraiya suddenly opened the diamond-shaped spell mark on his forehead. Then, the spell mark on Sakuraiya's forehead instantly gave birth to four corners and stretched, and then Sakuraiya felt a huge amount of chakra surging in his body. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and the yin seal that was unlocked on his forehead showed a hideous Sakurai Knight, and his eyes froze in midair. This trick is a sure winner. Rival bond for a lifetime. Ninjutsu strength increased by 15%, the legendary 3 shinobi bonds, all damage increased by 15%. Special bond ability, for every ninjutsu with 3 different stats unleashed, the next damage dealt will result in a critical hit. Critical damage is 220% of the original damage. These countless bonds, superimposed together, caused a very terrifying boost. Now, it is the 3 different ninjutsu that he unleashed. It's time. One arm and the entire shoulder have been scrapped, but Sakuraiya, who was suspended in the air, did not give up, but gritted his teeth and actually raised a hand to make a one-handed seal. Wei Shen Hai Noon Yin, Sakuraiya's eyes twisted, the last seal was formed, and then he opened his mouth. Fire escape super magnificent fireball technique. A huge fireball suddenly lit up over the narrow canyon. Immediately afterwards, Akira even felt as if he saw the sun fall from the sky. He looked at the sky in disbelief, and even felt some incredible. When did a how fireball technique become such a terrifying existence? However, this blow is absolutely impossible for Akira to dodge. Although the earth and rock armor on his body provided him with a very strong defensive force, it also slowed down his speed. It's like turtle shells. I heard you're a turtle shell? Lao Tzu burned the turtle shell. Whew! A huge fireball erupted from Sakurai's mouth, fell from the sky, and hit Akira. Subsequently, Akira's bulky body was completely covered. Frontal hit. Akira roared angrily, and simply landed in place, desperately accumulating chakra on the earth rock armor, wanting to resist Sakurai's terrifying blow. Boom! Rocks and dirt flew up and down, and the heat wave after the fireball erupted. The heat almost set the corners of Sakurai's clothes on fire. Then, Sakurai fell heavily to the ground. After a long time, the fire gradually extinguished, revealing Akira's figure. Now in the autumn plain, the earth and rock armor under the body cracked, and the cracked part revealed burnt flesh and blood. In the outermost layer of the earth rock armor, the entire earth rock armor is even burned and turned into crystal glass. Akira's bare skin was burned and scorched everywhere, and the eyebrows on his face were all gone. Akira looked at Sakuraiya, who had fallen to the ground, and there seemed to be anger in his eyes, but he just opened his mouth, but no sound came out of his throat. Akira then stumbled and fell to the ground. The smoking earth armor that protected Akira also began to fall from the body piece by piece. Lord Akira. An elite shinobu immediately dodged to Akira's side and lifted him up. Don't, leave me alone. Although Akira is alive, he has also lost his combat effectiveness, and his body is very weak. Go and kill them. Then he went back to regain his life and told the adults that the Konoha ninja had concocted an antidote, and this retreat was probably to lure the enemy deeper. On the other side, Sakurai, who fell to the ground, was also shouting, "Quickly help me up." Sakurai's voice is just as weak as Akira's, but the content is diametrically opposite. Unfortunately, no one responded. In the short exchange just now, except for Sakurai himself, who fought Akira head-on, the remaining Konoha ninjas were all killed by the elite in an instant, almost recklessly. Of course, the price paid by the other party is that one elite Sharingan is seriously injured and one dies. There is only one person left. Watching the remaining 3 elite shinobu rushing towards him at a fast pace, Sakurai tried desperately to get up, but was knocked down by a burst of dizziness and powerlessness. When did I shed so much blood? At this time, Sakurai found that he was hit on the shoulder by a punch, and the blood flowing out almost stained half of his body. It's going to die. Sakurai, who was in a trance due to blood loss, could only watch as the 3 IWA shinobi rushed towards him. 3 elite upper shinobi. Even in his heyday, he couldn't beat it, and even more so now. Sakurai raised his head, and there was a desperate cry in his heart. "Orochimaru, if you don't come again, I'm really cold." In the camp of Shan Ninja, Heiyun's brows furrowed, shaping. "You have to think clearly, my people haven't come back yet," Shaping snorted coldly. "Kuroyun, you probably haven't figured it out yet, Akira is your person, not a ninja from my Sand Ninja village." Orochimaru had begun to retreat, and both of Konoha's vanguard forces had begun to withdraw. "If you don't take the opportunity to bite the other party to death at this time, do you have to wait for Konoha to breathe and wait for them to hit the door?" Heiyun calmly said. Kesha Shinobu's reliance is largely due to the new type of toxin, as well as the departing Tsunade him. And now, the information in this area is not complete. I command. Shaping no longer paid attention to the black cloud, and directly spoke. "The army is pulling out, straight to the Kretu mountain." Eventually, Sakurai's eyes fell into darkness, and before he was completely unconscious, Sakurai only faintly heard a hoarse and urgent voice in his ears. "Sneak snake hand. 10,000 snakes, blocked the valley immediately." 3 days later, Sakurai opened his eyes. "When I woke up, I was greeted by a white quilt and a somewhat familiar environment around me. It seems that is the medical department of Konoha village?" Seeing this, Sakurai breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he felt a burning thirst coming from his throat. Sakurai couldn't help but cough, and suddenly brought a sharp pain in his shoulder. Drowsiness, exhaustion, and pain. When these came towards Sakurai night together, Sakurai's heart was a little leisurely, because these are all reminders that he is still alive. "Are you awake?" Next to Sakurai's night hospital bed, a muted voice sounded. The sleepy-eyed silence on the side was obviously woken up by the movement of Sakurai Knight. However, seeing Sakurai wake up at night, Xiao Shizun was still a little happy. Sakurai said, "I want to drink water." In the previous emergency training, Shizun took care of Sakurai for a while, and now he is naturally very skillful. Excessive blood loss, right shoulder blade, ruptured bone in right arm. According to Dean Yashimura, the luckiest thing for you is to block most of the impact with the earth flow wall, and when you smash the earth flow wall, IWA Shinobu deviates from the target. Otherwise, once IWA Shinobu's blow hits your chest cavity, or one side of your chest, half of your body will be shattered. Shizun fed Sakurai's saliva while saying, "I don't need to say more about the rest." Chakra used excessive burning of meridians, excessive blood loss, and a slight concussion. "You should know this yourself. Senior sister Shizun, why are you here?" After drinking the saliva, his throat was a little more comfortable, and Sakurai said with some doubt, "Hasn't Tsunade-sensei left yet?" "Tsunade-sama left first." Shizun smiled and said, "But now that I have news from you, although you have suffered a lot of injuries, after all, you have not lived up to Tsunade-sama's hopes, and I can leave well. I'll pack up some things in a moment, and I'm going to find Tsunade-sama." Well, Sakurai took it and opened it to take a look. Tsunadeheim, as the princess of the Senju family, although she inherited the gambling personality between the Senju pillars, after all, she is also a lady and a beautiful font. During the 2-week emergency training, Sakurai was no stranger to this font. After reading for a long time, Sakurai put down his notes and said seriously, "Shizun, help me thank the teacher. Also, the teacher's future life will depend on the senior sister. Please the senior sister to bother more. This is what I should do. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Tsunade-sensei." Shizun nodded with a guinea pig in his arms. "You just said that Dean Yashimura is still alive. What about Saushik?" Sakurai said, "What happened to the others? What happened to the war? Dr. Saushik was discharged earlier than you." Shizun said, his voice a little low. "The medical team lost more than half, and so did the wounded. The 2 squads in charge of the Vigilance medical team were completely destroyed. If it hadn't been for Lord Orochimaru's timely arrival, I'm afraid you would have too. The good news, though, is that the war is over. The shinobi were surrounded in the middle of Mt. Kikyo, and in the last battle, we controlled all the shinobi without losing a single person. They surrendered." However, there has been some news from the village recently, and Lord Orochimaru is related. After hearing the final result of the Battle of Mt. Kikyo, Sakurai suddenly lost his mind. The outcome of the Battle of Mt. Kikyo was known by Sakurai for a long time, but when Shizen spoke, a very weak feeling suddenly surged into Sakurai's heart. As a traversing party, Sakurai, like everyone else who crossed into anime, in addition to wanting to protect himself, his biggest wish is to see the plot of the original work and what would happen if he was changed, or simply enter some classic plots and experience what it's like to be the protagonist or a villain. But this time in the war, Sakurai only felt that although he was in the Hokage world, he had no impact on the plot. Kaikyozen won, and it has little to do with his own efforts. Reagent No. 03 was made by him based on Tsunade's ideas. But without Reagent 03, then Shinobu would probably still make a lone decision, and eventually lose to Konoha. In other words, it doesn't really matter what you did in this battle. In the classic battle of the Hokage world, the Battle of Mt. Kikyo, Sakurai is neither the villain nor the protagonist, he has not modified history, and it does not even matter whether he exists or not. In other words, Sakurai can't change history, he is just a small person who drives history. Passerby A. However, just as Sakurai was thinking about this and was a little out of his mind, a strange breath made Sakurai come back to his senses. Sakurai frowned, and suddenly spoke, "Senior Sister Shizen, do you feel something?" Shizen shook his head and said blankly, "No, is there something going on, Night-kun?" "Nothing? Is it my delusion?" "No, it wouldn't be my delusion. By the way, you just said that there are some things in the village related to the big snake pill. What is that?" After that, Sakurai learned some things that happened after Konoha's victory through silent telling. Originally, without the attack of the Sand Shinobi village, Konoha was looking for a suitable candidate to serve as the fourth generation of Hokage, and the big snake pill bore the brunt. On the one hand, the big snake pill, as a disciple of Ape Fei, was justified. On the other hand, Orochimaru has repeatedly made combat achievements in previous wars. Coupled with Tsunade's departure from the village, Jiraiya is also an idle cloud wild crane, and with the secret support of Danzo, Orochimaru, as the fourth generation of Hokage, has almost become a foregone conclusion. But in the Battle of Kurito Mountain, Orochimaru had an accident. Although the Battle of Kaikyozen won Konoha, it fell short in the ointment, and the medical department was hit hard. Since the medical department was strangled during the retreat, Orochimaru served as the commander of Groups A and B, and this pot bore the brunt. At a post-war summary meeting, the voice of the Great Snake Pill as the fourth-generation purpose changed significantly. The support that was originally more than half has also turned into a mixed reputation. Some people even directly raised objections, and introduced another candidate as Hokage, that is, Jiraiya's disciple Wei Feng Shuman. And this person turned out to be Ape Fei, the teacher of the Big Snake Pill. But what does all this have to do with me? Sakurai smiled and quipped, "I'm too far away from those big guys. A little Naka Shinobi, I can't even vote for the next Hokage. Tsunade-sama told me this. Can't it be that he wants me to be the fourth Hokage? I don't understand why," just repeating Tsunade-sensei's words. "But the teacher said that if it was you, you would be able to understand it." Shizen shook his head and seemed to repeat, "Tsunade-sensei asked me to tell you that your Naka ninja was personally promoted by Sarutobi-sensei, and your former teacher Oishi Izumi is also a dark part, and you rejected Orochimaru in person, but instead became a disciple of Tsunade-sensei, which already indicates that you are from the Hokage-sensei." Sakurai raised his eyebrows. "Sensei, do you mean to let me support Naruto-sama? I don't understand what the teacher means, so I can't answer you." Shizen shook his head and said, "However, Tsunade-sama also said that the village is important, companions are important, and every ninja of Konoha has the responsibility to protect it. But in the village, not only is there the will of fire, but there are also some invisible struggles. The Night Lord is still too weak, and if some danger from the village cannot be solved, he can give up as a ninja at any time and go out of the village to find her. The teacher will always keep the Night Lord safe." Tsunade said it very cryptically. She didn't even pick out the contradiction between Orochimaru and Sarutobi. She only hinted at Yura Sakurai, reminding him that there was a good chance he would be involved in a political fight. But Tsunade's final attitude was clear. If it can't be solved, you can directly give up as a ninja and go out of the village to find her shelter. A warm current rippled in Sakurai's heart. The room was very quiet, and the silence left for a while. Sakurai looked at Tsunade's notes and suddenly said to the empty ward, "How long do you have to hide before you come out?" Silent room, late at night, empty. No one answered Sakurai's words, as if there really was no one in the vicinity. However, Sakurai only frowned, and then suddenly felt 1,000 books out of nowhere, and suddenly stabbed out the window. Snap! The glass of the window was smashed into an irregular hole by Senbon thrown by Sakurai Yakuto, and Senbon burrowed into the night without hindrance. Then, a figure slowly walked out and appeared in front of Sakurai. "It seems that you can already find me." In the face of Sakurai's taunt, the member of the route team did not care, but just chuckled. "It seems that in this war, you have faced shinobi, and you already know how to detect the breath of shinobi. But well, gee. The man from the Root Squad glanced Yurui Sakurai up and down, his gaze resting on his plastered shoulders and arms, shaking his head and making a judgment. I thought you could have a good talk with someone, otherwise, move out of that Uchiha teammate of yours and use the Uchiha family as a backing to protect yourself, just like you convinced me last time. That way at least you won't get hurt, right? A flash of fire flashed in Sakurai's eyes, but there was a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. I called you out. I just wanted to say one thing to you. If you're not here to kill me, of course not. If you do it, I would have already done it in the 3 days that you were in a coma. Then please get out of the way. Sakurai said, of course, this is just a suggestion from me, but I think you also followed my advice last time, so you should also listen to it this time. Sakurai suddenly felt a murderous aura attack. Danzo-sama, let me bring you a word. Half paid, perhaps because he found that he couldn't take advantage of this little bastard verbally, the member of the Root Squad said bluntly, some of the words that have come out of the medical department recently are very unfavorable to the big snake pill. As the main deployer of Reagent 03, you have gained the trust of Dean Yashimura, and you may be able to change Yashimura's remarks, at least not to embarrass Lord Orikimura too much. Of course, you can also make no choice. The Root member grinned, but his words revealed a threat. This is just a suggestion from Lord Tenzo. It's just that the war has already begun, and it must not be a rare thing to die on the battlefield with a Naka ninja or something. With that, the Root member turned and left. Wait, Sakurai suddenly spoke and stopped the member of the Root team. The members of the Root Squad stopped, but had no intention of looking back. However, Sakurai just said with a harmless face, tell me your name. If I figure it out, I will personally go to Danzo-sama. Ah, are you looking for revenge on me, little ghost? The member of the Root Squad directly recognized Sakurai but still turned around and revealed an evil smile. I will wait for you, little ghost. My favorite thing is to watch the little ghosts with a lot of blood, but in the end they can't die. It's like your teacher's younger brother. I remember my code name in the Roots. My name was 10 Peaks. Near a pond in Konoha, it is also the edge of Konoha. I was going to see you once. Uchiha smiled and scratched his head, but Naruto-sama said that we are only allowed to meet where no one is. You, as Rin's friend, don't know me yet, and suddenly you get too close to me, which will seem abnormal. Sakurai nodded and said, I don't blame you. I came out this time to talk to you openly and honestly about helping Uchiha. Shisui suddenly said happily, I know Naruto-sama really didn't see you wrong, Knight, you are finally willing to help me now, help the Uchiha family. Sakurai said calmly, however, I have conditions. Shui obviously didn't take it seriously, and said generously, it's okay, Knight, as long as I can be satisfied, I promise it all. Sakurai's face was still calm. The sky is blue, the trees are exceptionally green, the children, birds, extra happy. But in this beautiful environment, the atmosphere is very oppressive. Shui was a little surprised, and a faint vigilance flashed in his eyes, but he still smiled. Knight, this joke is not funny. I'm not in the habit of joking. Sakurai Yamasa said, this is my condition, and your choice is to accept or refuse. The smile on Shui's face gradually disappeared, and then said seriously, if it is an enemy outside the village, or it affects the interests of the village, I will choose to help you. Sakurai shook his head and said, it's not an outsider, and it doesn't affect the interests of the village. If you calculate carefully, killing him may also harm the interests of some villages. Do you know what you're talking about? Shisui interrupted Sakurai's words, took out the kunao and pointed directly at Sakurai, and said loudly, yeah, you want to kill the ninja in the village, do you want to defect? Sakurai just smiled and didn't explain in the slightest, just waiting for Shisui to calm down. Knight, I can take this as if I have never heard it. After half paying for it, he calmed down, and then as he prepared to leave, he said to Sakurai, you are so good for yourself. With that, he was leaving. At this moment, Sakurai smiled and spoke. You don't want to know, who do I want to die? Sakurai suddenly laughed, you say that it is for Uchiha, for Konoha, for the country of fire. Stop the water, I can use, or even betray my teammate Rin, for the sake of Hokage, and you? All you want to do is just talk. A killing intent suddenly descended. Sakurai only saw that Shisui turned his head sideways, suddenly revealed a terrifying look, and then his whole body suddenly disappeared. Reappear, right in front of yourself. Instant stop the water. Ding! The two kunao slammed together fiercely, clenching kunao to death, wrestling with Sakurai while gritting his teeth. Yeah, is this your temptation? If it's a joke or temptation, stop at it. I said it, I never joked, I'm on. The body technique of stopping water is very fast, even comparable to those elite upper ninja. Considering that the current water stop is not yet called instantaneous water stopping, Sakurai estimates that his realm of instantaneous god art is probably not yet in full form. But it's also terrifying. However, with the experience of fighting to the death with a Kiara last time, Sakurai can adapt to this rhythm. And although the two fought a lot, but ninjutsu was rarely used, and Sakurai's unpredictable shuriken also made Shisui not expect, so the two fought for a moment, but they just competed for speed, testing each other between sharp kunao. At most, it is to use each other's avatar techniques and stand-in techniques to cheat each other's offensive rhythm. Konoha Whirlwind. In the face of the water stopping, Sakurai suddenly lowered his body, but the sweeping legs were empty. As soon as the water stopped, several shurikens shot out, and then separated the doppelganger, and actually used the doppelganger to borrow power in midair, and the figure flashed again, towards Sakurai. Sakurai hurriedly threw out his shuriken, and then avoided the kunai behind his back, and his hands were entangled with silk threads. Such a battle is actually unfavorable for Sakurai. His bonding talent is all related to power, and he can crush all the way to a head-to-head confrontation, but for a ninja with extreme speed like Shui Shui, he is trembling at close range, but it is a little difficult, and every time he makes an action, the water stop can be predicted in advance. Faced with such a difficult stop water, Sakurai finally couldn't bear it, and a breath of wind gushed out, suddenly blowing off a tree. However, Shisui only easily dodged and dodged towards Sakurai. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Sakurai quickly froze, a stone wall rose up, but Shisui had already seen through Sakurai's ninjutsu through the Sharingan, and he had already expected to change his direction of travel, avoiding the stone wall and circling behind Sakurai. A sharp kunai rested on Sakurai's neck. But at the same time, although Sakurai did not turn around, the kunai he held in his hand was also aimed at the water stop behind him. But neither side had any intention of dying together, and the bitterness was at the point of the other side, but it ended abruptly. Shui Shui said coldly, "You finish the talk. Who to kill and why? Also, why do you think I'll help you? After that, I make my own choice." Saying that, the water stop tightened, and Sakurai suddenly felt a cold on his neck. None of that really matters, it really doesn't matter. Feeling the sharpness at hand, Sakurai smiled. Stop the water. Have you ever thought about what you would choose if one day the Uchiha clan went to the extreme and came to the point of breaking with the village? Shui Shui did not hesitate. For the sake of the village, I can give up everything. Give up everything, including your parents? Of course, Sakurai laughed. But I won't. I mean, if I were Uchiha, there was a real killing intent in Shisui's eyes. What I'm waiting for is your answer, Sakurai. I will never let the interests of the Uchiha clan run counter to the interests of the village. What Shisui didn't expect was that Sakurai did not choose either side, but said an answer that he did not expect. Sakurai simply put away the kunai in his hand and spread out his hand. Stop the water. Our enemies are not only from outside the village. Well, I know you're going to say it again. Believe Naruto-sama, believe the village. I admit that Sarutobi-sama, as shinobi and Hokage, would not make some of the more cruel decisions. But some of the village's decisions are not all made by Sarutobi-sama. Elders, Daimyofu, Danzo-sama, what should you do if they do something to harm the interests of the village? How could they? Shui Shui shook his head and said, they will not go against the interests of the village. It depends on how you understand interest. Sakurai smiled and said, stop the water. Our world is complicated, so it's never black and white. It's like a kunai, you can kill a person, you can also let a person go. It seems that there are only two choices, but what you are doing now is using it to threaten me. So I was neither dead nor really safe. I am now somewhere between life and death, like the Uchiha family. Shuishui's eyes were a little gray, but the killing intent gradually converged. I don't understand. The same goes for interests. Sakurai seduced. When you really face a choice, it is never to kill or not to kill. These two answers. Interests are intertwined. There is no eternal interest between politics, and in short, the choice we face every time is never a matter of judgment. Shui Shui shook his head and said, Knight, don't say these detour words. What do you want to do when you say this, including provoking me to attack you before? A ripe tree seed fell from the tree and fell into the dirt on the ground. Perhaps it will take root and gradually take its place in the woods. If it's lucky enough, or if someone helps, it will eventually grow into a towering tree in Konoha with plenty of rainfall. Faced with the hesitation to stop the water, Sakurai's eyes flashed a hint of triumphant joy. The Uchiha family is full of talent, but you know, it is a very simple thing to encourage a race. Sitting by the stream, Sakurai said to the silent Shisui Shuishui, I didn't mean to look at any clan, but if I were one of those big people who were high, it would be too easy to make the Uchiha clan ostracized, or force Uchiha to take the initiative to rebel. Shisui narrowed his eyes. Uchiha, there are eyes that can't be deceived no matter what. That's for ninjutsu and illusion. Sakurai simply lay down and said, let me ask you, the Uchiha clan is Konoha's garrison, right? Well, if something goes wrong with the safety of Konoha's village, is it for your entire clan to blame? If you fail in your duties, of course, but it is basically impossible, a disaster of this level about the tailed beast, will it? This, when the time comes, move the address of your entire clan here. Do you think your clan will be happy? Sakurai glanced at Shisui. I don't mean you, but your clan. What will most of them, including Patriarch Fugaku, think? That's pretty much it. Sakurai said without care. At that time, just release the fishing boat in the village, so that the people in the village will start to squeeze you. Your heart is to Konoha, of course you will endure. But you ask yourself, Uchiha is the same as you, completely for Konoha, how much can there be? Shisui said with some hesitation. So, you want me to become the patriarch, and then turn them all into people with a heart for Konoha? Sakuraiya jumped up and complained, you think the Hayaga family is all about Konoha? The Inuga butterfly family is all for Konoha? You are stupid, expecting everyone to have such a mind like you. Do you live in a dream? There was some silence at the water stop. To put it mildly, most people do not sacrifice themselves to achieve the realm of others, they are just for their own better life. Sakuraiya lay on the ground again and looked up at the sky, but how can such a wish be wrong? In addition to Konoha, Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, the most ordinary ninjas, the vast majority of them, also want a stable home and a happy life, isn't that right? But I don't want to be like that. Shui Shui was a little hesitant, and as a patriarch, it's too early for me. Then you didn't come to you today. Sakuraiya pouted, however, I still have 2 words for you at the end. My father told me before he died. Thinking about the movie lines he watched before crossing over, Sakuraiya said, the bad guys in this world are treacherous, so the good guys have to be treacherous. If the good guys aren't treacherous enough, then how can the good guys protect what they want to protect, and how can they fight the bad guys? Shui's body was shocked, and his face was a little moved. Second sentence. Sakurai said, don't make excuses for yourself. How insidious some big people are, you actually know much better than me. You don't want to be them, not because of how clean you are, just because you can't afford to play with them. After speaking, Sakuraiya stood up and patted the silent stop. Of course, I never laugh. I have someone I want to kill, and if you figure it out, you can still come to me. With that said, you're good to yourself. The next day, it was not yet dawn, and Sakurai was still sleeping at night. The door stroll sounded, and Yoroto Sakurai dressed in pajamas, stepped on slippers barefoot, and staggered to open the door. Here it is, don't knock, yawning, Sakurai pushed open the door. Outside the door, stopping the water and splitting the head to cover the face is a sentence. Who do you want to kill? 3 identical Sakurai knights are constantly making seals and practicing ninjutsu. This is a way to learn from Naruto, and practicing ninjutsu with a shadow avatar can have a multiplier effect with half the effort. The only problem is Sakurai's chakra. Sakurai Knight's current chakra can only support up to 2 shadow doppelgangers, and since having the Yin seal, Sakurai's chakra has barely been able to keep up with Shinobu. Coupled with the bonus of bonds, his current ninjutsu power is already close to that of the elite upper ninja. Now the difference between him and the elite shinobi is, first, experience and intuition, but a single means and insufficient strength. Sakurai Yaruto's physical skills are good, and that is relative to his peers and Naka Shinobu. After all, Sakuraiya is still too young, and no matter how strong his physical skills are now, he can't compare with an ordinary shinobi. However, physical skills can only be slowly improved, or by extracting bonds, but offensive means can be extracted by drawing cards. Sakuraiya has been thinking hard for the past 2 days, catching a ninja on Konoha Street and drawing it, and the B-level ninjutsu card is drained in a short time. Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger. Sakurai threw out a few shurikens, and then his hands quickly froze. The number of several shurikens suddenly skyrocketed, and they shot towards the stake. Aggressive. Most of the shurikens hit the stake, and some bounced off each other and even stabbed the stake in the back. But many others fell to the ground or simply flew out. Well, the more shurikens there are, the more difficult it is to control. The card draw just allows me to master the technique, and the accuracy may still need to be contacted. Thinking of this, Sakuraiya sighed, and then began to condense chakra again. A-level Shuriken Shadow Avatar, this is Sakuraiya synthesized with 2 identical B-class waste cards. Don't ask what kind of waste card it is. The non-chief-faced Sakuraiya gets a little angry every time he thinks about it. Fortunately, after synthesis, this Shuriken Shadow Avatar has improved Sakurai Knight. Because Yura Sakurai is best at shuriken. After all, civilian ninjas, who have neither secret arts nor blood succession limits, and Sakuraiya was accompanied by shuriken every day until he was 4 years old. And the Shuriken Shadow Avatar can be regarded as making up for the shortcomings of the Shuriken Ninja tool, which becomes more wasteful in the later stage. If you put it with silk thread, I'm afraid the accuracy is much better. But I don't know if the steel wire can be copied together, Sakuraiya was thinking, but suddenly his expression changed and he turned his head. A dark ninja in a fox mask just jumped from the tree and flashed behind Sakurai Yaru. Naruto-sama wants you to go, the dark man said coldly. Really? Are you going to testify? Sakurai raised his eyebrows and asked, what happened? It's not clear. However, in addition to Naruto-sama, there are many adults who are there. The root said, now the adults are waiting for you, the situation is urgent, please come with me immediately. Lead the way. Sakuraiya did not hesitate, and then followed the dark part, and flashed in the direction of the Hokage's office. Not long after, the two arrived at Hokage's office. Really? As soon as he entered the door, Sakuraiya felt that the atmosphere was a little dignified. Sarutobi naturally sat on the seat of Hokage, and on either side of the Hokage, on the left-hand side sat the high-level advisors, Kohara-shun and Mito Manyan. On the right-hand side, there is a group of people. Of course, many people whose names Sakurai yet can't name at all are there. It's a pity that these guys are too unrecognizable, and the only person Sakurai knows is Dean Yashimura. Here you are, Sakurai Knight. As a supernumerary of the medical department, do you always strictly follow the specific tasks of the non-staff personnel and carry out orders? Facing Sarutobi Hinata's questioning eyes, Sakurai shook his head and said, "No, on my second day at the medical department, President Yashimura directly commissioned me to participate in the development and research of antidotes for toxins. Since then, I have not carried out orders in accordance with the tasks of non-staff personnel." Ape-Fei nodded, obviously not surprised by this answer, so he opened his mouth again and asked, "After the development of the antidote, did you leave the station? Who can prove it?" Sakurai said, "After the development of the antidote, I was always with President Yashimura and Dr. Saushik, including the wounded at that time. They can testify for me." "Your name is Sakurai Koharu, who was sleeping on the side, suddenly spoke, "Since you have been with Yashimura all along, then let me ask you, before the attack on the medical department, did Yashimura receive the evacuation order of the big snake pill long ago?" This question made Sakurai suddenly stunned. Then, he caught a glimpse of Tuan Zhang's solemn eyes looking at him with afterlight. "Is this the excuse you made up? I want to put the responsibility for this time on the medical department." Sakurai answered truthfully, "No." In the face of Sakurai's response, the Konoha high level suddenly became in a low uproar. Ape-Fei did not speak, but his eyes were a little deep. On the side, Tuan Zhang's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his black face almost dripped water. "Sakurai Knight," Ape-Fei said sharply, "can you be responsible for every word you say today?" "Of course." Sakurai nodded, and then glanced at Danzo. The medical department was severely damaged by the elite of a team of IWA shinobu, and only half of them escaped in the end, and this half was still in pursuit. If it hadn't been for Orikimura-sama's timely arrival, I would have died in that canyon along with those fighting Konoha ninjas. However, it is also true that the medical department has never received an order to evacuate in advance. You don't have to worry about the rest. We only care about the order of the big snake pill. Mito Minion said, "According to what you just said, your medical department didn't know that IWA Shinobu would suddenly launch an attack before, not because there were too many wounded and there was no time to retreat, right?" Sakurai nodded suddenly. "That's right." Ahem, Ape-Fei coughed lightly, and the whispered discussions around him suddenly quieted down. Sarutobi then asked Sakurai a few more questions about the medical department, and then waved his hand, signaling that Sakurai could leave. After Sakurai left at night, Ape-Fei said, "Since this is the case, then the loss of the medical department in this battle of Kurito Mountain will be the responsibility of the Great Snake Pill. Among the candidates for the fourth generation of Hokage, put the Great Snake Pill aside for the time being." Kohara frowned. "In order to ensure Konoha's interests, it is necessary to determine the list of the fourth generation Hokage before the war. If Orochimaru is put on hold, someone else must take the place of the fourth generation Hokage's list." "There's a right person," Ape-Fei said. "Wave Feng Shuman. As Jiraiya's apprentice and an elite ninja, the conditions are okay. It's just that there are few seniorities and insufficient reputation." Mito Minion said, "Such a person, the daimyofu, can only stay on the sidelines and will not give support." Ape-Fei nodded and said, "That's true. Bo Feng Shuman is still too young. However, the two adults may not know that Yunnan village has declared war on Konoha. Bo Feng Shuman, as the boss, has already traveled to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. With the loss of the Great Snake Pill, the group hid in this conference room with little right to speak." His gloomy face could only accept the fact that Bo Feng Shui Men was about to become the fourth generation of Hokage. Sakurai Knight, "It's completely unnecessary. This task is very simple. I can do it by myself." Sakurai waved at Kotano and Rinta. "It's just a small group of robbers. Rinta's injuries are not good yet. Let's cultivate at home. Also, don't Kotano and Ohishiizumi-sensei still have tasks ahead?" Kotano was a little worried. "I always feel that the Night Lord will encounter some danger this time. Although the informant is just some ordinary robbers, the Night Lord should not be careless." However, Rin was on the sidelines, cheering for Sakurai. "Oh, Kotano, don't worry. My opponent will not die so easily. Night-kun, you have to work hard too, otherwise I'll beat you soon." After speaking, he gave a thumbs up to Sakurai. "If you come back without success, I will invite you to eat ramen with you." Teacher Oishiizumi also smiled and promised. "Don't." Unexpectedly, Rin-Tai refused, and said on the side, "Patriarch Fugaku has recently been happy with Takako, and Uchiha is celebrating. Knight, you complete this task, be sure to come to me to play. Kotano and the teacher will also go together. My brother will treat you well. Be sure to come back." "Okay, you guys can rest assured." Sakurai waved his hand helplessly, and then turned away with a relaxed step. However, after leaving the village completely, Sakurai's expression sank. Being chased and assassinated by an upper ninja and fighting a shinobi head-on are obviously two different things. What's more, Ten Peaks is a member of the Root Squad. Not to mention the character of the Tuan Tien, his vision of selecting talents is good. All members of the Root Squad can be regarded as the best of the elite shinobi. Whether the 10 peaks will be hooked or will appear in this mission, Sakuraiya is not clear. If you really tolerate the previous elite, will you be negligent? And Sakuraiya has no bottom in his heart. However, Sakuraiya is not completely undependent. There was no delay for too long, and Sakuraiya was not too suspicious. With the experience of the last time, few people except for shadow-level ninjas can quietly approach Sakurai Knight without being detected. So, in the direction of the mission, Sakuraiya kept flying through the woods, rows of greenery flew upside down, and Sakuraiya soon arrived at the location in the intelligence before dark. However, what Sakuraiya did not expect, he didn't see a mountain thief at all, but directly saw the figure of 10 peaks. Shifeng sat bored on a tree stump, tilting his head to look at Sakuraiya. His eyes were full of excitement. It seems that you already knew that I would find you. Shifeng grinned. You don't look surprised at all. I'm just a little weird. I thought you would choose to sneak attack like last time, but I didn't expect you to be so much like a ninja today. Sakuraiya raised his eyebrows. However, there is one thing that you are similar to last time. I'm afraid that all these bandits in this mountain have been dealt with by you first, right? Saying that, Sakuraiya pointed to the mountain behind the 10 peaks. The whole mountain was quiet, and Sakuraiya did not notice the breath of any living people. For a group of bandits who have no discipline, if they can quietly hide from Sakurai Knight, I am afraid that they can only do it by dying. But Shifeng shook his head with a smile. Don't you understand, Sakuraiya? Shifeng smiled and said, the mission you chose today was released by Master Tuanzang. Mountains full of bandits, there have never been bandits here. A hint of danger flashed in Sakurai's eyes. I originally thought that as a disciple of Tsunade, you would at least cover up and find a decent reason. Shifeng smiled contemptuously. All the respect she can win is because of her Senju's surname, and her two companions, Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya. And you, unexpectedly, rejected Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and chose Tsunade. I have to say that a little ghost is a little ghost, and he doesn't even have a little vision. Not convinced? How about letting me learn about your medical ninjutsu? As soon as the words fell, Shifeng's hands quickly froze. Then, a huge stream of water gushed out from the ground. Water Dragon Bomb. Fire Escape. How fireball technique. Sakuraiya didn't dodge at all, and directly sprayed a mouthful of fire. The tricks of the two sides suddenly bombarded together. However, what Shifeng didn't expect was that his Water Dragon Bomb gradually declined in the process of frontal defense, and even some were crushed. However, under the intersection of water and fire, there is a large amount of mist evaporating. These mists disturbed the line of sight very much, and Shifeng took advantage of the smoke, decisively dodged up, and suddenly rushed towards Sakurai Knight. However, just when Shifeng had just arrived in front of Sakuraiya, he suddenly felt a great threat. Without the slightest hesitation, Shifeng suddenly retreated, and then saw Sakuraiya smash his punch on the ground where he had originally rushed away. Then, the entire earth was directly cracked. What a terrifying weird power. Shifeng looked at the miserable ground with a palpitation, and looked at Sakuraiya's heart was already a little more cautious. Although this imp is not as fast as himself, the destructive power is really amazing. Whether it is ninjutsu, or this terrifying strange power just now, although he is comfortable facing him, once he is hit once, I am afraid that he will be hit hard. Can't go on with such contempt. Shifeng pulled out a long knife behind his back, and his hands began to seal. Immediately afterwards, two shadow doppelgangers appeared beside him. The art of the great waterfall. The groundwater, which was more powerful than the waterspout just now, was immediately triggered, and Sakuraiya looked grim, and quickly flashed to the side and left. The technique of the Great Falls covers a wide area, but it is slow and does not have to waste chakra. However, after dodging, Sakuraiya discovered that the intention of the 10 peaks was probably not to attack with this great waterfall technique, but to change the battlefield environment. Unfortunately, by the time Sakurai found out, it was already a little late. Huge amounts of water spread. The two fought at the foot of the mountain and soon accumulated a shallow layer of water on the ground. At the same time, in addition to the shadow doppelganger who had just released the great waterfall technique, the remaining two figures of the 10 peaks rushed directly towards Sakuraiya. It's just that his speed on the water is faster than just now. Water waves glide almost the entire surface of the water, faster and faster. On the other hand, Sakurai Knight, although he can also tread water and can maintain his combat power on the water, but he does not do this in itself. It's troublesome, a ninja of this speed. Sakurai's eyes narrowed, but he didn't avoid it. In such an environment, Sakuraiya knew that his blind retreat could only be more passive, so he simply pulled out a bitter stick and rushed towards the 10 peaks. Shadow Doppelganger Art. Sakurai Yoru also divided into two shadow doppelgangers. Then, the 5 figures were instantly strangled together. 3 strands of steel wires lit up in the hands of Sakurai Yoritomo and the shadow doppelganger. This is a transitional physical technique practiced by Sakurai to make up for the fact that he has not yet learned advanced physical techniques such as Hachiman Dunjia or 3 days and Moon Dance. A bit similar to the Naruto repeat routine, but Sakurai's movements are more old-fashioned, and he also uses ninja tai trope. Shifeng obviously did not expect that there was a secret hidden in the 3 figures of Sakurai, and it was not until he was close that he found that there were steel wires connected among the 3 figures, but it was too late. The silk thread flashed with a subtle chill, and as the 3 figures instantly adjusted their positions, several steel wire threads suddenly wrapped Shifeng's arm holding the long knife. The sharp steel wire was wrapped around Jufeng's hand, and Sakurai did not hesitate to pull hard. A poof, a puff of smoke. Sakurai's heart suddenly sank. Oops, it's actually a shadow doppelganger, Sakurai suddenly understood, but unfortunately, when he reacted, it was too late. Temptations are mutual, and opportunities are equal for both sides. Just as Sakurai pulled the silk thread, Shifeng instantly judged the location of Sakurai's body. Without any fancy movements, 10 peaks directly slashed out. Poof. Poof. As 2 clouds of smoke appeared, Sakurai's 2 shadow doppelgangers were sent away one after another. But the power of this knife was not half lost, and the knife momentum was not reduced, and it came directly towards Sakurai Knight. Sakurai quickly bent down. Konoha whirlwind, after all, Sakurai is 6 or 7 years old, and his body is not tall enough, so the next plate has always been his strength. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that before Sakurai Yoryuki's legs swept over, a figure appeared directly in the water beside him. Water escapes the water body. 10 peaks did not entangle at all, and then the water body was continuously sealed, and he didn't even pay attention to Sakurai's leg sweeping, just manipulated the water body, water escape waterlock technique. Yoryuki Sakurai kicked on the soft water tent. Then, Sakurai suddenly saw that around him, countless streams of water rose up and began to wrap themselves like a water ball. The water dungeon technique has taken shape. Myself trapped. Sure enough, can't he face an elite ninja on his own now? Sakurai thought, and then, Sakurai watched as Jufeng's water body continued to imprint, maintaining the waterlock technique, while the body wielded a long knife and stabbed towards him. Sakurai closed his eyes. However, at this moment, Sakurai did not have any fear or despair. There was only one thing on his mind. Coming? Is it really coming? That's for now. Little ghost, die. Seeing Sakurai close his eyes, Shifeng's eyes showed a touch of perverted excitement. For 10 peaks, there is nothing more interesting than watching those self-proclaimed genius imps die. However, in the next instant, Shifeng almost lost his life. Shifeng only suddenly noticed that a guy was approaching him, but in the next instant, before 10 peaks could make any reaction, the guy appeared behind him. His teleportation technique is simply too fast. In the next instant, this mysterious figure instantly destroyed the water body, and then swung Kuwu and stabbed towards the body of the 10 peaks. At the same time, Sakurai, who had been prepared for a long time, also jumped up from the water prison, and the chakra scalpel in his hand suddenly stuck to Shifeng's chest. If it weren't for Shifeng's instinctive wave attack to flee backwards, and after a moment of slowdown, his injury would no longer be the cut on his arm, but on his neck. Sensing that the breath was not chasing, Shifeng quickly stopped and adjusted his breathing. Tohoku's lungs were cut by Sakurai Yoru, which made it very difficult for him to breathe, and each breath was accompanied by great pain. However, this is not the most desperate. The most desperate thing was that Shifeng saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Shifeng's breathing was very difficult, he blushed, but still struggled not to fall. How could you? Damn it. 2 imps. Shui Shui was a little silent, and his mood was complicated at this time. Many things that Sakurai had said to him before, although Shisui didn't know how to refute it, but after all, it was Sakurai's words, and he could still choose to trust the village. However, this time, the water stop was already the same as Sakurai Koshi. He had long been hiding on the side and heard the words of the 10 peaks with his own ears. Indeed, the interests of the village matter. But everyone's understanding of interests is different. Night Lord, he still has the power to fight back. Under the observation of a pair of chakra eyes, he calmly said, his chakra is still condensing, and the killing intent is always locked on your body, you have to be careful. Of course I know that. Sakurai laughed, rabbits bite when they are in a hurry, I know. However, I do have a new technique, and I might be able to try it now. The old rule, I'll faint, you give him the last blow. Without waiting for Shisui to nod, Sakurai suddenly threw several shurikens towards Jufeng. Then, Sakurai's hands quickly froze. Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger. The original few shurikens instantly became more, and the black pressure rushed towards the 10 peaks. Swoosh! Shifeng, as a superior shinobi, naturally would not look at these shurikens in his eyes. Even if it is a shuriken shadow avatar, it is only a little more. However, just after Shifeng had just crossed these shurikens, he found that the 10 fingers of Sakurai's hand suddenly cocked, some like puppeteers, and his heart suddenly burst out. Then, on those shurikens that crossed, steel wires lit up one after another, just connected to Sakurai's fingers, just wrapping the 10 peaks in it. Oops. If the densely packed shuriken, Shifeng did not struggle to dodge, then these doppelganger shurikens, each of which had silk threads wrapped around it, Shifeng really had more than enough heart and lacked strength. After all, his trachea was cut, and he only had one breath in his lungs, and he couldn't breathe. Swish, swish. Led by scattered shurikens, countless steel wires instantly wrapped the 10 peaks around it. Sakurai pulled his hands, and the strange force suddenly activated. Collect it for me. Swoosh. Shifeng only had time to block those sharp silk threads with the steel knife in his hand, and he was dragged by the huge force of the silk thread, and the whole person was directly bound by the steel wire with the steel knife on a big tree. Then, before 10 peaks could break free, he felt a cold chill on his neck. Stopping the water and holding the kunwu, the hand movement did not hesitate, just flashed to the back of the uncle who bound the 10 peaks, and with a simple wave of his hand, he flashed away again. Poof. Bundle, backstab, leave. Until Sakurai quickly put away the silk thread, this process took only a few seconds. Then, the 10 peaks fell into complete darkness. In order not to be noticeable and to avoid leaving traces, of course, this is also the meaning of Sakurai Night, so Shisui did not participate in the destruction of the corpse, but directly prepared to leave. However, just before Shisui was about to leave, he looked at Sakurai Yorui with a complicated face and said, "Yoru, you will be a powerful ninja in the future. So, promise me one thing. Whatever you want to do in the future, don't oppose Kanaha, otherwise, I will do it myself. Stop talking." Well, in fact, you won't believe it, but I really don't have any ambitions. Sakurai smiled, and then said, in the chaotic times, just ask for a place to settle down, Kanaha is okay with me, I naturally will not be ungrateful. Recently, the Uchiha clan is celebrating for Patriarch Fugaku. Danzo stayed here all the time, waiting for the various reports from the Gen team to him. The defeat of the Great Snake Pill broke many of the plans of the group. In the past 2 days, since Bofeng Shuman replaced the Big Snake Pill and began to serve as the head of Yunnan village, Tuanzang's mood has always been difficult to calm down. Jiraiya is also a disciple of Hokage, as a disciple of Jiraiya, and the son of the legendary prophecy. The current wave Feng Shuiman, as Mito Minion said, is only a little less powerful. The prestige of Hun and the village can become the 4th generation of Hokage. And now the big war is imminent. Gong. Sun and prestige, as long as Ape Face supports a little, Bofeng Shuman can soon rise in the war. It is almost irreversible that Wave Feng Shuman has become the 4th generation of Hokage. In this way, many arrangements of the Tenzo will also have to be redisrupted. Some are political, some are allies. Due to the incident in the medical department, it is already difficult for the Big Snake Pill to make a comeback, and he must keep his distance from it. In this matter, everyone involved, everyone must have an account. To put it bluntly, it is the extinguishing of the mouth, the standing of the team, the statement of the attitude, the apology of the apology. Among them, this includes Sakurai Knight. Why hasn't 10 Peaks come back yet? Seeing the return of a member of the Root Squad, Tuanzang frowned. Is it because that little ghost saw the clues in the task and did not dare to go? But he is obviously out of the village. If so, it may also be a defection. No, Danzo-sama. The man hurriedly said, "Sir, just at the mission site, find the corpse of the 10 Peaks." Tenzo stood up suddenly, almost unable to believe his ears. Everything in the past 2 days was within Tuanzang's expectations. Only this incident was accidental. It was the ape flying man who made the move? No, if this matter was detected by Hokage, I would already be in the Hokage office by now. Tuanzang was full of thoughts, and then said coldly, Sakurai is just a medium forbearance, and in front of Shifeng, there is almost no room for resistance. Have you seen the scene and can you know who killed him? I don't know, the traces of the fight at the scene have been destroyed, but, the man was a little shocked in his heart, and said a little flustered, "Sir, the body of the 10 Peaks has been secretly transported back by me and several colleagues, but, you'd better go see for yourself." Speaking of which, Fugaku's family has added a new ding, and it is also Fuya's celebration to celebrate. But the other lintels of the Uchiha tribe are obviously just using this to liven up. During the war years, each new population will mean more inheritance and a new combat power in the future. If before Sakurai Night Crossing, he would never have imagined how symbolic a baby was in the age of decay. Sakurai went under the guise of Rinta's invitation, and naturally stayed at Rinta's house. Rinta's brother Takiya is still very gentle, and he is also happy to see that both Sakurai and Kotano Oishiizumi are coming, but this time, what Sakurai sees at Rinta's house is not all acquaintances. Elder is just a name, you don't have to be restrained, haha. The old man Uchiha Shinjin is blind in one eye, and he looks a little fierce with an eye patch, but he is very kind, and he is not at all an old man of Uchiha. Kotano and Oishiizumi were a little restrained at first, but they were soon infected by the kind atmosphere, and everyone talked very happily. As for Sakurai, he was not restrained from the beginning, simply said hello, and after doing his best, he directly picked up his chopsticks to eat. Because the food at Rin's house is so delicious. This meal, Sakuraya once thought that the cook of the Rin family made it with the eyes of the chakra, otherwise why was it so delicious? Do you grasp even the tiniest taste so cleverly? If it weren't for the fact that he was still wearing a ninja costume and carrying a useless shuriken in his pocket, Sakuraya once thought that he had crossed into Little Chinese Boss. Therefore, after Kotano and Oishiizumi exchanged pleasantries, he suddenly found that the plate in front of him, regardless of meat and vegetarian, was almost slaughtered by Sakurai Knight. The two were almost petrified on the spot, and then looked at Sakurai's Knight hamster-like cheeks, and a pregnant woman-like belly, with a black line on their foreheads. This guy really can be a step ahead everywhere. Uchiha Shinjin saw the embarrassment of the two and laughed loudly. Haha, it's good to be able to eat. Eating more means that chakra has transformed more. I will order my next person to bring some more, and you must not be allowed to go hungry. Rin was a little puzzled. Grandpa, if you eat too much, does it still have anything to do with chakra? Isn't that the secret art of the Akimichi family? Everyone else is different, right? The secret art of the Akimichi family has only mastered the essence of it, but in essence it is still the same. Uchiha Shinjin said, this is also why the previous ninjas, except for those shadows with outstanding talents, cannot be counted by ordinary people, the quality of ordinary ninjas. In fact, each generation is better than the previous generation. Shinjin's words made all the ninjas present prick up their ears, including Sakuraya, who was still nibbling on chicken legs, and also turned their attention to Shinjin. However, because of this, the battles and cooperation between ninjas also began to become complicated. In my father's time, the village was just established. The old man is easy to recall, especially after many years of conquest, seeing the initial battle, establishment and rise of the village. There are really too many things worth remembering in his life. However, the older you get, the easier it is to derail from the world and be likely to make bad decisions. Xingsuan sighed for a while, but laughed again. The world is created by young people. So in a few years, when Takiya's health is better, I will give him the position of the second elder. Hey, Sakurai Knight, don't you eat more anymore? Finding that Sakuraya was actually listening to his words, Shinjin asked a little strangely. I hiccup. Sakurai Yegon wanted to answer, but was suddenly stopped by a full belch, and then shook his head and said, I don't need to, I'm full hiccup. Everyone suddenly burst into laughter. I'm out to breathe, hiccup. Go for a walk outside, be careful you burst your belly. Sakuraya said hello, and then slipped away from it after a crowd of laughter. And among the Uchiha clan, the place that was agreed upon long ago in Sakurai Knight. In the Uchiha clan, in a remote place, there is an inconspicuous crooked neck tree. Sakurai burped at night, saw the water hidden under the tree, and immediately complained. Speaking of which, I have a question for you. Is it only the Rin family's food that is so delicious, or is your Uchiha family's cooking so good? Shisui didn't care at first, but when he saw Sakurai's stomach, black lines suddenly appeared on Shisui's forehead. In other words, how much did you eat? Don't worry about these details yet. I helped you, and you have to do what you promised. After all, your identity is not the Uchiha clan. If you want to be able to monitor Uchiha in the future without attracting attention, the best way is for you to start coming to Rin often now, and after a long time, everyone will get used to it. That's it? Sakurai rolled her eyes. I thought it was something important. Also, I want to ask you something. Shisui suddenly asked, you actually already knew that the 10 summits were going to kill you, but why didn't you tell Naruto-sama and let him deal with the 10 peaks directly? There are many reasons, he said. Sakuraya shrugged and said, that 10 peaks is just a subordinate of Tenzo. Without him, there will be someone else, essentially the same. Of course, there are other reasons. Rinta, Kotano, Oishiizumi. Sakuraya knows the plot of Hokage and knows who Danzo is. Danzo, as a person who dares to send people to assassinate even 8 Fae, dares to brazenly perform illusions at the 5 Cage conference. What can't he do? It's just the price to pay. The current Sakurai Knight is not enough for Danzo to go all out. Shui asked again, did you burn the body of Shifeng in the end? Sakuraya shook his head. No. What? The water stop was a little anxious. I know. I just saw 2 people dragging a black bag to the root. The black bag can vaguely see the human form, but unfortunately the 2 roots are very cautious. I can't get close. You really didn't dispose of this body. What are you afraid of? Sakuraya raised his eyelids. You used my kunao this time, and you wore my shoes and clothes. And the traces of the battle have been cleaned up by me. They will not suspect you. But what about you? The water stop lowered his voice. What do you do? Although you are a disciple of Sanshin, Tsunade-sama is not in the village. Once Tuanzang is angry, no one can protect you except Lord Sarutobi. Quite the opposite. Sakuraya suddenly pulled out a long knife from behind. Shuishui's eyes widened because this long knife was none other than Shifeng's knife. Unbelievable, Sakuraya dared to blatantly carry the long knife of the 10 peaks. Doesn't this show that he is the murderer? Shui opened his mouth. You dash only if I leave that corpse behind. Tenzo can't continue to move me. At least for now, he won't come to me again. Sakuraya lazily patted Shisui's shoulder and said, don't worry, I'm prepared. And if I'm not mistaken, Tuanzang will not only not use that corpse to trouble me, but will take the initiative to help me dispose of Shifeng's body. Looking at Sakurai's fearless appearance, Shifeng was a little puzzled. But Sakurai's appearance did not seem to be fake, and he stopped his mood and suddenly had some doubts. Knight, what did you do to that corpse? In short, there will be no accidents. In any case, if Shifeng can't even escape, Sakuraiya is no longer just a ninja. If he grows up, then later it is very likely that it will be bad for the roots. Such people are dangerous for Konoha and must be eradicated in advance. As the members of the Gen squad hurriedly walked, Tuanzang ordered, in any case, immediately gather people to arrange the next assassination operation. This time must not fail. Sir, you better take a look at the corpse of 10 Peaks first, gather people now. Yes. One root hurriedly left, while the other root came to the side of the body bag and unlocked the body bag. Shifeng's body appeared in front of Tuanzang's eyes. Tuanzang suddenly saw that on the back of Shifeng, it seemed that many words had been engraved on it with bitterness, as if it was a bloody letter. Tuanzang's eyes narrowed. It was not the first time he had seen such a thing. It can be said that it looks visually impactful, and ordinary people will be very scary to see, but for ninjas, it is really a bit pediatric. Sure enough, I was still childish, and in order to show off my might, I didn't even dispose of the corpse in time. Tuanzang suddenly felt a little disdainful. In the end, it's just a little ghost. Now I don't even have to strike again, just this corpse can convict you. Shaking his head, Tuanzang glanced at the words on Shifeng's back. However, Tuanzang only glanced at the first sentence, and his face changed in an instant. Master Tenzo, is the experiment of the Great Snake Pill still going well? Are the children who disappeared near Konoha still alive? Or, the first generation of cells is not so easy to transplant in the body, and the experiment has run into trouble? The thing about experimentation, how is this possible? Tuanzang's eyes widened suddenly, and he subconsciously took a step back. How could someone know in such detail? Master Tenzo may be wondering why I didn't dispose of Shifeng's body. But don't get me wrong, I just wanted to illustrate such a thing. Putting away the dramatic tremor in his heart, Tuanzang quickly read it with a glance in 10 lines. And the more he looked at it, the more frightened Tuanzang became. Although the words are cryptic, the details on this letter cannot be fabricated. I write so much just to let adults understand that there are many secrets I keep and can continue to keep my mouth shut. Therefore, leaving the corpse of the 10 Peaks in Xia, I just wanted to convey such a message to Lord Tuanzang. I wrote this letter and didn't pick it up. The meaning of provocation. However, if Danzo-sama still doesn't want me to live, then it's a pity. If I suddenly die, or somehow be charged with something, all your secrets with Orochimaru will lie flat on the table in Hokage's office the next day. At that time, whether Ape Fei will continue to trust you is probably difficult to say. How did he know so clearly? It is impossible for a traitor to appear in the root. Is it a big snake pill? But Sakuraiya didn't become a disciple of the Great Snake Pill at all, unless the Great Snake Pill was crazy, otherwise. A few short footsteps interrupted Tuanzang's thoughts. Danzo-sama. Those people knelt in front of the regiment's hiding body, and said expressionlessly, is there a new assassination mission? Tuanzang's face was gloomy, but in the end, he just turned his back and said in a deep voice, the task of several of you is to completely destroy this corpse. Without any doubt, several people quickly moved to hold Shifeng's body and leave. Tuanzang, on the other hand, stood in place and did not leave. For a long time, in the woods, there was no Tuanzang, and in the night, only an angry wind blade cut off a thick tree. At the same time, Sakuraiya, who was walking towards Fugaku's house with Rin and the Uchiha clan, suddenly saw that in his taskbar, he became a member of the root team. This task gradually faded and then disappeared. In its place, a new task was born. Mission, kill Tenzo. Mission rewards, occult draw card *2, A-grade draw card *5. Fugaku Mansion. Sakurai Knight, Clan Elder. Rin Tai said, Clan Elder. Rin is here too. Sakurai Knight, I didn't expect you to be there. Come on in. Fugaku was originally very interested, and he was happy to see Rin and Sakurai coming. After that, I was even happier to hear that Sakurai had brought a gift. As the patriarch, Fugaku naturally lacks nothing, and what Sakurai sent at night, Fugaku did not put it in his heart at all. He focused on the act of giving gifts themselves. The gift at least represents a heart. Fugaku didn't have any ill feelings towards Sakurai Yamoto last time, and this time the impression is naturally better. Being able to take the initiative to send a gift to the door, and not wanting anything for themselves, sure enough, children are still relatively simple and kind. Fugaku thought about it, and his heart became even happier. However, Fugaku could not have imagined that Sakurai came this time to draw cards, which was not simple in nature. The gift that Sakurai brought with him was not without utilitarianism. If it weren't for Fugaku, with any other big man in the village, Sakurai wouldn't have been able to come in person. It's not necessary. But Fugaku is different. After the birth of his two sons, Sakurai will inevitably do everything to come. After all, it's Uchiha Itaka's character card. Moreover, after having the Uchiha attack it, the system also happens to be able to form a pair of bonds with the character card that stops the water. Although it is not clear what the specific content of the bond is, this kind of opportunity, Sakuraiya will never let go. So, after some pleasantries, Sakuraiya straightforwardly stated the purpose of his trip. Sakurai said, "Fugaku-sama, can I meet Uchiha Itachi?" Of course. Fugaku nodded, not curious about Sakurai's purpose, but thought that Sakuraiya simply wanted to see it, and then shouted towards the house. Not long after, Kotano came out of the house holding the baby Itachi. Although the system had said before that the target of the card draw could range from babies to dead people, and even Dirt Rebirth, Sakurai Knight, who had never been drawn, was still a little apprehensive in his heart. Fortunately, the extraction went smoothly. When Sakurai was prepared, when he first saw Itachi, he heard a tone in the system. Ding! Draw successfully and get a character card, Uchiha Itachi. Ding! Uchiha stops water and Uchiha Weasel reaches a bond to Uchiha. Bond special effect, illusion power increased by 20%. Each time you cast an avatar an instantaneous spell, you will automatically release the illusion raven to attract the attention of the enemy. Passive state, no chakra consumption. Instantaneous and avatar techniques are extremely practical ninjutsu. Although it is simple, once the cultivation is extreme, it will be very difficult for any type of ninja. Instantaneous water, golden flashes. How strong these two are, naturally there is no need to say more. And for Sakuraiya, if every instantaneous technique is accompanied by the release of a crow illusion, then this is not only a matter of looking cool, it is a qualitative change in itself. What's more, this crow illusion is passive and does not consume chakra. Even if the other party can see through it, he has nothing to lose. It seems that when I go back, I will practice the teleportation technique more. So this is the weasel. Holding back his excitement, Sakurai came to Itachi and said, "If you say it, you will definitely be an excellent ninja in the future." Kotano smiled and said, "Thank you Sakuraiya." Itachi, say hello to Sakuraiya. At hashtag, Itachi is still too young to speak, but his eyes are very focused, and he looks at Sakuraiya curiously. Speaking of which, this is a gift from Sakurai Knight, do you like it? Fugaku picks up Sakurai Yora's small gift box and starts teasing Itachi. Fugaku. Mikato grumbled on the side, staring at the gift box and frowning. She didn't mean to dislike the gift, but the worry was not hidden. Among ninjas, they often give some ninja tools and the like as gifts, and Sakuraiya is a famous medical ninja. If you can't send some poison, senbon, etc., what if you accidentally hurt your child? Seeing this, Fugaku immediately understood, and also shrunk back a little embarrassed, and then took the gift back. Mikato then smiled apologetically at Yora Sakurai. "Actually, it's okay, I didn't send ninja tools." Sakuraiya nodded with a smile and said, "It's just a ninjutsu that I developed myself, called Chidori, so the gift box is just a piece of paper that records the order of the seals and the flow of chakra." Fugaku was stunned at first, a little incredulous. "The ninjutsu you developed?" "That's right, it's just. It has not been completely completed, but the idea of basic sealing and methods has already been obtained, only the chakra attribute changes." Sakuraiya scratched his head and said, "But I didn't develop it completely because this ninjutsu is not suitable for me. Moreover, this ninjutsu is thunder, so it will activate the body, making the speed of the body very fast, even beyond its original speed." Sakuraiya's development of ninjutsu at such a young age was a surprise in itself, and hearing Sakuraiya's words, Fugaku was even more surprised. "So fast? How powerful is it?" Sakuraiya said, "I haven't tried it yet, after all, it's not complete. However, conservatively estimated, the damage caused is in the category of A-level ninjutsu." Fuyu's face suddenly became solemn. The development of A-level ninjutsu is already a very confidential level. Fugaku waved his hand, explained to Rin and Kotano, and then led Sakurai to a remote house. "Since it's such a ninjutsu, I don't wonder why you haven't fully developed it." "But," Fugaku frowned, "you just said that this ninjutsu is not suitable for you. What's going on?" Sakurai said, "But in this situation beyond their own speed, ordinary ninjas can't see enemies and obstacles clearly, and it's easy to hurt themselves. Unless," Fuyu immediately stood up and immediately said, "unless the person who casts the spell has a strong pupil power and can adapt to this change in speed? You mean, this ninjutsu can only be used by someone who inspires the Sharingan? The development of every A-level ninjutsu is an extremely important thing for a village. The Thunder Ninjutsu of Yunin Village, the Sword Art of Mist Ninja Village, the various secret techniques of Konoha, and the Puppet Art of Sand Ninja Village. These systematic things can produce huge advantages in war, but they are difficult to copy, so once it involves the development of ninjutsu above grade A, they are basically high-level secrets." Originally, Fugaku didn't care what Sakurai sent at night. It's not that Fugaku deliberately looks down on Sakurai, but after all, what a civilian ninja can come up with is probably not new to Fugaku. After all, as the Uchiha Patriarch, Fugaku is rich. But now it seems that the gift given by Sakurai is not inconspicuous, but too important. The specific method is written on that piece of paper. Sakurai explained. Fugaku opened the gift box, opened the paper, and read it carefully for a while. Then, he sealed the seal according to the above method, and soon, several strands of thunder chakra converged on his hand. However, soon, the thunder and lightning in Fugaku's hand quickly spread and disappeared into the air. The speed of the spread of the thunder attribute chakra is very fast, and it is difficult to gather without grasping the change in nature. This Fugaku was not surprised. Sakuraiya also said before that this ninjutsu has not yet been developed, and even if this ninjutsu is fully developed, if you want to practice successfully, I am afraid that it will take a lot of practice. However, even so, Fugaku felt the physical changes brought about by this unfinished Chidori in the process of casting just now. Fugaku immediately understood that once he mastered this ninjutsu, then the defensive ninjutsu for the earth attribute would be cut like cutting paper. Of course, if you want to master the Chidori, the difficulty is also very high. After all, it is A-level ninjutsu, and this naturally does not need to be said. You came up with all this alone, Fugaku said incredulously. Sakuraiya secretly complained in his heart, and then nodded towards Fugaku. In fact, I just watched Kakashi Yuki in the anime in advance, and I developed such an unfinished ninjutsu. However, Sakuraiya does not have any psychological barriers. What's more, now don't say that Kakashi has just graduated. It is impossible to develop Chidori, even the way Feng Shui Gate is only at the stage of developing spiral pills. During this time period, Sakuraiya is naturally not afraid of being recognized. However, receiving Sakurai's affirmative answer, Fugaku looked at the piece of paper and fell into deep thought. Such a gift cannot be described as insincere. Or rather, the gift is too valuable. Fugaku raised his head, his face a little serious. First of all, I am very grateful for you coming to Blessitaki, as well as your gift. But such a gift is too expensive. I wouldn't accept it without a particular reason. Sakuraiya listened to Fugaku's words, and suddenly complained in his heart. If you can resist the temptation and not accept it, it is strange. However, complain and complain, Fugaku's words, Sakuraiya has also been looking forward to it for a long time. Sakuraiya spent his precious training time and studied for many days before he reversed the process of gathering chakra by the Chidori according to the seal, and it would be strange to say that he really didn't want anything. What's more, what Sakuraiya wants is not a big deal. Speaking of which, I actually have one thing to trouble the clan elder. Fugaku was stunned for a moment, glanced at the long knife behind Sakuraiya, and asked, is it just that simple? Uchiha Ryu's swordsmanship? I clearly remember that there were many superior swordsmanship in the village. Naidemo has developed many mysteries of swordsmanship, such as the dance of the 3 days and the moon, which are more powerful than Uchiha Ryu's swordsmanship, hehe. Sakuraiya looked at Fugaku not doing it on purpose, but indeed with a somewhat puzzled look, and suddenly couldn't help but complain in his heart. This is definitely the face of a big dog. You are the Uchiha Patriarch, with your authority, what mysteries do you want to learn? But do you know how difficult it is for me, a civilian ninja, to get a set of swordsmanship? Do you think the dance of the 3 days and moon is a cabbage on a rotten street? The Book of Seals, you have the authority to see it, where can I access it? Lao Tzu is a commoner, and there is no family inheritance, even if it is an ordinary sword art, how can I get contact? Forget it, these are trifles. Pressing the full of complaints to the bottom of his heart, Sakuraiya took a deep breath and smiled. If the clan elder can also help him get the cultivation method of the 3 days moon dance, it is also possible, is that so? Fugaku was still a little difficult to understand. The ninjutsu of Chidori must not be given up, and its own value is immeasurable to the Uchiha family. Fugaku originally thought that Sakuraiya would make some excessive demands, but now it seems that this condition is still too simple. Fugaku thought about it again, and finally said to Sakuraiya, sword art is not a difficult thing for me, but your new type of ninjutsu is precious. It's very unfair to you to accept it like that. As he was speaking, Fugaku suddenly asked Sakuraiya a question. By the way, I heard before that when you worshipped Master Tsunade, you paid 200,000 taels of worship. Sakuraiya was a little dazed, and his heart said, where is this? Why did you suddenly mention my worship? But even so, Sakuraiya nodded. If that's the case, so be it. Fuyu said calmly, I will help you collect some sword techniques as much as possible, and in addition, I will give you an additional 200,000 taels. This money, just our Uchiha family funded you to become a disciple of Tsunade. Sakurai's eyes widened and his mouth opened, but he didn't say anything. Don't rush to refuse. Fugaku smiled. As a civilian ninja, I'm afraid it's not easy for you to take out 200,000 taels. I do this, I promise. Sakuraiya was afraid that Fugaku's fat meat would run away like this, and immediately interrupted Fugaku's words, and then stood up. Thank you Fugaku-sama for your support. Well, you, as Rinta's teammate, also trouble you to take more care of him in normal times. Fugaku laughed as well. Hey, it must be. What followed was a non-nutritious greeting. However, when Sakurai night came, it was after dinner, and the two talked for a long time. The night was already late, and Fugaku was not good to stay for too long. Sakuraya drew the bond, and got the sword art again, naturally did not stay long, and left immediately. Before Sakuraya left, Fugako handed over Uchiha Ryu's swordsmanship and 200,000 taels into Sakuraya's hands. As for the mysteries of the swordsmanship of the second generation, Fugaka said that after he got it, he would send someone to send it over. Leaving the Uchiha clan, Sakuraya soon returned to his den. Brushing a knife flower casually, Sakuraya flicked his somewhat sore wrist, and suddenly felt a hot pain in his palm. The handle is not the same size as the kunao, and the original cocoon on Sakurai's hand is not enough to cope with the thicker handle. Moreover, Sakuraya's current physique is too small, and even holding a knife in one hand is a little awkward. However, these things are not the most difficult place for Sakuraya. The most difficult part is that swordsmanship belongs to the category of physical skills, and physical skills, to put it bluntly, in addition to the comprehension of moves, also pay attention to their own strength and speed. For example, in the heyday of Matkai, the Konoha Whirlwind kicked out and the Konoha Whirlwind kicked by ordinary ninjas have the same moves, but the power is fundamentally different. It's the same with swordsmanship. Although the moves are the same, the power of different people is also different. Physical surgery is a gradual process. Chakra is insufficient, and there is a cheater such as the Yin Seal, but physical training must rely on little by little accumulation. As for exerting strange power in swordsmanship, Sakuraya also considered it, but every time he played like this, his sword technique deformed. To put it bluntly, I still don't practice enough. Therefore, although it took Sakuraya only one night to master the moves of Uchiha Ryu's swordsmanship, his own training still needs to be accumulated over time. Sun did dance. The sun was shining, and Sakuraya held the long knife of the 10 peaks in his hand, slashing at the branches like lightning. Swish! Several branches were cut off by Sakuraya and fell to the ground, but Sakuraya only frowned, obviously not satisfied with the result. Then, Sakuraya activated the teleportation technique and suddenly disappeared in place. Along with the crow formed by the illusion, Sakuraya suddenly appeared in front of another crooked neck tree, raised his knife without warning, and quickly slashed towards the trunk. Flash cut. With a burst of shining knife light, Sakuraya's figure flew, and the trunk was opened by Sakuraya with a long knife to open a deep gap, and when the knife went down, the entire trunk shook continuously, and several leaves that were shaken off by the long knife fell on the ground. Still not fast enough. Sakurai recalled that when he fought against 10 Peaks was faster than himself. If it was him, I am afraid that if he cut it down, the tree would not shake at all, let alone leave the leaves on the ground. Shadow Doppelganger Art. Sakurai Yoru, who barely divided into 3 shadow doppelgangers, decided to try a 3-day moon dance. However, this sword went down, and the speed was not as powerful as when he cast the Uchiha flow sword technique. Swoosh, that's not right, swoosh, come again, click, it's a pity, one more time, still almost meaningful, again. For a whole afternoon, until the middle of the day, Sakurai was sore and Chakra was almost exhausted, and he stopped the movement of his hand. Ha, ha. Physical skills cannot be anxious, and it seems that in terms of speed, you can only practice slowly by yourself. After a long afternoon of practice, Sakurai put away his long knife sweating, gasped, and lay down under the tree next to him to rest. A large part of the reason why Sakuraya practiced swordsmanship was that he was afraid of encountering a speed-type ninja like Shifeng again. Now Sakurai Knight, there is no shortage of destructive power. Although Tsunade's strange power, Sakuraya has not fully mastered, but there are various bond bonuses, coupled with the existence of special bonds of 3 ninjas, he only needs to card the 3rd ninjutsu crit, and ninjutsu can be improved several times in an instant. Sakurai pouted, but finally chose to study. What if I don't study? You can't just leave it aside as a spare for burning, right? Forget it, let's go back to eat first. Remember to go to the medical department to help in the afternoon, and when I meet the ape flying in the future, I will draw all the remaining cards, Chakra Scalpel, Palm Cactus, and Yin Seal. These are also Sakuraya need time to practice, just when the medical department is helping, you can practice when you go to the medical department. Without delay, after Sakuraya re-extracted Chakra for a while, his figure flashed, and he immediately disappeared in place, rushing home. However, what Sakuraya didn't expect was that at home, Sakuraya ran into an unexpected uninvited guest. The big snake pill was fighting in front of his small broken house at this time. Lord Orochimaru, seeing the miserable white face of the big snake pill, Sakuraya was stunned at first, and then smiled. Lord Orochimaru, are you looking for me? After all, it is Konoha village, and Orochimaru has not rebelled yet. Even if the big snake pill really wants to make a move on himself, he always has to trick himself out of the village. Now Sakuraya is considered to be an ape-flying person, and Orochimaru will not do anything to Sakuraya unless he is stupid to get home. However, just as Sakuraya walked towards the big snake pill, Sakuraya suddenly smelled a strong fishy sweet smell. It's the smell of blood. As a medical ninja, Sakurai was no stranger to it, and he immediately judged that it was caused by heavy bleeding. Orochimaru smiled. Yorikun, I heard that Dean Yashimura has a good opinion of you, saying that your medical skills are very high. It seems that you have lived up to Tsunade's reputation. I'm looking for you this time, you're hurt. Sakurai's face was a little solemn, and said, Lord Orochimaru, you haven't stopped the bleeding yet, it's really messy. It's basically stopped, please follow me. Although the Sakurai Night House is simple, there are many medical ninja equipment. Gauze injections, medical needles and threads, including alcohol for disinfection, and sat down with the big snake pill, and Sakurai immediately began to bandage the big snake pill. A ninja of the level of Orochimaru can be injured, and it must not be a simple scratch. Sakurai examined it carefully, and then prepared to get started. Of course, while helping with the treatment, Sakurai also called out the system and drew the lottery silently. Soon, all 3 B-level draws were used up. However, what he smoked made Sakurai's eyelids jump. Is this special? It's actually 3 psychic techniques? I forgot, psychic is also a B grade after a long time. Without having time to entangle the 3 psychic techniques, Sakurai's hand and foot movements were still very sharp. A sharp cut, 2 stab wounds, and a burn. Sakurai stopped the bleeding from the most important wound, and then let out a long breath. Lord Orochimaru, there is a stab wound just near the heart. You should go to the medical department immediately. Wait for me here, it's too messy. Ah, my body is just a skin bag, and I, like other ninjas, am trapped by this skin bag. Looking at Sakurai's appearance before and after the night busy, Orochimaru suddenly became curious. Yurikun, aren't you afraid of me? Sakurai raised his eyebrows. Why do adults ask that? You're a smart man, don't play the fool, Night-kun. Orochimaru grinned. You refused to be my disciple before, this is courageous. This time daring to testify for Yashimura in front of Sarutobi, even more so. I think Tuan Zhang should have secretly attacked you, right? Sakurai said with an innocent look. Sir, I just told the truth in front of Naruto-sama. As for the matter of Danzo, I really don't understand what Lord Orochimaru is talking about. Orochimaru glanced at Sakurai with interest, and said, put away the bitterness in your sleeve. I didn't come to you this time to take revenge on your previous affairs. You're right, and even if you promise to help me lie that day, it won't help. The dark part is not a group of people who have nothing to look at, and Ape Fei has long investigated what happened. So, you don't hate me? Sakurai wondered. I'm not an old man like Tenzo. Orochimaru grinned. Yorikun, your mind is good, but it's a pity that you are just a middle ninja now, and your vision is limited, so you can't see the whole picture. In the battle of MT Kikyo, even if there is no mistake in the medical department, I will not be the 4th generation of Hokage. Orochimaru said, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, because Sarutobi doesn't agree with me becoming a 4th generation Hokage at all. Even if there was no matter in the medical department this time, he would definitely find other excuses. And in a war, accidents are inevitable. Tuanzang's power is very large, and his ambition is not small, but his pattern is too small. So he will assassinate you, and I won't. Because your death has no value, but being alive is not. Sakurai suddenly realized. Bandaged, Lord Orochimaru. Sakurai decided not to interject. Although he heard the words of the big snake pill, his expression was calm. Injecting the last needle, Sakurai's final medical ninjutsu repaired Orochimaru's wound, and then said, it's already good. If there is anything for an adult, please do not hesitate to tell me. Yuru-kun, your medical skills are indeed no different from Tsunade's. Orochimaru looked at his wound with satisfaction, and then said, I've been developing a technique recently, but I've run into some difficulties and need someone who is very proficient in medical ninjas. Come to think of it, you are Tsunade's disciple, and you are the most suitable. How? Are you going to refuse me this time? Surgery? Will it be the art of rebirth? Sakurai was stunned for a moment, and then he heard that in his mind, the system also updated the task in the taskbar. However, before Sakurai could take a closer look, Orochimaru stood up and said to Sakurai, you are not in a hurry, this time I will still leave you a time of choice. With that, he walked towards the door. Before Orochimaru left, he looked back at Sakurai and left a sentence. Human life and death are too short. I saw the duel between you and Akira. Your ninjutsu is powerful, but your physical skills are limited by your young body. Presumably, when you practice physical arts, you will also have such troubles, right? The body is limited by youth, but also by old age. Yorudo Sakurai, also as ninjas, we are all trapped in skin bags. The system task is updated, but this time it is 2 tasks. 1. Assist Orochimaru in developing ninjutsu. Mission reward: reward the blood draw card *1, which will earn the favorability of the Great Snake Pill. 2. Refusal to assist Orochimaru in developing ninjutsu. Mission reward: rewards the blood draw card *2, but will receive the hostility of Orochimaru. System tip: favorability and hostility will have a certain impact on subsequent tasks. Each choice is irreversible, please choose carefully. Looking at the system tray in his mind, Sakurai suddenly had some mixed feelings. Happily, blood follows the lottery card. Although there was no systematic explanation, Sakurai instantly understood what this thing was for. What else could it be for? Draw blood and follow the limit. the eyes of the Uchiha family, Lao Tzu has long wanted to play with a couple. This system, don't you just give a task? 2 tasks, one offends the person with more rewards, and the other does not offend the person with less reward. This is so difficult, how to choose? The choice was a little difficult, but Sakuraya made his choice anyway. This choice is not difficult, even faster than the previous one. First of all, blood relay is very powerful, blood relay cards are very important, but sooner or later there will be such a thing as lottery cards. But for the sake of one blood card, provoking the big snake pill, I'm afraid it's not cost effective. At least, don't die until you have the strength to face the wrath of the great snake pill. In the early stage, Sakuraya felt that he still focused on one center. That's obscene development. Only by holding out can we create a brilliant future in the later stage. If you know that you can't fight online, then don't fight hard, it's a wise choice. What's more, doing research with the big snake pill, maybe you can come up with some black technology. It may not be able to make up for the value of one blood draw card. Thinking of this, Sakuraya made a decision. The next day, it is estimated that he learned the lesson of being intervened by Sarutobi, and this time Orochimaru was considered to be well-behaved, did not go to the barbecue restaurant, and did not make any movement in advance, but simply met Sakuraya in a relatively shabby tavern. Sarutobi has eyes and ears all over the village, and Orochimaru fears that his teacher will cut off Sakuraya halfway, so the two meet in an izakaya late at night. This is your wine. The shop owner greeted an ordinary-looking person listlessly, and then glanced at Sakuraya on the side, and said, "Children don't drink, just eat some drinks." Sakuraya said suddenly, "Then I want 2 plates of grilled fish and a plate of radish." "How's it going, Night-kun?" The big snake pill who transformed into an ordinary person drank wine absent-mindedly while going straight to the subject, seemingly carelessly. However, a trace of imperceptible danger flashed in the eyes of the big snake pill. Although the first 2 no-shows, they are excusable. But the big snake pill itself is not a good stubble, and if he refuses again and again, everyone will be resentful. "I agree," Sakuraya said. The big snake pill's eyebrows suddenly stretched. However, before Orochimaru could continue to speak, Sakuraya said, "However, I have a condition." "Oh," the big snake pill said with great interest, "might as well talk about it." Sakuraya ate grilled fish while saying, "Big snake, Lord, since you and I will cooperate in the future, I can help you secretly develop ninjutsu, no matter what technical support. As long as I will, none of this is a problem. But I need a commitment from you." "What promise?" "Someday, Sakuraya hesitated for a moment and said, "I hope I am not a pawn. I have a cooperative relationship with adults, but I will not die for adults." "Ye-jun, I said long ago that you and I are very similar." Orochimaru grinned, and then said positively, "No, it's still too early for you to say this. As a Zongnin, your strength is not high, and you don't have any outstanding battle merits. Don't you think such a requirement is too high? Even if I could give you a promise, would you believe it?" Sakuraya nodded, "So I say, someday." Before the strength, neither ninjas nor others had much power to choose, and I understood that. Power is won by oneself, and the benevolence of alms is too easily lost. "You're ambitious," Sakuraya said solemnly, "all I want is a promise from an adult. If one day I have such strength, I hope that adults will not stand in my way." "Of course." Orochimaru smiled and said, "As I said, we are in a cooperative relationship. It is a cooperative relationship, both now and in the future. Then thank you for your weight and cultivation in advance." Sakuraya quickly ate his own dish, then saluted Orochimaru and turned to leave. At the moment of leaving, Sakuraya's mind also sounded the system's prompt sound. Ding! Complete mission reward, get a blood draw card. Blood succession draw card. One target person's blood succession limit can be drawn, and if the target character has 2 or more blood succession limits, it will be randomly drawn. Sure enough, Sakuraya looked at this blood card in the system, and the joy in his heart was simply self-evident. This card is really critical. As a civilian ninja, he does not have the huge chakra and sealing abilities of the Uzumaki clan, nor does he have all kinds of weird blood succession limits. But now, with this card, he was finally able to draw blood to follow the limit. Sakuraya looked at the blood succession lottery card in his system, overjoyed. The result seemed to be involuntary. Sakuraya ghost sent God to the outside of the Uchiha clan not far from his home. How did I get to this place? Looking at the closed door of the Uchiha clan, Sakuraya came back to his senses, smiled secretly that he was a little impatient, and then turned to leave. Swoosh! A kunao sprig flew towards Sakurai Knight. But this Kumu did not aim at his point, and seemed to just want to attract Sakuraya's attention. At the same time, the person who threw out the bitterness did not hide his breath. Sakuraya suddenly noticed a familiar feeling, and then relaxed his guard slightly. Sakurai took Kumu and turned around. Sure enough, in front of Sakuraya, Shisui was standing on a tree. "Follow me." Shisui turned towards the depths of the woods, and Sakuraya followed. The two jumped, and soon headed for a place far away from the Uchiha clan. When he arrived at an unoccupied place, Shisui finally stopped, and then asked Sakurai at night, "Where did you just go? How did you come back so late?" "Well, I just ate something and forgot the time." Sakurai casually snorted, then changed the subject. "You came to me so late, is there something wrong?" "It's Naruto-sama's orders." Shisui said solemnly, "There are a few things that Naruto-sama specially explained to you." Hearing that it was Sarutobi, Sakurai suddenly became serious. "The first thing is the battle in Yunin village. The battle ahead was tight, and the Oishiizumi class was included in the battle sequence. Because you're a kun, you used to work in the medical department, so in the past 2 days, you have to explain to Yashimura as soon as possible and complete the handover of the medical department." Sakurai nodded. Although he was helpless, it was a pity that after all, the war was urgent, and as a member of the ninja, he was destined to be transferred. "The second thing is about your promotion to Shangnin. The 4th generation of Hokage is being selected, and Lord Sarutobi needs a group of newly promoted dark parts as the foundation of the new Hokage. But Sakurai, you are only a middle shinobu now, and your strength is also a little different from the upper shinobi, and it is impossible to directly promote you to the dark department. This time you are arranged to go to the battlefield, also so that you can be promoted to Shangnin faster. Once you are promoted to Kami Shinobu, after the 4th generation of Hokage is officially confirmed, you will directly leave the Oishiizumi class as the Dark Division, and as the 4th generation Meme Hokage's direct subordinate Dark Division." Sakurai nodded, and immediately understood in his heart that the matter of his promotion to the Dark Department was probably because old man Sarutobi was supporting the team of Bofang Shuman. After all, Wave Fang Shuman is a civilian ninja, and his wife Vortex Jushine's Vortex family is a former large family, but it is a pity that the whole clan was destroyed during the Second Ninja World War. Therefore, the Wave Fang Shui Gate, which has almost no roots in the village, once it becomes a fire shadow, without the support of Ape Fly, it is easy to be erected. By doing this, Ape Fei is also preventing this from happening. Third, Shisui suddenly looked at Sakurai a little strangely. "Did you give the Fugaku Patriarch a copy of the Thunder Ninjutsu called Chidori?" Sakurai nodded. "That's it." Shisui nodded and said, "Lord Wave Fang Shuman, you are also developing a ninjutsu, and it is very similar to your unfinished Chidori. So Naruto-sama ordered that after this war with Kumo Ninja Village is over, you are going to help Heifeng Shuiman develop ninjutsu." Seeing Sakurai looking at himself a little stunned, Shisui reached out and shook in front of Sakurai. "Knight, did you hear what I said?" Meanwhile, Sakurai's mind. Ding! Is it learning to consume 1 blood succession draw card and draw 1 jade writing wheel I card? The Sherry Non has arrived. Heard me. Sakurai turned off the lottery system, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then said, "Go to the battlefield, promote the upper ninja, and help Lord Watergate develop ninjutsu." These 3 things. Shui Shui nodded and said, "Don't forget, prepare to leave the village in the past 2 days and go to the medical department to hand over your work." Got it. After returning to the room, Sakurai immediately consumed the 1 Okama Sharinon card and learned to write the wheel I. Then, Sakurai felt a tingling in his eyes. Then, that feeling gradually disappeared, and an instinctive feeling arose in Sakurai's eyes. Sharinon, open. Sakurai immediately opened the Sharinon. Then, he suddenly noticed that his vision began to become different. The surrounding scenery began to become clear. Sakurai looked out the window and found that he could see clearly even in the dark. Moreover, whether it is small beasts foraging at night or falling leaves on trees, their movements seem to begin to slow down, and they can even predict their trajectory in advance based on their current movements. Sakurai stretched out his hand and looked at his arms. He suddenly saw that among his arms, the light blue chakra was moving in the meridians of his arms. Not to mention that the Sharinon has other abilities. With its most basic functions, this blood inheritance is simply too practical. According to Sakurai's estimation, after having the Sharinon, I am afraid that his sword skills will also be upgraded to a higher level. The response will improve accordingly. It's really convenient to write will eyes. If you encounter an elite Shangnin like Shifeng next time, at least you won't be defeated so easily. It's just, Sakurai frowned, how do I explain it to the people of the Uchiha clan? I have the Sharinon thing. Can't you go to the Uchiha clan to recognize a godfather, right? Not to mention the Sharinon, any blood succession limit is a taboo for a clan. That is the foundation of the clan, including the white eyes, which are all existences that outsiders absolutely cannot touch. An ordinary person suddenly opened the chakra eye. No matter how you say this, it will cause Uchiha to pay attention and be alert. His previous friendship with the Uchiha clan will be ruined in an instant. Now the Uchiha clan is still Konoha's garrison, and has a lot of say in Konoha. The Uchiha tribe is eyeing themselves, and I'm afraid they will have to deal with themselves without 2 words. At best, his eyes would have to be returned to the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Sakurai swallowed his saliva, feeling a little cold in his back. But yourself, what should you do? Sakurai can't tell others that they have a system. After all, the system is the foundation of life. Not to mention this reason, no one believes it. What should I do? Sakurai suddenly scratched his head a little. In fact, this question Sakurai also thought about before extracting. He also thought about not extracting the Sharingan and replacing it with something else that was not obvious, but the problem is, no matter how much you hide this thing, sooner or later it will be revealed. Even if Sakurai is replaced by other blood inheritances, sooner or later it will still be discovered. Moreover, the ability to right wheel eyes is really good to use. If not, bring a pair of sunglasses to cover it up. It seems that this is the only way. Thinking of this, Sakurai touched a mirror at the end of his bed, ready to take a good look at his pair of chakra eyes. However, after seeing his own eyes in the mirror, Sakurai found that his eyes had not changed. There is no blood red of the writing wheel eye, and there is no black hook jade in the middle. His eyes are still simple deep black, and there is nothing out of the ordinary. Sakurai's heart suddenly relaxed. It seems that the system probably also thought of this problem, or in other words, the system simply copied the ability and did not pay attention to appearance, so although Sakurai's eyes have the ability to right wheel eyes, they do not have the appearance of writing wheel eyes. What an unpretentious system! Sakurai was suddenly happy and ready to put away the chakra eye after going on bed sleeping. However, after putting away the chakra eyes, Sakurai suddenly felt a feeling of fatigue, and then he suddenly felt that in just a few minutes, his chakra was actually a third less. And the writing wheel eye also consumes a lot of mental power. A tired tingling rush into Sakurai's mind, and Sakurai didn't even take off his clothes, so he couldn't wait to lie on the bed and slept groggily. Early in the morning, Sakurai, who had just finished his physical training, returned to his room and prepared to eat rice balls for breakfast. Daily physical exercise is a must-have for Sakurai Knights. That's why he's so fit. However, just when he returned to his small broken house, sat in front of the table, and prepared to eat a ball, he suddenly found that outside the window of his cabin, a small snake entered his house along the window crack, and then crawled slowly towards him. The surroundings of Konoha are good. This kind of small beast, Sakurai sees a lot at night, but usually ignores it. But if you run into some eyeless vipers and wild dogs, Sakurai doesn't mind slaughtering them. Of course, Sakurai Knight, who is a foodie, has never eaten a beast because it is unhygienic. Sakurai himself is a medical ninja, so he knows very well, many beasts have parasites and viruses in their bodies, which are easily transmitted to humans, and the nutritional value of wild beasts is no different from that of captive domestic animals, and it is easy to go wrong when eating indiscriminately. Therefore, everyone is idle, do not eat wild animals, not only to protect the environment, but also to protect yourself. Sakurai picked up the scroll, while the little snake spat out the core, quietly on the table, not moving, as if waiting for something. Since it was a psychic beast, Sakurai no longer drove this little snake, but just opened the scroll in his hand and carefully read the content. Most of the problems in this scroll are written about the problems encountered by the big snake pill when doing research. Of course, it is estimated that Sakurai is not completely trusted, and some of the questions on the scroll are written very cryptically. If it were not for Sakurai knowing that Orochimaru was doing human experiments, he would never have thought of the human body. In this way, the letter I left for Tuanzang, Orochimaru did not know. He invited me to cooperate, probably just because of Tsunade's medical skills. That's fine. Sakurai suddenly took out a pen and answered directly on this scroll. And some questions that Sakurai could not answer, he also noted some directions to try, as well as questions that need attention. This is also a careful thought of Sakurai. Orochimaru is responsible for human experiments, and he is responsible for providing methods. In the end, regardless of whether the result is success or failure, all the results are borne by the big snake pill himself. But Sakurai can enjoy the same experimental results as the big snake pill just by using his pen, as well as the most cutting-edge human body theory and knowledge. And the process of the experiment did not even require Sakurai's participation. He just needs to provide theoretical and technical support. All this is based on the theory that he has medical knowledge in his hands. So, knowledge changes destiny, students. The morning passed quickly, and Sakurai just wrote quietly, and the little snake on the side was not impatient, just curled up on the table, waiting for Sakurai night to end. Sakurai, while answering questions, explained to Orochimaru about his upcoming departure from the village. This also prevents the big snake pill from finding where he is. Finally, Yoruto Sakurai writes in the blank space of the scroll, the kind of medical test strips that adults lack, I can buy some at will in the medical department, and Lord Yashimura is very relieved that today I just have to go to the medical department to hand over, and adults can send someone to pick them up in the evening. However, this time, although I can help with the procurement, I recommend that adults install people in the medical department as soon as possible. The next time I return to the village, I may not stay in the medical department for long. After writing this, Sakurai gathered the scroll and handed it to the little snake waiting on the side. The little snake took the scroll from Sakurai's hand, swallowed it in one gulp, and then poofed, turned into a puff of smoke, and disappeared on the table. Hokichi's order should arrive soon. I have to go to Yashimura once before that. Konoha's medical department is a place where Sakurai can calm down at night. Another place where Sakurai can feel at ease is Kanaha's training ground. In the medical department, Sakurai did not wear a medical ninja's uniform, but a ninja costume and walked in. "Yeah, Jun, you really came." When Dean Yashimura saw Sakurai, he was not surprised, but he was a little sorry. "I have already made the arrangement in the village clear, Sakurai. You can actually be transferred to the medical department a long time ago, become a special shinobi, and you don't have to go to the front line anymore." Sakurai smiled and nodded, but in his heart he was complaining. "It didn't matter if I transferred earlier," and the old man Saratobi had his eyes on me earlier. Speaking of which, does Yashimura-sama still have medical test strips? Before going into battle, I wanted to prepare some ninja potions in advance, but the formula of this poison is not familiar and needs to be compared with test strips. Sakurai came up with the nonsense that had been made up a long time ago, but Yashimura really did not suspect. He was too relieved by Sakurai. Yashimura didn't take it seriously at all. "It's not a matter of importance, you can get it yourself later." "Of course, you pay for it yourself." "Of course." Sakurai said. "Then, I am now ready to hand over the wounded and tasks that I am responsible for, and then I will ask the dean and other colleagues from the medical department." "Go, it's a shame." After letting go of Sakurai Knight, Yashimura felt regretful. It's a pity that this is Naruto-sama's order, even if he, as the dean, can only obey it. As a result, Yashimura could only sigh behind Sakurai Knight. "Alas, what a good seedling, with him, I can save a lot of effort, my lord." A ninja from the medical department came to Yashimura's office and said, "Just now Sakurai took away a large number of medical test strips, which are said to have been approved by you." "Well, I approved it." Yashimura casually reported the results, and was stunned for a moment. How did he buy so many test strips? The medical ninja on the side suddenly said nervously, "Adult, he took away so many test strips at once, I'm afraid it's not just for himself. If something happens, I am afraid that our medical department will also be held accountable. Look, are we going to apply to Naruto-sama to track down the whereabouts of this batch of test strips? Forget it." Yashimura waved his hand and said with a smile, "Now that the village is at war with Yunin, don't bother Naruto-sama with such a trivial matter. What can happen if you just test the papers? Moreover, Sakurai took away so many test strips, perhaps for the sake of doing some experiments? After all, he is a disciple of Tsunade-sama, so don't think too much." "Yes." Shortly after handing over the task, Sakurai received a summons from Hokage. The quality of ninjas in Yunin village is generally good, and when they start a war with Yunin village, Kanaha's combat power is tight. Oishiizumi took the three of Sakurai and hurriedly received the task in the Hokage office, and immediately drove in the direction of Yunin village. Ninjas in the midst of war, mainly killing. Of course, there are also some very important intelligence needs to be escorted during this period. Sakurai was included in the battle class sequence this time, instead of being temporarily integrated into the medical department like the last time. So since Sakurai went to the battlefield with Oishiizumi and the others, he has been performing killing and escort missions. Of course, although the tasks are heavy and often accompanied by fatal dangers, some of the tasks of sending to death cannot be done by the Oishiizumi class. As the old subordinate of Ape Fei, Dashikwan naturally does not need to say more. Rin has awakened the Sharingan and is the focus of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan will naturally use their right to speak as much as possible to create cheap conditions for Rin. And Sakurai, who is also a member of the Quasi-Dark Department newly supported by Saratobi for the Wave Fang Shui Gate, and is responsible for secretly monitoring the Uchiha clan, and is Saratobi's Red Man. It is absolutely impossible for such a team to be placed in the position of cannon fodder. Of course, dangers and accidents arise in battles, which are inevitable. But Sakurai's current strength is no different from Shinobu. Oishiizumi is also a dark part, and Rin has the Sharingan. This kind of lineup, the error tolerance rate is definitely not low. Ordinary accidents cannot cause the attrition of the squad. Taking advantage of such an opportunity, Sakurai continued to sharpen his strength on the battlefield, and his knife skills gradually began to take shape. On the other hand, Orochimaru also often communicates with Sakurai Knight through psychic arts when Sakurai is resting at night. The cooperative research between the two has never been put down. "Hey, Knight-kun, what are you writing about?" In the camp, although the Konoha ninjas were also tired and many had color on their faces, most of them were excited, because the battle was won. Until yesterday, Konoha's troops, led by Bofang Shuman, attacked Yunin village in a big way. I have to say that the space ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God art of the Wave Fang Shui Gate is definitely a dimensionality reduction strike in the duel of ninjas. Don't look at the appearance of the Wave Fang Shui Gate, the handsomeness of the cultivation, a harmless look of humans and animals, and the blonde hair is definitely an idol, but when killing people, it is absolutely not soft. Whether it is the ability to kill, the ability to fight alone, or the ability to support, the time and space ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God can be done perfectly. As for the destructive ability, although the current Wave Fang Shaman has not yet developed the Spiral Pill, and the destructive ability is only solved by Kuwu, Sakurai knows very well that in the near future, even without his own help, the Water Gate will develop the Spiral Pill sooner or later. Therefore, yesterday's battle situation, to exaggerate, is that even if Bofang Shuman leads a group of bandits to fight against Uninjia village, Uninjia may return with a big defeat. Not to mention, the Konoha ninja, who are already comparable in strength. With such a manager, ninjas such as Sakuraya naturally fought more and more bravely behind the Wave Wind Watergate. So Yunin was almost defeated, and was broken all the way into the territory of the Land of Thunder by Konoha village. It's a pity that Bofang Shuman, as the manager, has to take care of the overall situation. In addition, although the Flying Thunder God has no solution, the Wave Feng Shui Gate itself is a person of flesh and blood, not a robot, and there are many fears. Therefore, such a war situation is rare. The Konoha ninjas were excited, and Sakuraya naturally breathed a rare sigh of relief. For him, as long as there are no accidents. Now Sakurai Knight, almost every day, every mission, is visible to the naked eye to increase part of the strength. According to his own strength, he could have been rated as a superior ninja long ago. Although compared to elite ninjas, Sakuraya's overall strength is still almost meaningful. Well, Sakuraya did not shy away from Rinta in the slightest, although there were many hidden secrets in Orochimaru's secret letter, but Sakuraya simply took it to Rinta. It's just some notes taken casually. Oh, Rintai's eyes widened suddenly, and when he looked towards the secret letter, he suddenly found that none of the words on these secret letters he didn't know Rin, but when he looked at it, he couldn't understand a word. In the end, Rin finally guessed that this was probably Sakurai Yora's medical notes through the relatively easy-to-understand words injection, postoperative reaction. Yes. Is it something about medical ninjutsu? Rin was suddenly a little embarrassed. The last ninja battle has always made Rin a little worried. After all, Rin was originally the losing side. As a result, now, Rin suddenly found that he had lost to Sakuraya in another field, and his mood was suddenly a little depressed. So, Rin decided to find a helper for herself. Kotano. Kotano hurried over, a little puzzled. What's wrong? If Kotano is it, you should be familiar with these, right? Rin pointed to Sakuraya's scroll with a look of disbelief. Sakuraya, I see that you are less fooled. There is Kotano. I see that you still dare to pretend. Rin, you're so childish. Kotano rolled her eyes, and then saw Sakuraya's somewhat serious look, so she said, Yorikun is busy, let's not disturb him. These questions should be simple for Kotano, you, right? It's really a little embarrassing to Rin, plus as a fellow medical ninja, Kotano is also a little curious about Sakurai Yora's notes. However, Kotano only glanced at Sakurai Yora's scroll, but found that he knew every word, and some words were also known, but when they were connected, they couldn't understand a word. I don't quite understand. Kotano shook her head, a little shy. Rinta's eyes widened suddenly. Kotano, you're a liar, this guy has only been a medical ninja for a few months. I didn't. You Rintai suddenly became a little angry. I see that you're just like Sakurai Knight, so you said this on purpose, didn't you? I didn't. Kotano hurriedly explained, and was a little embarrassed. Rin, you are really unreasonable. Sakuraya was on the side, and suddenly felt a little helpless. He was obviously here to reply quietly to Orochimaru, and he was still thinking of an idea in his mind, but he was so troubled by these two people that it was difficult to concentrate, like two birds calling nonstop, and Sakuraya suddenly felt that his brain was buzzing. When Sakuraya finally raised his head, he found that Rin and Kotano were fighting over each other, and subconsciously even opened the eyes of the chakra. Seeing this situation, Sakuraya suddenly sighed a little. This guy and his brother Takia are simply two diametrically opposed people. Okay, Oshiizumi's voice came from outside the tent, and then, a thick arm suddenly opened the tent, and Oshiizumi came in. You too. However, at this moment, the mutation protruded. Suddenly, Dashiquan's face changed, and his eyes showed a trace of anxiety. He stretched out his arms and suddenly threw himself at Kotano and Rinta. Oshiizumi's reaction surprised everyone present. And it wasn't until Rin was thrown to the ground by Oshiizumi that he hurriedly pulled out the kuwu around his waist, and at the same time, a kuwu suddenly pierced the top of the tent, and behind the kuwu, there was a detonation charm. Boom! As the roar of the first explosion sounded, the entire Konoha camp, one explosion after another, suddenly ignited the entire silent midnight. Enemy attack! This is an unexpected raid from Yunshinobu. Sakurai Knight. Because it was too far away from Sakuraya, Oshiizumi only had time to protect Rintai and Kotano for the first time, and then saw Sakuraya's whole person disappear in the flames of the explosion. However, the fire gradually extinguished, leaving a charred broken log inside. As crows flew by, Sakurai appeared beside Oshiizumi. At this time, Sakurai Knight, the long knife had already been unsheathed, the blade drooped, and his face was solemn. Teacher, I'll go and see what's going on. Dashiizumi nodded abruptly and said, take care of yourself. However, before Oshiizumi finished speaking, swoosh, with a sound, a bitter root fell from the sky. Oshiizumi's face changed drastically, and he lifted Rin and Kotano in his arms and threw them into the distance. And Sakuraya made a one-handed seal, and the instantaneous technique was ready to go. Boom! Although he still dodged it, Sakuraya was a little embarrassed this time. However, Gu couldn't be disheartened by the explosion, and immediately looked around. Kanaha's camp had already fallen into a sea of fire at this time. Many of the lower and middle shinobi were injured at the first time, and the upper shinobu had already been alert, but unfortunately Kanaha really did not expect this raid. They would not have thought that Yun Shinobu, who had just suffered defeat, where did the manpower and courage come from, and dared to launch a surprise attack on Kanaha that night. Sherry Non, open. This is by no means the time to spare chakra. The explosion interval of the detonation charm gradually lengthened, and it seemed that someone noticed that Sakurai had fallen into the single and immediately rushed towards Sakurai Knight. Ding! Sakurai slashed the kunao in the man's hand, and then turned around, without turning his head, and directly stabbed in the direction behind him. Ugh! The man never expected that Sakurai would strike so quickly, and he would be directly stabbed through the chest cavity and die. Sakurai did not love to fight, and directly rushed towards the few people who were killing him. After months of killing, Sakurai's movements did not have a trace of mud and water, and he saved the chakra in his body to the greatest extent. While secretly paying attention to the situation around him, he killed a few people who desperately wanted to entangle him. Although the opponent is numerous, Sakurai knows at this time, once he retreats, he will fall into a more passive situation. Halo Dance. Greeting a few people, Sakurai several blades floated out reflecting the moonlight, and after directly killing the two, the knife momentum did not decrease, and Chi-Gen cut off the arm of the other person. The fourth person suddenly struck from behind, holding Kumu in both hands and stabbing towards the back of Sakurai's neck, only to find that the stab had hit a broken wood. Immediately afterwards, a crow rose in front of him. This shook the god's kung fu. The man's back froze, looking at the snow-white blade stabbed out of his chest in disbelief, and then his body softened, and he couldn't breathe anymore. Every time he launches the teleportation technique, Sakurai is accompanied by a group of crow illusions. Although this kind of thing does not have much effect in the duel with elite ninjas, it is very useful in some duels of middle and lower ninja. There's something wrong with that. This group of cloud ninja, after a series of killings, Sakurai realized that something was wrong. The strength of these Yun ninja was too weak, and it did not fit his image of Yun ninja for a month at all. And in the process of fighting just now, Sakurai felt that among these people, there was not even a single middle ninja, all of them were shinobi. At the same time, the Konoha camp also seemed to have discovered this, and then roared angrily, "Damn, they are all inferior, they are here to send them to death, don't let them go." Is that really the case? Just a bunch of cannon fodder came to the camp to die? What does Yunnan village, which has just suffered a defeat, want to do? At the same time, in the chaos, someone shouted again, "There are shinobi among them, be careful." These words are not actually credible. After all, people have a mouth, the camp is chaotic, and people of any status are likely to shout. For example, Sakurai looked at him not far away, and a cloud ninja couldn't help but open his mouth and roared. It turned out that Lord Thunder Cage personally came. "Run, we're going to die here," looking at Sakurai's forehead with a black line. Do Konoha ninjas call Thunder Cage honorifics? Also Lord Thunder Shadow. Please, don't you pretend to be professional? Then, Sakurai quietly walked over and stabbed the goods to death. However, not everyone is as calm as Sakurai, and there are many people who do not have much experience in ninja, and there are many of their own people who shout again, true or false, which immediately made Sakurai frown. The camp was already blown up by the detonation charm, and a considerable number of enemies entered the situation, plus such a shout, it suddenly became even more chaotic. Sakurai's eyes flickered and gradually faded into the darkness. Sakurai, who has chakra eyes, is not afraid of the dark, but most ninjas are not. Shouting slogans indiscriminately on the battlefield, if the brain is hot and rushes to kill it will, I am afraid that death will not be far away. Sakurai hid in the darkness and calmly observed the battle. Sakurai's eyes kept turning, and Chakra's eyes were burning rapidly. And in just a dozen seconds of observation, Sakurai suddenly found that in addition to some clumsy movements and seemed to be only blindly shouting Yunin, there were several elite shinobi with good skills, interspersed in the battlefield. These people are constantly interspersed in the crowd, skimming back and forth extremely quickly, and do not actively engage people. Even when you fight someone, you always find an opportunity to dodge away after a few rounds. Their figures were inconspicuous in the light of the fire and twilight, as well as the chaotic crowd, but they were keenly seen by Sakurai in the eyes of the chakra. Are these guys looking for something? Still, Sakurai watched, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Always following the figure of a superior shinobu, Sakurai keenly found that when this person faced a Konoha shinobu, he chose not to attack, but to cut a hand knife into the back of the neck of the Konoha shinobu, and then carry his whole person and fly away towards another part of the battlefield. The same is true of many Yunin's figures. Looking at these Yun Shinobu actions, Sakurai suddenly knew that peace and I am afraid that it is the matter of Yun Shinobu Xingshi to move the public. They're trying to take hostages, whether it is to obtain intelligence or take hostages as a bargaining chip to influence the political situation. This is probably the main key to Yun Ren's operation. With most of the Naka ninja shinobi to contain them, a few kami shinobi took the opportunity to rob some of Konoha's ninjas and flee, so the number of Yunin's people around would be so large. Otherwise, if there were such a number of Shang ninja Yunin, as soon as they rushed up, everyone in Konoha's camp would probably have died a long time ago. And now, Sakuraiya estimated that with the strength in Konoha's camp, these upper shinobi alone would not be enough to defeat Konoha's troops, and it was probably only a matter of time before everyone in Konoha reacted and wiped out these forces. However, the reality is that under the disturbance of the detonation charm and the Cloud Ninja, a lot of time has been bought for these Cloud Ninja forbearance. Subsequently, countless Kami Ninja were carrying some unconscious ninjas of Konoha in retreat. Swish, countless upper shinobi hid in the chaos and scattered towards the outside. Some of them were identified. Identity, entangled, but more Yunren, but did not care about this, turned away. Sakurai's eyes followed these people, his eyes constantly beating and flowing. However, just before Sakurai could think of how to remind the other Konoha ninjas, Sakuraiya suddenly felt a trace of coldness on the back of his neck. In the past few months, Sakuraiya has already developed a keen perception on the battlefield. This kind of thing similar to the sixth sense often reminds Sakurai Knight at critical moments. Out of a sense of danger, Sakuraiya did not hesitate to perform a substitute technique. Then, where he originally stayed, a wooden stake that had been almost torn apart by Lei Dun appeared in place. Little ghost, your eyes seem to be special. Why, the picture just now, is it very good? A swarthy strong man appeared behind Sakuraiya. He was shining with thunder and lightning, and said to Sakuraiya with a gloomy face, eyes that can observe in the dark are rare. Sakuraiya didn't have any nonsense, and after basically judging that the other party might be a master of ninjutsu, he immediately chose to get close. The camp was chaotic and the situation was complicated. There are many people, and if they rashly drag the battlefield into it, I am afraid that many accidents will occur. And here, Sakuraiya, with the help of Sharinan, was able to determine that he was alone here. In the past 3 months, Sakurai Knight has changed a lot. When facing an elite Shangnin alone, he was no longer as unsuccessful as he was facing the 10 peaks. The odds are not much, at most 40%. But it's better than nothing. Swoosh, the air driven by the body erupted with a whooshing sound. The bodies of the two moved quickly, and in a few simple rounds, the roles of hunter and prey changed several times. Ding! Bite! Bite! In the air, there was a dense sound of gold and iron intersecting, a series of crisp blows, almost depressed. There is no reason, just because the two camps are different, they have to face each other for life and death. After several months of experience, Sakuraiya has long been accustomed to this cold-blooded bone. Sakurai fought him for one reason only. One is Konoha and the other is Kumo Shinobu. Ping dash! A huge slash appeared, shaking the long knife in Sakurai's hand almost free. And that Yunren obviously didn't expect that the strength of this little devil could barely keep up with himself. Thunder and lightning armor. A dazzling lightning light covered Yunren's dark skin, and the electric light flashed, instantly illuminating the entire night. No longer having any contempt for the little devil in front of him, that Yunin sealed his hands and immediately cast his lightning armor and rushed straight towards Sakuraiya. And seeing that the other party was open, Sakuraiya's eyes were solemn. He put his middle fingers together, crossed, and a puff of smoke passed, and there were 4 identical Sakurai Knights beside him. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Sakuraiya very simply divided into 3 shadow doppelgangers, 3 figures, carrying the exact same long knife in his hand, and rushed directly towards this elite shinobi. The moonlight illuminated the 3 figures of Sakurai Knight. 3 shadow doppelgangers, 3 snow-white blades reflected the bright moon. 3 Sakuraiya faced Yun Shinobu, jumped down from mid-air, and slashed out towards Yun Shinobu. The real Sakurai Knight body is hiding behind a tree trunk at this time. After seeing Yunren's flaws, his figure struck like lightning. This is the secret meaning of Konoha's swordsmanship, the famous swordsmanship of the second-generation Messenju. 3 days and moon dance. Swoosh! This trick is still a little short of Sakurai's real practice, and it can't be dodged. However, for the elite shinobi of this ninjutsu, Sakuraiya can only choose this way of feinting. However, what made Sakuraiya frown a little was that this guy's lightning armor was another defense that could not be broken. Ding! Sakuraiya came out with a knife like electricity, and the blade cut into Yun Shinobu's neck, but unfortunately, the lightning armor was too hard. A counter-shock force came from the blade body, which immediately made Sakuraiya's movement sluggish. The Thunder Attribute Chakra is not as hard as Tudu, but its defense is not inferior at all. And although Sakuraiya's knife technique is fast, his destructive power is very average. Sakuraiya did not entangle, did not hesitate at all, a blow had no effect, and suddenly fled away. To restrain thunder, it is best to be windy. It's a pity that the only wind escape of Sakurai Knight is a big breakthrough. Hokage had talked in detail about the practice method of spiral pills, but it was still the old saying, everyone would say the truth, but it was another thing to do. Practicing spiral pills is too easy to cause meridian load. Sakuraiya is not Naruto, he does not have the amazing recovery ability of the Nine Tails. If his hand is really injured, he can only recover on his own. Fortunately, I still have the bond of 3 ninjas, card 3 attacks. Once the big breakthrough is a critical hit, I'm afraid it is not so easy to eat. It's just that this buddy's speed is obviously faster than a Kiera. Lei Dun is very serious about the activation of the body, so it is more difficult to cultivate. But once the cultivation is successful, it is by no means comparable to ordinary escape techniques. However, while Sakuraiya was circling around and looking for an opportunity, Yun Shinobu suddenly moved. With the disappearance of the 3 shadow doppelgangers of Sakuraiya, Yun Shinobu suddenly removed the thunder armor on his body, his hands were sealed, and a torrential wave suddenly blew out of his mouth towards Sakuraiya. Water escape, water array. The water burst out towards Sakurai Knight, and Yun Shinobu didn't seem to want to use this move to crush Sakurai Knight. The power dropped a lot, but the coverage was very wide. Unable to dodge, Sakuraiya was suddenly hit by this stream of water, and then, Sakuraiya instantly turned into a falling soup chicken. However, Yun Ren's hands did not stop sealing. Thunderous go. Yun Ren's hands suddenly appeared a stream of electricity, and then, his hands shining with electric light suddenly invaded the flow of water. Sakuraiya's eyes were cold. However, he had already captured Yunan's movements by relying on the Sharingan, but he didn't have a good countermeasure. You can't get stuck in thunder, your body will be paralyzed. Even if you are injured, you can't paralyze your body. The most troublesome thing about Lei Dun is that he will be paralyzed if he is stained. And on the opposite side is the elite Shangnin. Even if he is paralyzed for a moment, I am afraid that he will lose his life. So, seeing the electricity of Yun Shinobu's hands invading the water, Sakuraiya's hands formed imprints quickly, and it was actually a mouthful of flame, which spewed out in front of him. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Boom! A flame ignited in front of Sakurai's body, and with the help of this scorching flame, Sakuraiya instantly dried and burned his body. Although it seems that he gave himself a trick, it also blocked his connection with water. Hiss, a cloud of mist evaporated, and Sakuraiya jumped backwards and finally got out of the trap. Humph. After withdrawing from the firelight, Sakurai snorted. Although the injury was not serious, it was not light. In order to ensure that he was dry, Sakurai Yaro's fireball was released very closely, and a large piece of his skin was burned. The scalding heat not only dried Sakurai's clothes and the water under his feet instantly, but also burned his skin. The fire gradually extinguished, and a series of blisters suddenly spread on Sakurai's arm, and the cold wind blew through, causing a sharp pain. However, Sakuraiya only turned pale and did not rush to heal his burns. This trick is very risky for yourself, but it is also an opportunity. That Yunin didn't expect Sakuraiya to be so cruel to himself. On the other hand, in the dark and mist, his vision was not as accurate as Sakuraiya's chakra eye. It's now! Sakuraiya threw himself directly into the hot steam and attacked the Kumo shinobi. Yun Ren obviously did not expect this, and the successive changes made Yun Ren stunned in order to judge the situation. And it was this time that Sakuraiya had already rushed with a knife in his hand. It's Chidori! This Sakurai Knight was only half developed, and it was handed over to Fugaku's ninjutsu, and after months of continuous trying, Sakurai Knight finally mastered it. Moreover, the Chidori of Sakurai Knight is not the kind of Chidori that Kakashi was completely unable to control himself at the beginning before he did not get the Sharingan. Riding wheel eyes, he's Sakurai Knight too. Desperately condensing his chakra, Sakurai couldn't care about the sharp pain of the skin burn on his left arm, and gritted his teeth and directly pounced on the other party. Shadow Doppelganger, how fireball, this is the third ninjutsu. The bond effect of the 3 ninja was triggered immediately. Like thousands of messy birds constantly making noise, the Chidori in Sakurai's hands was shrill. As his body was activated by the Chidori, Sakuraiya rushed to Yunin's speed faster and faster. Just this move, the winner is decided. Thunder and lightning armor, Yun Shinobu, who knew that he could not dodge, also gathered his biggest chakra and draped a thunder and lightning on his body. In this kind of game without obvious restraint, whoever has a stronger technique and chakra is bigger will have the last laugh. For him, what he sees in front of him is just a little ghost. This little ghost's means are very clever, but the little ghost is a little ghost after all. Unless it is a human pillar power, it is impossible to have the total amount of chakra that is stronger than himself. However, he underestimated the total amount of Sakurai Knight chakra, and he did not expect that Sakurai Knight's blow would come with a critical attack. 3 Shinobi Bond effects, 220% critical damage. In other words, even if you don't count the increase in ninjutsu power of other bonds, just this one special effect can provide more than twice as much damage bonus to Chidori of Sakurai Knight. Poof of a sound. Yun Shinobu's entire left lung was scorched through by Sakurai Yaru, and a huge hole appeared in his chest. This was Yun Shinobu's last moment when he sensed something was wrong and desperately tried to dodge it. Otherwise, Sakuraiya was actually aiming at the very center of his chest. However, just after Sakuraiya had just defeated this Yunin, he was greeted not with joy, but with 2 fierce kunao. In this battle, there is also Sakuraiya who cannot dodge. The remnants of Chidori chakra are still burning in the palm of Sakuraiya's hand. However, just when the already dead unit had not completely fallen, Sakuraya felt an inexplicable unease. He subconsciously turned his body, but unfortunately his chakra had just run out, neither physical strength nor energy was as good as it was at the beginning. So, Sakuraya suddenly felt as if his left shoulder had been slapped on the forehead. Poof, poof. With the sound of two sounds of cutting flesh, Sakuraya only felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, and then his entire left arm went limp, hanging down, unable to move. Sakurai turned his head and suddenly found that two cold kunai were deeply inserted into his left shoulder. And ninjas, oops. After just releasing chakra violently, tiredness was inevitable. Sakuraya realized that something was wrong, and until the two bitter sticks struck, only for a moment. There was no time to figure out the current situation, and Sakuraya knew that the situation was not good, and immediately pulled out his legs and ran. The feeling of chakras return shocked Sakuraya's spirit. After quickly determining that Ku Supreme had no poison and that he had no signs of poisoning, Sakuraya suddenly ran in the direction of Kanaha's camp. He killed the captain. There is no chakra anymore, remember our mission, Haruko, I don't care. Unable to run fast with one arm soft, Sakuraya simply tied his left arm to his body, and ran away with a knife in his right hand. After hearing the faint words behind him, Sakuraya suddenly felt that a figure was speeding towards him. Riding wheel eyes, open. Sakuraya simply put the knife in his hand back in his mouth, and the remaining arm threw out several shurikens behind him, and several shurikens flew towards the female ninja behind Sakuraya as if they had eyes. Ding ding. Haruko's eyes flashed with anger, and in the face of the shuriken without half a point of stagnation, she directly swung the kunai in her hand to block it, and then rushed towards Sakuraya's pace, even faster. However, before she came to the vicinity of Sakurai Knight, she suddenly saw a group of strange crows soaring into the air. Is it an illusion? Haruko's eyes froze, but then she felt a violent chakra surging behind her. Wind escape breakthrough. Haruko was in a hurry, only having time to run behind a nearby tree to dodge. In the huge storm, mixed with countless wind blades, constantly cutting the branches and turf around it, a gust of wind blew through, and while it didn't hurt Haruko and the ninja chasing behind her, it also greatly slowed him down. One arm is missing, the balance is too poor. Sakuraya broke out in a cold sweat. The kunai on his shoulder made him bring a series of pains every time he breathed even a little harder. Whether it was sword art or ninjutsu, it began to be greatly reduced. And through the observation of the chakra eye in an instant, in addition to this female ninja, there are at least two upper ninja behind her. Sakuraya was a little helpless in his heart. He finally killed the elite upper ninja. He thought that he would get out of trouble, but he didn't expect to stab the hornet's nest unintentionally. The current situation is completely incapable of the enemy, only to escape. Where to escape? Sakuraya has no mind to judge. He can only look in one direction now, and he has to get rid of their chase and treat his wounds before he loses blood to the point of coma. Sakuraya identified a place with few people and rushed over, desperately accelerating. In the dark woods, Sakuraya began to gradually move away from the direction of Kanaha's station. Estimating that the pursuers behind him did not arrive in time, Sakuraya found a relatively hidden cave and hid in, and then began to deal with the wound on his arm. Only then did he begin to try to pull the two kunai out of his shoulders. With the two sounds of dang and dang, the two blood-stained kunai were thrown on the hard cave floor, and Sakuraya gasped. His face was extremely pale, but he could only desperately hold back. Now Sakuraya, biting a gauze that tied his shoulder with his teeth, severely strangled the bleeding hole to prevent himself from losing a lot of blood, and his intact right hand began to print. Yin seal, open. Palm cactus. Sakurai's right hand glowed with a pale green chakra, and then he pressed it to his left shoulder and began to perform healing ninjutsu on himself. Behind his back, it is very likely that there will be a chase. And after the outbreak of dashing for a while, Sakuraya knew that if he could not recover before the pursuit arrived, he would most likely be entangled by the people who rushed in. So now, he must race against time and race against himself. At the time of treatment, new structures are constantly beginning to heal. With the help of a large number of chakras, Sakurai is restoring his torn and incised tissue, a process that is itchy and sore, and feels not much better than the pain of drilling the heart. But even so, Sakuraya did not dare to snort. At this time, he hid in front of the cave, and did not forget to restore the outside of the cave to its original appearance. Although for some ninjas who are good at tracking, these arrangements do not prevent them from finding themselves, but they can at least delay part of the time. Chakra is a little inadequate. Medical ninjutsu is very draining on chakra. Even if Sakuraya has a reserve chakra like the Yin seal, it is somewhat insufficient. To be on the safe side, Sakuraya burned a raffle card again. Fortunately, after the B-level lottery card burns, the added chakra is several times that of the E-class. After the burning, Sakuraya not only refilled his body with chakra, but the originally dim Yin seal on his forehead lit up again. Feeling that he was able to move his left arm again, Sakurai dealt with the burns on his body again. First with a simple medical treatment, then wrapped in a bandage. The medicine to deal with the trauma was left in the camp, and I have to find a way to get back. After healing the burns on his arms with medical ninjutsu, Sakurai began to wrap bandages in circles. However, just when Sakurai was about to finish healing, he suddenly saw the treetops not far away, shaking abnormally, as if someone had stepped on it. Sharingan, open. Sakurai's eyes froze, and he suddenly saw that not far away, a woman covered in chakra was looking at the tree, as if looking for herself. But the Sharingan is not a blank eye after all, and the ability to see far is very average, and he can only see a rough idea. Sakurai narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous gaze. The movements of his hands did not pause, and he still wrapped gauze around his arms in circles, but his movements were faster. As if sensing something, Haruko jumped down from the tree and flew towards a place. She was fast, as if she was afraid that someone would escape. It wasn't until she came to this inconspicuous cave entrance that Haruko slowed down a little, but her eyes were always vigilant, and her eyebrows shot out a little sharp. However, when she entered the cave, she only saw bloodstains, some broken gauze, and 2 blood-stained kunao. He's been here. The bloodstains haven't dried yet, he just didn't go far. Haruko suddenly looked up, ready to carefully observe the bloodstains on the ground to find out the direction of Sakurai's departure. But before she could look for it along the blood trail, she suddenly heard a strange word behind her. "Are you looking for me?" These words made Haruko's bones cold. She hurriedly sealed the seal, ready to perform a stand-in spell. Unfortunately, Sakurai would not make such a low-level mistake. Ugh! A trace of cold long knife pierced directly into Haruko's waist. During this process, Haruko's hands had not yet been sealed, and the avatar technique was not even performed, and she was directly stabbed by Sakurai Naruto. Now Haruko is full of incredulity in her mind. This is also the reason why Haruko chose to break away from the team and chase Sakurai Knight alone. Being able to kill the captain, Haruko naturally knew that an imp of this level was obviously terrifying. But he was seriously injured after all, and coupled with Sakurai's departure, he did not show much strength and means when he hurriedly fought with himself. This also gave Haruko great confidence. Coupled with the fact that she herself is an extremely good ninja who is very good at tracking, her sense of smell is very sharp, and she can stimulate the nasal passages with chakra, which is used to distinguish the smell of enemies, especially bloodstains, so she is not worried that Sakurai can run away. And even less worried, where he will sneak up on himself. It's a pity that Sakurai chose the battlefield in the cave. It was covered with Sakurai's blood, which weakened her judgment of where Sakurai was hiding. Eventually, she was careless. And this is the benefit of medical ninjas. The tactic proposed by Tsunade, which equipped each squad with medical ninjas, did greatly improve the survival rate of the team members and the success rate of the mission. Sakurai took advantage of the night and did not stop. As soon as the blow was successful, the sword light in his hand suddenly flowed, and he suddenly cut towards the woman's neck. His state at this time was not good. He had not slept all night, even if there was a system in Yin Seal to replenish chakra, but his spirit was a little weak. Especially after just enduring great pain. Now my head hurts. However, perhaps it was such a series of squeezing of Sakurai Knight's potential that made Sakurai Knight at this time seem to suddenly break through a critical point, and the knife in his hand was unprecedentedly fast. Flash cut. This time, the Uchiha flow sword art was faster than any previous one. Sakurai seemed to have an epiphany at this time. No matter how hard he tried and played with his life in the past, he couldn't cut a knife, but now he can easily float out with a knife when his physical condition is not very good. With the blood inheritance of the Uchiha clan, under the gaze of Sharingan, Sakurai's knife is almost perfect. The most unpretentious knife seems to cut off all superfluous movements, only the most fundamental killing. Instant kill. A streak of streaks flashed through the dark cave. The miserable white blade floated like a dragonfly on Haruko's neck, and then Haruko's body froze, and then he fell to the ground and fell in a pool of blood. Sakurai wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at the woman with blank eyes and a severed spine, and suddenly found that her face was actually quite beautiful. A very simple ninja outfit with a fishing net underlining. This woman seems to be a particularly sub-select, without the formal clothes of the elite subtoric, dressed very casually, showing an enchanting figure. It's just a pity that the death is a little tragic and ruins the beauty. Of course, Sakurai didn't have any hot thoughts, and he just had some emotion at this time. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman, the more terrifying it is. A man chased me so far, it is more frightening to be a living person than a dead person. Now that the woman is a corpse, it is no longer a threat to Sakurai. After Sakurai sighed, he sighed, then opened his chakra eye and scanned her, and after confirming that the woman did not arrange any mechanism for her body, he began to search for the ninja equipment on her body. 5 shurikens, 1 detonation charm, senbon is quite a lot. It seems that this is her type of attack. Food is still forgotten, now there are not enough interpretation reagents around to die. After searching for a while, Sakurai replenished a wave of his own equipment. Can't stay any longer without having time to dispose of the body. Sakurai repaired a little in place, and immediately flashed towards the place of the tent. After all, what exactly happened there, it is not clear to himself. On the one hand, he is alert to the surrounding environment, and on the other hand, he is also looking for the route and direction to go back based on his memories of yesterday. Fortunately, there were no surprises along the way. Sakurai, who was shuttling through the dense forest, constantly approaches the station at night. However, just before Sakurai was about to return to the station, he was intercepted. Sensei Oishiizumi. Seeing the face of Oishiizumi's beard, Sakurai opened his chakra eyes and carefully observed for a while, and suddenly found that Oishiizumi in front of him did not. In the eyes of the writing wheel, this person did not perform the transformation technique. It seems that it is no different from the Great Stone Spring. It's still very convenient to have chakra eyes, Sakurai thought, finally relieved. Next, the two even took Konoha's secret order and confirmed each other's identities. Oh, it's Xiao, you're finally back. Oishiizumi also looked very happy, but an imperceptible hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. Speaking of which, what did you just do? Oh, I was just chased and killed by 2 Yunin and ran away. What about the 2 Yunin? I killed it. Sakurai shrugged. Of course, I'm not all for nothing. In other words, how is the station now? The team was all scattered, and Rin and Kotano were gone. Finding that Oishiizumi's response was flat, Sakurai was a little strange. Sensei, they are all missing, aren't you worried? Of course I care about Rinta, but I have more important tasks than this. Dashikun said solemnly. Xiao now Yun Shinobu's actions have been ascertained. Last night, this group of Yunin first used the middle and lower shinobi to create chaos, and many upper shinobi mixed in it, collecting all kinds of important intelligence in Konoha as bargaining chips in political negotiations. Many people have already been caught. And now, relying on those who were caught, Yunin used illusion to force out a lot of information, many of which involved Konoha village secrets, so I received orders to protect Konoha's intelligence group before they did. As for where Rin is, if you run into it. Now let's take care of the task before we talk about the rest. Well, Sakurai nodded expressionlessly, and then said, then let's go to the intelligence group now. Good. Xiao this task is very important, we must do it as soon as possible, Oishiizumi said. His face suddenly changed. I don't know when I spoke, but Oishiizumi suddenly found that the Sakurai knight in front of him had already been divided into 3. 3 Sakurai held the sword at the same time, jumped up, and couldn't help but slash directly towards him. Dashikun was obviously a little embarrassed, and while dodging the seal, he hurriedly said, Xiao are you crazy? It's just that his mouth is good, and the thunder in his hand is not slow at all. Sakurai Yorichakra's eyes reopened, looking at the direction of the flow of chakra in his body. Sakurai was completely gone. 3 days in moon dance. Sakurai Knight, who was hidden on the side, found the flaw in the Great Stone Spring and suddenly attacked directly from the dead corner of his vision. The long knife was slashed out. It's just that even if his knife is faster, Sakurai Nightclub feels that his 3-day moon dance is still a little worse. Physical art, after all, is a gradual process, and the dance of the 3 days in moon, as the meaning of swordsmanship, is by no means so easy to master. Now, I am afraid that there is still some gap with the wind in the anime. Sakurai split out, and a bloodstain was immediately marked behind the Great Stone Spring. It's a pity that this knife is still too slow, and it did not hit the point of Big Stone Spring. At this time Oishiizumi found that he had been recognized, and his face simply twisted, revealing his face. However, this person's figure is indeed similar to that of Daishikun, and the secret technique of the face, with the help of chakra, seems to be very little. Even if he is stabbed, he does not immediately change back to his original state, and he does not blame his Sharingan for not seeing through. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Sakurai Yora's chakra eye is only a Goitama state. If it is the state of the kaleidoscope, I am afraid that it will not be impossible to see. Ah, you little ghost, it's really annoying. The man said coldly, I originally wanted to give you a less painful way to die, but now it seems that you are going to suffer in the illusion. Saying that, the man's hand suddenly froze, and then, Sakurai suddenly felt a whirlwind. Then, Sakurai's whole person seemed to be stunned in place, his eyes rolled straight, and he fell to the ground on his knees, seemingly without the slightest room for resistance. Pure imp. The man snorted coldly, came to Sakurai's body, sealed the seal with one hand, and put the other hand on Sakurai's forehead, ready to rely on all kinds of terrifying hallucinations in the illusion, and forced Sakurai to ask for the information in Sakurai's mouth. In the illusion, human suffering will not be reduced, but will be infinitely magnified because of the lack of the concept of time. No matter how strong a ninja is, it is difficult not to give in the illusion. It is only a matter of time before intelligence is obtained. However, just when his hand was on Sakurai's forehead, the man suddenly found that his hand seemed to be stuck to Sakurai's forehead. Later, the man found that Sakurai in front of him had already opened his eyes and revealed a strange smile, and what was even weirder was that Sakurai's eyes were extremely empty, and his face was gradually covered with wrinkles, like the bark of an old tree. After that, Sakurai's whole person actually turned into a tree, and as the tree grew taller, the man's arm was gradually engulfed by the tree. In the end, that Yunin died in the trunk of the tree with all 4 limbs. In front of him, another branch was born, and on the branch, Sakurai's body grew again. Illusion Tree Binding Kill. This is the first time that Sakurai has played an illusion duel, and the key to victory is not only the A-level illusion technique of Tree Binding Kill, but also the 15% increase in the power of illusion provided by him with the bond of 2 Uchiha, and most importantly, Sakurai Knight at this time has a pair of chakra eyes after all. If you ask who can beat the Uchiha family in the realm of illusion, I am afraid that it will only be Uchiha himself. You know my name is Yoru, and you know Oishi Izumi, Rinta, and Kotano. In the space of illusion, Sakurai, who grew from the tree, came to Yun Shinobu and said coldly, "Where are they hidden by you?" The man simply gritted his teeth and said nothing. "In the illusion space, you can't die, you know," Sakurai said, his eyes suddenly cold. Then, on the trunk that fixed Yun Ren, countless wooden thorns suddenly protruded, piercing Yun Ren's body. The illusion is false, but the pain is real. Countless pains hit Yun Ren's mind, making him can't help but scream. Desperately, when Yun Ren came back to his senses, he suddenly found that the illusion at this time had changed, and his hands were hanging from vines at this time, hanging in front of a huge giant pillar cactus. "We still have some time," he said. Sakurai floated in midair and said, "But I guess that you don't have enough manpower, and Ohishi Izumi-sensei won't be caught easily. Then I'm afraid that only Rin-Tai and Kotano will remain." "Well, don't say it yet." A few vines were like tentacles, and they immediately trapped that Yun ninja on the cactus. A long time has passed in the world of illusion, but in the real world, time seems to have passed only a short time. And after this short moment, Sakurai was the first to open his eyes. Then, while that Yun ninja was still in the state of illusion, he directly killed him with a sword. However, just after Sakurai forced out the information and solved this Yunin, he just retracted his Sharingan when he suddenly felt a pain in his brain, and then a great sleepiness wrapped around Sakurai. Sakurai's eyes were sour, and he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Now Sakurai Knight, in addition to being able to replenish chakra in time, both physical and mental strength have begun to overdraw. Sharingan is pupilism. Whether it is pupil or illusion, the consumption of mental power is extremely objective. In addition, he had already lost blood for a while, and his left shoulder was injured, so both his body and physical strength were a little overdrawn. The current situation can be said to be very bad. If it goes on like this, the situation will only get worse. I've already left the order, and if I accidentally pass out in such a place, I'm afraid I will die. Thinking of this, Sakurai had to grit his teeth, and then followed the clues left by Yun Shinobu in the illusion and began to search for Kanaha's troops. Of course, for Sakurai, although the load of illusion is a little large, he still has some gains. In the midst of the illusion, before this Yunin collapsed, Sakurai still asked for some information. Oishi Izumi and Rinta, the strength of the two people is not bad in itself, so after they broke up with people that day, they were not held hostage. Otherwise, if a ninja of Oishi Izumi's level fell into the hands of Yun Shinobu, according to the information in his mind, Yun Shinobu would have already found Kanaha's intelligence group. As the owner of the Sharingan, Rin himself was an extremely confidential existence in Kanaha, so Yun Shinobu set his sights on his Sharingan from the beginning. However, just as Sakurai was being chased and killed, Kanaha's forces reacted immediately and immediately rescued Rinta, who was in crisis. However, after that, there were several Yunin who tried to take Rin from Kanaha. This Yunin's information was incomplete, because before he finished speaking, his spirit in the illusion world collapsed. Rin doesn't know yet. But if there is no Rinta, then Kotano is probably already in Yun Shinobu's hands. Kotano, as a medical ninja, is not outstanding in his own strength, not even a middle ninja, and it is normal for Kanaha troops to be captured before they can react in the first time in a panic. If it was Kotano, then according to the information that Yunin had, Kotano did not reveal all the information. She only revealed some information under the persecution and deception of illusion. Click. During the night rush, Sakurai accidentally stepped on a branch, and the whole person accidentally fell from the tree and rolled on the spot. The low-level mistake of stepping on a branch while rushing will not be made by any student who has graduated from a ninja school. Sakurai is like this, but he is too tired now. Must continue. Sakurai snapped his two hot mouths, shook his head vigorously, and continued to hurry towards the camp place. And due to a series of high-intensity battles, including the previous blood loss, Sakurai's legs on the branches began to tremble a little. Gradually, Sakurai saw things a little blurry, and began to ghost. In order to refresh himself, Sakurai took out a senbon from his bag and stabbed it towards a part of his thigh without hesitation. Avoid muscles, avoid major blood vessels. This stab, Sakurai is just to make himself hurt more. The tingling sensation suddenly took over his mind, and the grogginess eased a little, and Sakurai continued to hurry. I still can't sleep. Sakurai now regretted it a little. If he used some other means instead of illusion to interrogate the intelligence, I am afraid that his spiritual power would not be overdrawn so much. But it's too late to say anything. Just sleep for a while, just a little bit. Sakurai's legs were just walking mechanically, but his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. This is the limit of Sakurai Knights now. Although his current strength is comparable to that of Shangnan, with the help of some more frightening means and the fetters in the system, Sakurai can even kill him under the carelessness of elite ninjas. With various bonds, as well as lottery cards, Sakurai has no shortage of means to cause damage. Sakurai has no shortage of output at night, no shortage of outbreaks. Familiar with the plot of Hokage, he does not lack unpredictable combat routines. What he lacks most is three-dimensional, that is, various basic attributes. In other words, his overall quality is not enough to match the elite shinobi. Endurance, chakras capacity, physical fitness, resistance to beatings and injuries, mental power. These things, as Sakurai, whose body has not yet begun to develop, it is not an overnight thing to improve. And just when Sakurai was about to pass out, Sakurai suddenly felt that a breath appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing that there seemed to be a shadow hidden in the canopy in front of him, Sakurai's eyebrows burst out, and then he bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to be vigilant. Sakurai Knight, it's me. Rin rushed out from the canopy, not happy to see Sakurai, but a little surprised, and even expected. Why did you come here? Sakurai simply stood still, forced to hold back his calves from trembling, and said lightly, there are some small troubles. What about you? How is it now? Rin shook his head and said, it's not very good, everyone has scattered. I am with Ohishiizumi-sensei, but Kotano and you are both missing. After passing the code, Rin's face was a little difficult. Sakurai, now you are also back, but Kotano has not returned yet. Let's go find Kotano together. Sakurai shook his head and said, speaking of which, if you were with everyone all the time, you wouldn't be without tasks now, right? Just after Rin said these words, in Sakurai's system, a prompt suddenly appeared. The task content of the system, Sakurai swept it in an instant, and he understood all the content. After reading the content of the task, Sakurai immediately understood that this was the system once again beginning to let itself make a choice. Each time faced with a task, he could only choose one of them, and Sakurai had begun to adapt to such a choice. Therefore, this time, Sakurai made his choice in an instant. Then focus on the task, and leave the rest alone, Sakurai said calmly, but his eyes were already narrowed. Rin was stunned at first, although he was a little angry. How can you say that? What Kotano said, it's also our teammate. Have you forgotten that you were injured for the first time, and if Kotano hadn't helped you stop the bleeding, you would have lost too much blood and died? Another time, in order to help you heal your wounds, she used up her chakra and was almost killed by a IWA shinobi sneak attack. She has done this for you, how can you talk like that now? Sakurai's face was expressionless. Rin, we are ninjas, and what Kotano did before is just a task that a ninja needs to perform. Do you remember how Kimusama died? As a ninja, he did not complete his task well, so he committed suicide in shame. Rin, do you want Kotano to be ashamed to follow you? A ninja who abandons a mission is garbage. Rin's face turned red with anger, and he held back for a long time before he held out a sentence. Sakurai Knight, what's wrong with you? Sakurai raised his eyebrows. Have you forgotten what happened last night? But that's different. Rin said loudly, we had a fight, but she is still my companion. However, you are right, ninjas who abandon tasks without permission are indeed rubbish. But just ignore your companions like this, such a ninja is not even as good as garbage. If you want to complete a mission, go for it. Blame me for usually looking at the wrong person. Wait, Sakurai Yoru, what's wrong with you? Rin Taizong said with some anger, and suddenly saw Sakurai's body softened and fell from the tree. Looking at Sakurai's head down, although Rin was a little angry, he still knew the weight, and it was impossible to watch Sakurai fall to death in front of his eyes like this. So, Rin jumped down from the tree and immediately caught Sakurai in midair. Ah, thanks. Sakurai closed his eyes and said weakly, to be so reckless, you should be the real Rinta, not Yunin impersonating. I've fought with people before, and there are some Yunin's transformation techniques that can't be seen through, so be careful. Kotano's words, let's go together, go, at the same time, in Sakurai's mind, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Successfully accepted the mission, rescue Kotano. Mission reward, a level lottery card *2. Sakurai finally fainted. When Sakurai opened his eyes at night, his eyes were still very uncomfortable. However, after realizing that he had passed out, Sakurai got up with a grunt. Then he saw Oishiizumi and Rin watching him beside him. You only slept for 3 hours, and I had planned to hand you over to Kanaha's medical department. Oishiizumi originally seemed to explain something to Rin, and then said, how are you now? Can you still go on a mission? Sakurai nodded. Dashikun nodded, and then said solemnly, speaking of which, I should also go. Originally, Rin and I both needed to go to the intelligence department to block Yunin and buy time for the intelligence department's retreat, but now that Kotano has never returned, you can wait here for a while. However, beyond tonight, you must follow the footsteps of the Konoha Legion, and be careful not to be followed or sneaked up by Kumo Shinobi's people. This is an order, understand? Rin was still a little unwilling. Obviously such conditions did not satisfy him, but if Kotano has not returned tonight, it means that she is in trouble. She's a ninja. Rin. Dashiizumi said in a deep voice, this is an order. When I'm away, I'll be the temporary captain of Sakurai Knight. Rin, you have to obey Sakurai's orders, above. Saying that, Dashikun suddenly flashed away. Damn it. Rin was too anxious to subconsciously open the chakra eyes again, and clenched his hands deadly. Sakurai Knight, are we just doing it here? Are we really waiting here? Wait a minute. Sakurai smacked his lips. Hearing Sakurai yes words, Rin Tai was suddenly a little angry, but before Rin could have a seizure, he suddenly saw Sakurai yeah winking at him. What does that mean? Rin didn't know why, but found that Sakurai yeah didn't take care of himself, so he had to stay on the sidelines sullenly. It's half paid. Sakurai Yuke said slowly, well, now the teacher should leave. Rin was stunned at first, and then reacted, Sakurai yeah, you just now, did you actually have to wait for the teacher to leave? Saying that, Rin Tai was completely stunned. Oh, because the teacher's order is to let us wait here, you have to wait for teacher Oishiizumi to leave completely, before you can, I don't have to say that. Sakurai smiled darkly, and then straightened up. Before I came back, I interrogated a cloud ninja. According to the intelligence, Kotano should have fallen into the hands of Yun Shinobu by now. How so? Rin Tai was suddenly a little anxious. But that's a good thing. Sakurai yeah said solemnly, Kotano is still being interrogated, but this at least shows that she is not dead yet. I know where Yun Shinobu hid her, but the question now is, how to save her. It turns out that you have already thought about it. Rin said, Sakurai yeah, you are now the captain and know better than I know exactly what happened. Just say, what to do. On the road, time is urgent. Sakurai said, it's no longer safe here. Although I don't know the specific mission of the Yunin, I guess it should be a means for the Land of Thunder to increase its leverage politically. At Kotano's side, there were at least 2 Kami Shinobu. We must formulate tactics in advance, and even more so after rescuing Kotano, we must join the people of Konoha as soon as possible, so as not to be tied up in the territory of the Land of Thunder. You come with me. Saying that, the 2 jumped up, plunged into the dense forest, and flew towards the distance. I can't imagine that it's been so long. This chick hasn't recruited yet. A Kumo shinobi got into the tent and glanced at Kotano. At this time, Kotano was dumbfounded in her eyes, kneeling on the ground dumbly, her hands beating beside her, and the back of her hands was connected by paper attached to the illusion formation. No, the power of this illusion is not so strong, that's why she has persisted for so long. However, I didn't see her for a few hours. A thin Yun Ren shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, after she explains all the information clearly, she will simply kill it. On the side, a mustache-stricken Yun Ren said in a deep voice, are you an idiot? We need to keep her and the lives of other Konoha ninjas as a bargaining chip between Lord Raikage and Konoha. It's a burden to take her, he said. Thin Yun said boredly, moreover, she is just a subordinate forbearance. Accidentally dying a subordinate, I'm afraid it's not a big deal, right? Bud is right, he said. The strongman captain frowned and said, the life of a subordinate has no impact on the overall situation. If you can bring her back, that's the best. But if there is any accident or Kangxi brings back more important information, there is no need to care about her life or death. Speaking of which, Kangxi went to find the 2 Konoha imps according to the intelligence, and he didn't know what happened. Bud narrowed his eyes and laughed. Kangton's transformation technique, even the people of the Uchiha family can't see it. Plus he is so good at illusion, those 2 Konoha imps, hee. I just regretted not being able to join him and see the desperate expressions of those 2 imps. Hearing Bud's words, the mustache frowned, then stood up and said, I'll go outside to breathe. With that, the mustache picked up the tent and walked out. It's just that the mustache left this time and didn't come back for a long time. At the same time, inside the tent, Chi Nai, who had no eyes on his eyes, slowly spoke. I am, what are you? The strongman captain narrowed his eyes and said softly, don't resist, just follow your heart. What I follow is. Kotano suddenly softened, and although he did not break free from the illusion, his whole body was extremely stiff, as if he was paralyzed. Then, the characters on the illusion formation attached to Kotano's hand also began to dim. The strongman captain said in a deep voice, the technique needs to be injected into chakra. Bud, you go and call him back. Really, this guy doesn't know how to make his memory better, he said. Bud grumbled, then headed outside the tent. However, before he could walk out, a roar suddenly erupted outside the tent. Bud, Captain, someone, boom. The sound stopped abruptly, replaced by a deafening explosion of the detonator. In the silent and dull afternoon, he suddenly woke up the 2 who were originally somewhat comfortable. Bud, you stay here. I'll go out and see. The captain of the strong man immediately prepared to go out. However, just when he opened the curtain of the tent, he suddenly saw that a little ghost desperately rushed in his direction, and the mustache was constantly fighting with a little ghost with a long knife. According to the information provided by Kotano, the 2 immediately recognized the identities of the 2 imps. The little ghost with a long knife was named Ying Elite. Although his strength is good, he seems to have the strength of Shangnan, but after all, he is the only one. As long as he does not face any of his subordinates alone, then it is unlikely that he will have a chance to succeed. Is this the Uchiha family's imp? Sure enough, it was Reckless. That's good, save me to find you. The strongman captain saw Rin Tai rushing over, and simply put away the bitterness in his hand. Just when Rin was too close, he directly turned sideways and flashed Rinta's raid, and directly slashed at the back of Rinta's neck with one hand. However, Rin-Tai did not mix with this, but the whole person turned into a cloud of smoke and suddenly disappeared in place. Poof! A puff of smoke rose and quickly dissipated, which immediately made the captain realize that this was a shadow doppelganger. However, the few detonation charms that remained in place showed that this was not a simple shadow avatar. Seeing that the half-burned detonation charm, the captain's eyes suddenly shrank, followed by an explosion. Boom! The explosion was very close to the tent, and the flames soon enveloped half of the tent. However, just before the explosion was about to affect the entire tent, the rear of the tent was suddenly cut by a bitter root. Bud held Kotano in his arms and rushed out with Captain Zwangman. Fire escape how fireball technique. Sakurai, who didn't know where to come from, seemed to have already predicted the direction in which the two of them fled, and it seemed that he didn't care about Kotano at all, and directly spewed out a huge fireball. How come there is still a knight in Sakurai? Is it Rin-Tai who is holding a knife in the distance? Although the captain of the strong man was a little strange, his hand was unambiguous, and in an instant, the person had fallen to the ground, and the seal had been completed. Earth escape earth flow wall. The captain of the strong man landed on the ground, his hand suddenly slapped on the ground, and a wall rose up, instantly blocking the fireball technique. Then the fire and flying sand walked away, and the two did not hold up, but skipped towards the rear. After all, their main task is not to kill Konoha ninjas, but to torture intelligence. Bud, you retreat with the hostages first, I'll hold here. The strong man first retreated with the Bud for a while, and then gave an order, and then reflexively entangled in Sakurai. Swish! Without thinking, Sakurai threw a few shurikens from his hands, and then quickly sealed them with both hands. Multiple shuriken shadow doppelganger technique. Several flying shurikens suddenly became more, and the densely packed shurikens suddenly flew towards the strong man. Thunder and thunder. Faced with such a shuriken, the strong man's hands were sealed, and an arc of electricity suddenly erupted in his hands. With a flash of crackling arc light, the shuriken suddenly fell to the ground. Then, the strong man directly pounced up, facing Sakurai. He actually stretched out a thick arm, and then like a rhinoceros, he crashed towards Sakurai. Thunder Plow Heat Knife. This is a very simple cloud ninjutsu, similar to Konoha Whirlwind, but it usually requires cooperation to make the lethality of two people stronger. But the captain was only trying to hinder Sakurai at this time, and he didn't care about the lethality. However, in the face of such speed, Sakurai did not advance and retreat, but when he was at hand, Sakurai leaned back and narrowly avoided this knife. Then, the captain actually saw that the Sakurai knight in front of him actually had a trace of chakra ice turning in his eyes. Fire, the prediction and imitation of precise movements. He is from the Uchiha clan, and he is Rin. In an instant, the situation changed rapidly. The captain of the strong man suddenly saw that a figure suddenly blocked in front of Bud, blocking the only way for Bud to escape. And Sakurai Knight, who was fighting with the mustache, also poofed at this moment, turning into a cloud of smoke. Bud on the side could not bear it for a long time, and shouted angrily. It's just that although Bud's mouth is shouting, he doesn't dare to attack Sakurai head-on. In Kotano's intelligence, Bud is well aware of the strength of the two. As the only Naka shinobi in the squad, Bud knows that his strength is not enough to fight against him, so he simply puts Kotano on Kotano's throat. However, Sakurai did not hesitate at all, as if he was not afraid of his attack at all, and directly rushed towards the Bud who was holding Kotano as a threat. The Bud won't last long. Seeing this, the captain of the strong man already had a plan in his heart. From the intelligence point of view, Rinta's strength is only Naka Shinobu, and although he has opened the Sharingan, there is still a slight gap with Shinobu. The Rin in front of him doesn't need to be bothered at all. The urgency of the delay now is to let his two subordinates take Rinta, and he entangles Sakurai. Therefore, the captain of the strong man simply gave up the Sakurai knight with the eyes of the riding wheel in front of him. In his opinion, although the position between himself and Rin is almost the same distance from the Bud, he will definitely be the first to rush to the vicinity of the Bud. Thunder and thunder. The strong captain's hands were sealed, and his legs suddenly flashed a blue-purple chakra. The thunder attribute chakra constantly burst out of sparks, and the captain of the strong man suddenly rushed towards the Bud like an off-string arrow. However, what surprised Captain Strong Man was that behind him, a violent thunder attribute chakra suddenly sounded. Like thousands of birds screaming, the thunder attribute chakra creaked. This is a situation in which chakra's nature has changed and has been compressed to the extreme. Then, the captain of the strong man suddenly found that behind him, the Sakurai knight who was too changeable was actually rushing towards the Bud with a faster pace than himself. The speed of 1,000 birds is too fast. Is this Rin? Is this Nakashinobi? The strong man's face changed drastically, and by now, he really couldn't tell which one was Rin and which was the real Sakurai knight. But, what if this is Sakurai knight, the characteristics of the Sharingan just now? It's just that the current war situation is urgent, and there is really no room for the captain of the strong man. Now the Bud is obviously facing the two-sided attack of Sakurai and the unknown kid in the distance. It doesn't matter who the two are, Yoruto Sakurai and who is Rin, their purpose must be Kotano. As long as the Bud is still holding Kotano, he will definitely be intercepted by the two. If Bud dares to kill Kotano, they will definitely kill him in an instant. Bud, Kotano doesn't want it, you go. The strongman captain suddenly said loudly. Not far away, Bud, who had already been overwhelmed by this sudden change, after hearing the reminder of his captain, did not have time to take Kotano as a hostage, and simply threw Kotano high, and he quickly sealed and flashed to the side. Kotano! Not far away, Rinta, who transformed into Sakurai Knight, suddenly jumped up and caught Kotano. Seeing that Kotano had lifted the illusion, he fell into a coma, and immediately hugged him to death. Go! Sakurai, who was holding 1,000 birds to accelerate, came to Rinta's side, and immediately dispersed the chakra in his hand, blocking in front of the two, and said, "Don't hesitate. If you don't want to kill me, just go according to the original plan. You be careful, fuck off." As a teammate, Rin is still familiar with Sakurai's temper. Usually looks more easygoing, always looks indifferent. But when it comes to the question of principle, or what he identifies, it is absolutely inviolable. Rin no longer hesitated and walked away. Want to run? At the beginning, a shadow doppelganger who had been entangled with Sakurai Knight for a long time finally killed at this time, and saw that one of the imps actually wanted to run after saving Kotano, but he didn't pay attention to Sakurai at all, and chased it directly in the direction of Rinta. However, at this very moment, Sakurai disappeared directly in place, and then appeared next to Mustache without warning. At this time, the Mustache only saw a crow, until he saw a snow-white blade close to his neck. He was shocked to find that he had fallen into a desperate situation. Ding! Sakurai's stab at Knight did not cut the Mustache after all. The strongman captain held the kunai with both hands, and it collided with Sakurai's long knife. This time the impact force was very strong, Sakurai's arm was numb, and the strongman captain also felt a pain in his palm. And on the bitter and long knives they resisted together, they all cracked open the gap with the thickness of their fingers. A crow flashed again. Sakurai suddenly disappeared in place, and the strongman captain waved his hand to remove the annoying crow illusion, and suddenly found that although Sakurai did not continue to kill him at this time, he did not leave. He stood where he was, quietly waiting for the three of them. Kangshi hasn't come back yet. The strongman captain said, "You may not know who is called Kangshi, but his characteristics are very memorable. I killed him." After Sakurai finished speaking, he immediately saw the anger in Yun Shinobu's eyes. "Is that so?" The strongman captain said with a cold face, "Little ghost, if you don't leave with your companions, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? You are not running away now, for what? Of course, to wait for the task to be completed, bastard. Rin is not himself, he is not that fast. If you want to leave with Kotano in your arms, it will take a while." Therefore, the system did not prompt itself to complete the task, but also because Rin did not have it, and the current scene made Sakurai a little unexpected. He had thought that after Rin-Tai escaped, this group of people would never let Rin-Tai and himself go if he blocked these three people. He was afraid that there would be a vicious battle. But now, this strong man Yunrin just looked at himself vigilantly. "That's kind of weird." "I'm weird, too," Sakurai smiled and said, "Speaking of which, shouldn't ninjas speak with their own ninja tools? You're still standing where you are, aren't you worried about Rin and Kotano getting out of trouble?" However, Captain Zhuang just shook his head and said, "We have obtained some intelligence from Kotano. Including many Yunin, they all know some of your Konoha's intelligence. The war is coming to an end." Sakurai raised his eyebrows. "What do you say? Our Kumo shinobi village has always been friendly with you Konoha. This time the two countries are at war. Just to calm the anger of your Konoha, the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. In the last Ninja World War, our Yunin's tailed beast was out of control. In order to seal, we Yunin forcibly obtained a part of the sealing technique from the Vortex clan. One think, this is the key to your Konoha starting a war." Sakurai listened to this, and suddenly had some doubts. "In other words, wasn't it the war that you Yunin launched first? You must be wondering, thinking that you Konoha are the victims of this war. But you can choose to put my words to heart for now." Seeing the puzzled look on Sakurai's face, Captain Strong said in a deep voice, "Time will tell in the end. The ninja of Konoha are nothing more than ninjas after all, and we are all the same, but tools in the hands of Kage and Daimyo. Now the real battlefield has moved from here to the negotiating table." The daimyo of the two sides had already met, and the meeting between the people of Hokage and Thunder Cage was only a matter of time. Peace talks are already going on, so the killing between us is not necessary. Sakurai was a little clear. This Yun Shinobu's words had long coincided with some of his previous speculations, so he said, "So, this action is an action launched by you Yun Shinobu in order to increase your bargaining chips?" Captain Strong nodded. "So, there is no need for senseless killing between us. Kotano's life or death, as well as yours, is not important to me. I don't want to risk my teammate's life because of this. Just at the moment when the strong man's words were just finished, in Sakurai's mind, a prompt voice suddenly came to mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, saving Kotano. Mission reward, a lottery card *2. In that case, I am not willing to take risks. Sakurai nodded. If you complete the mission yourself and get the cards, there is no need to stay here. This strong man obviously had no intention of continuing to fight with himself, and Sakurai patted his butt and immediately prepared to leave. It's a pity that Sakurai didn't expect it, and the strong man himself didn't expect that before the two parted. The strong man's unintentional words actually made the two who had already died down raise their knives to each other again. You really understand what I'm saying? Looking at Sakurai's back, the strong man has the same eyes, but your gaze shows that he can see farther. What do you want to do? Seeing that Sakurai had just turned around and left 2 steps, he suddenly swung his knife and burst out, his figure disappeared in place, and then a crow flew by, and suddenly rushed towards him. The strong man was stunned at first, and then he was furious. Little ghost, do you really want to find death? Ding! Bite! Bite! Sakurai raised his knife and it was a fierce attack, entangled with the strong man. Under the fury of the strong man, a huge force shook Sakurai Knight. Sakurai put his hands on the back of the knife, fluttered lightly upside down, and then stepped on the tree trunk with both feet. When Sakurai's eyes looked at the strong man again, it was a little cold. You know I have a chakra eye? Sakurai narrowed his eyes, but my eyes are black, how do you know? The murderous aura that Sakurai had just burst out made the strong man feel a little secretly frightened in his heart. This little ghost was able to kill Kangxi, which was already beyond his expectation. But now it seems that the strength of this little devil should be far more than that. It's just that aren't his eyes, whether they are Sharingan or not, are they all ninjas of Konoha? Some of the Uchiha clan often hide their chakra eyes when they fight. But you can dodge my thunder plow hot knife, not because you are fast, but because you predicted my movements in advance. However, isn't the Sharingan all the secret art of your Konoha village? Why would you? The strong man's heart froze, and he thought of a possibility. The strong man suddenly found that he had made a big mistake. He thought that by saying this, he could more or less threaten Sakurai Knight, making Sakurai feel that he was negotiating peace with him, not because he was afraid of him Sakurai Knight, but because it was not necessary. In this way, he shows his strength. But he never expected that this Sakurai Knight's chakra eye still has such a in it. I promise I'll keep my mouth shut. Seeing Sakurai's hand sealed, the strong man hurriedly said, there is no need for any more killing between us, I promise that only I know about this matter. No way. Sharingan, system, these are the most taboo existences of Sakurai Knight. Until he grows up, these dependencies will never be known to anyone. Otherwise, once this information is transmitted back from Kumo Shinobu by this strong man, Sakurai will also face the wrath of the Uchiha clan and Konoha's trial of him. This is something he simply cannot afford now. As for the phrase, guaranteed to keep your mouth shut, putting his own life in the hands of others, Sakurai would never do such a thing. These people have to die. Fire escape. How fireball technique. A huge fireball gushed out from Sakurai, and the huge fireball suddenly struck towards the strong man. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Without giving the strong man time to breathe, this time Sakurai directly laid the death hand, and after the fire escaped, his hands quickly sealed. Shadow doppelganger art. Sando's figure, which was exactly the same as Sakurai, suddenly appeared on Sakurai's side. Boy, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The strong man was furious. You have been in the beginning of the world. This technique is very expensive chakra. Together, kill this little. Saying that, the strong man's hands were sealed. Thunder and thunder. A bright purple chakra strong man's legs were wrapped, and the strong man instantly increased his speed to the extreme and rushed towards Sakurai. 3 days in moon dance. The 3 shadow doppelgangers jumped up, the sun, the moon, and the people, and the 3 shadow doppelgangers slashed towards the strong man from above. However, the strong man seemed to have been prepared. He simply ignored the shadow doppelganger in front of him and raised his kunai directly towards Sakurai, who was attacking from behind. Ding! The weapons of the two sides clashed, and at this moment, the strong man suddenly shouted angrily. Thunder thunder tooth explosion. Boom! A thunder attribute electric current suddenly exploded from between the two. Sakurai also did not expect that the other party directly saw through his 3-day moon dance. What he didn't expect was that the strong man's playing style directly chose to exchange injuries with himself. Hiss! Sakurai was suddenly struck by lightning, and his whole body was a little paralyzed. The strong man is obviously not much better, but unlike Sakurai, the strong man has 2 subordinates, and Sakurai is alone at this time. The buds on the side very simply shot a few kunai towards Sakurai Knight. And that mustache, his hands were sealed, and it turned out to be lay done. Thunder is fake. A sharp lightning wave suddenly shot towards Sakurai. Originally, Sakurai would have predicted this technique with the help of Sharingan. However, at this time, Sakurai was paralyzed at night, not to mention some inconvenience, even the chakra on one side had some problems. Fortunately, Sakurai can still make prints with one hand. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. However, the ninjutsu level of the Earth Flow Wall is not high. Thunder False Darkness is an A-level ninjutsu after all, and Sakurai especially released some more chakras for this reason to thicken the soil flow wall. The Earth Stream Wall fell with rubble, but it still barely resisted the thunder. This can also be regarded as a temporary help to help Sakurai solve his urgent needs. However, at the same time, the mustache simply rushed towards him. Don't look at the beginning of the mustache, he was still on par with his shadow doppelganger, but that was when he tested each other at the beginning, and he didn't know his depth. Also, as a shinobi, the mustache may have some gap between his strength and himself, but after all, it will not be as obvious as a bud. Die! The mustache took the lead, and the kunao in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Sakurai. However, in this instant, Sakurai suddenly waved the knife in his hand, and in a paralysis, he lifted his state, and directly blocked the bitter tip of his mustache with the blade. Medical ninjutsu can act on nerves. What paralyzes the thunder attribute is the nerves of the human body. But Sakurai is proficient in medical ninjutsu, and soon relies on medical ninjutsu to dispel the thunder attribute chakra in his body. However, this time the encounter is also dangerous. Sakurai knew that if he hadn't helped enough in the medical department before, and the means were skilled enough, just a moment later, I am afraid that he would be hit hard again. At that time, don't say that you killed these people to silence your mouth. Even if you really let them kill themselves, it is not impossible. After all, this is a group class consisting of 2 upper shinobi and 1 middle shinobi. The strength itself should not be underestimated. Ding! Sakurai's long knife slammed into the kunao of the sun. With the help of the countershock of the weapon, Sakurai quickly got up. Now he found that although his body was not mature enough, and his strength was still a little lacking compared to these upper shinobi, he was flexible enough. When it's hard to fight, it's definitely choking enough. But he can subtly borrow these forces, not use them against them. Fighting is always experienced, and this constant persecution has made Sakurai's understanding of the mysteries of the swordsmanship of the second generation and the swordsmanship of Uchiha Ryu more profound. However, at this moment, the captain of the strong man who fell to the ground also recovered, although he did not have the medical ninjutsu like Sakurai. After all, as a cloud ninja, he was more resistant to the thunder attribute. Without giving Sakurai a chance to breathe, the strongman captain directly rushed to Sakurai, who flew out upside down with the force, and smashed a heavy punch directly towards Sakurai. This is the angry punch of the strongman captain, and Sakurai, assisted by the Sharingan, only barely saw the trajectory of the operation. Sakurai could dodge this punch, but could not avoid the impact of the strong man. With a muffled snort, Sakurai's whole person was knocked out. This time it was a real injury. Sakurai's chest cavity was tight, and then a mouthful of blood was vomited. It's a pity that the other party will not leave Sakurai any respite, let alone have any sympathy for him. They are all ninjas, and once they strike, they are a life and death fight. But always throws Kumu and Senbon in the distance, creating obstacles for Sakurai's dodge. And the 2 upper ninja as the main attack, the 2 cooperate very tacitly. After the strongman captain hit the hand, the mustache was killed. Thunder is fake. A burst of lightning struck directly towards Sakurai Knight, and Sakurai Knight dodged in embarrassment, but was stabbed in the back by several Senbon. Senbon is not a kunao, and the area of trauma is not large, so these injuries are not serious for Sakurai, but the problem is that several of them cooperate too tacitly. His own strength, no matter how he faces anyone, has some chances of winning, but now it seems that facing 3 people at the same time, is it really too reluctant? However, a few of them must die. While desperately thinking of countermeasures, Sakurai desperately opened the Sharingan and predicted the opponent's moves. However, the body has limits, and even with the assistance of the Sharingan, it can only barely parry. But there is no way to fight back, and it is only a matter of time before he is killed. The Yin seal has been unsealed, and in his own system, there is still the last B-grade waste card left as nourishment to supplement chakra. Once you burn the last card yourself, you haven't had time to find a way to kill the other party. I'm afraid I really planted it. But now that he has exhausted his donkey skills, the ninjutsu he knows needs to be sealed, although his own seal is fast, and it takes at least a moment of preparation time. It's a pity that in the face of the opponent's attack, although monotonous, that mustache seems to only put thunder and pseudo-darkness on the side, but after all, the 2 people cooperate too well. Unless you have a more advanced ninjutsu, a ninjutsu that does not make a seal. S-class ninjutsu. Sakurai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a way to take risks. This mustache, shouldn't it only be a 1-move A ninjutsu? Sakurai suddenly thought of this. Doesn't that mean that my 2A lottery cards are all the same cards? 2 identical sheets can be composite. And the 2A class, synthetic, are S-class random cards. Bet. Another Thunder False Darkness. Sakurai dodged with a rolling belt at night, but at the same time, he opened the system in his heart. Draw, quick draw, ding. Consumption, don't bite, hurry up. Get 1A ninjutsu thunder card. Do you want to learn? There are doors. Don't learn, smoke again. Sakurai's heartbeat quickened by a few points, and the draw opened again. Get 1A Ninjutsu Thunder Pseudo Dark card. Synthesis. Get 1 S-Class Secret card Amaterasu. Detected that the host has a writing wheel eye and meets the learning conditions. Is it learning? Amaterasu. It turned out to be Amaterasu, but I don't have a kaleidoscope yet. Learned. The numbness in his eyes skipped by, and Sakurai suddenly felt that he seemed to have mastered an instinctive memory. Release Amaterasu. Belch. Sakurai's right eye suddenly had a tingling pain of pins and needles. He couldn't help but close his eyes, however, nothing happened. And it was this momentary stun look. Sakurai was finally hit by the thunder pseudo-darkness. Lei-dun suddenly burned in Sakurai's body, and completely disrupted the flow of chakra in his body. The damage aside, at this time, Sakurai Knight, whether it was the body or the chakra meridians, was all disrupted by the thunder. The person lay in place like a waste. At the same time, the strongman captain had already come to his face. It was detected that the host did not open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and the pupil strength was insufficient. Do you burn 1 B-grade anti-face technique to replenish pupil power? Captain Strongman is close at hand. Sakurai, who was paralyzed on the ground, suddenly opened one eye. A stream of blood flowed from his right eye, like blood and tears. Immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from his right eye. However, Sakurai did not dare to close it in the slightest, or even blink. At that time, the strong man was only a few meters away from Sakurai, and this short distance was only a momentary thing for a strong person in ninjutsu. Sakurai was hit by lightning, and the entire chakra meridians and body were paralyzed, which was not only clear to Sakurai himself, but also to the strong man. Duels between upper shinobi rarely involve hesitation and judgment, and unless a strategy is formulated, it is usually a subconscious act. Therefore, he, and the mustache on the side, would not have thought that Sakurai would suddenly use pupil technique to release Amaterasu. The dark flame will never be extinguished the moment it burns. The excited black tongue of fire licked the strong man's body unscrupulously, and at the moment when the strong man was ignited, a pain that almost made people break down spread throughout the body. The strong man in the running fell directly, and then rolled on the ground desperately. The wail of pain was miserable, and the bud listened to it, almost dumbfounded. He had never seen his captain make such a gaffe. In the past, he always thought that this strong man was like steel from body to heart. Now, however, this mournful howl resounded throughout the dense forest. Frightened birds fluttered away from the trees, as if the dense forest had been frightened. As for the pain, the strong man condensed the last bit of his will, and wanted to desperately stop the flames on his body. Unfortunately, this flame is impossible. As long as it touches something, it will keep burning forever until the place where it was ignited burns out. The mustache on the side also did not expect this, until he saw the desperate screams of the black fire strong man, and realized the danger of Sakurai Knight, and as a ninja in reason, he did not choose to rescue his captain at the first time, but once again quickly sealed his hands and prepared to end Sakurai Knight with the next blow. I have to say that such a decision, but unfortunately, in the face of great strength and strange means, it does not matter whether the choice is right or not. No matter how fast he sealed, he couldn't be faster than Amaterasu. Sakurai's night gaze turned, and the black flame ignited on the mustache's body like a ghost. Then, the final bud. This guy was obviously stupid. He didn't seem to have seen such a flame before, until his only teammate Mustache was lying on the ground. He reacted and suddenly fell to the ground. No, I'm the grandson of Elder Yunin. You can't kill me, Bud said in horror. You hand me over to Hokage. I surrender. Our captain's words. I didn't hear a word just now. I didn't understand what he said. I didn't even Uchiha. Black flames instantly engulfed the buds. With the same black flame, the fate of the three people is the same. They eventually burned out and lay on the ground, silent. In front of them, Sakurai was still paralyzed on the ground, and the paralyzing effect of Lei Dun was still there, and Sakurai lay in place for half a day, and it took a lot of effort to regain his ability to move. Finally, after Sakurai determined that these three pieces of coke-like things would no longer threaten him, he let out a sigh and closed the Sharingan. However, a sharp pain in Sharingan's eyes made his face pale. Task distribution is a very random thing, and for Sakurai Knight, the raffle card is still very precious, and he will never burn his cards until he has a last resort. Draw one more prize, even if it is a spicy chicken card, keep it, and you can't make up the pair synthesis. It's just not clear when it will take to awaken the kaleidoscope. I'm afraid I have to follow the lottery card in blood. Sakurai said secretly in his heart, and then glanced at the sun that was almost to the west, and his heart suddenly tightened. Oops, it's already so late, I have to hurry up and join Rin. This guy is too impulsive. If I don't come back for a long time, but come back with Kotano, I'm afraid it will be bad. I'm afraid it's not easy to make a deal there. Although he had received information before that Yun Shinobu had probably interrogated the situation of the intelligence department, in the end, Yun Shinobu gave up this attack. The location of the intelligence department has now become Kanaha's camp. and in an inconspicuous tent, Sakuraya, Rinta, and Kotano, the three of them were standing together obediently at this moment, just like they had been to Irika when they had not graduated from ninja school, facing Oishiizumi's anger with a weak face. Speaking of which, we have gone out on missions together many times, but some people are still so impulsive. Oishiizumi said angrily towards Rin. Don't look around, I'm talking about you, Rin. How many times have you said that you are still so aggressive? You don't know convergence, how can you be a good ninja? Rin pouted, not caring at all, just looking arrogant. Seeing Rin's appearance, it immediately made Dashiquan even more angry. Don't you think you can bring people back, or you have merit? Kindness. Ah, teacher, don't be so angry. Sakurai raised his eyelids and snorted on the side. Speaking of which, this operation, Rin is also kind after all. He didn't do it to save Kotano, that's why he did it. Teacher, don't blame him too much. Before Sakuraya finished speaking, Oishiizumi suddenly interrupted Sakuraya's words. Oishiizumi said angrily, Sakuraya, are you still embarrassed to say? Rin is usually impulsive, and I already knew that he would have a problem, but I never expected that you, who is usually the most sensible, would actually follow him to make a mistake this time. At the beginning, I was very relieved to give you the task of leading the team, but I didn't expect that you not only did not fulfill the task, but also fooled around with Rin. Rin-tai was immediately unconvinced. So, we can only watch Kotano being arrested. Kotano is usually quite imposing, but this time after all, he was the first to lose, so he had to weakly persuade on the side. Teacher, don't be too angry, blame me for this, I was accidentally captured by Yun-ren. Unexpectedly, this time Rin and Oishiizumi interrupted Kotano's words in unison. I don't blame you for this, I don't blame you for this, you kid shut up for me. Sakurai yawned, and then said nonchalantly, Oishiizumi-sensei, I don't think you need to be so angry. Look, isn't there nothing wrong? Oishiizumi was furious. Sakurai Knight, who is called Sakurai Yep. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja lifted the curtain of the tent and walked in. After he saw Oishiizumi, the man with the fox mask froze at first, and then said, Oishiizumi-senpai, is Sakuraya there? I am. Sakuraya suddenly felt amnestied, and before Oishiizumi could speak, he said at first, speaking of which, is someone looking for me? This is wonderful. Oishiizumi had been training for half an hour in front of Sakuraya, and Sakuraya had long been annoyed. Hearing that someone was actually looking for him, taking care of good things and bad things, Sakuraya suddenly volunteered. Those who can enter the dark system are human spirits. Seeing that Oishiizumi's faces were not right, this dark person did not immediately take Sakuraya away, but just bowed towards Oishiizumi and said, speaking of which, it was Lord Watergate who was looking for him, saying that there was something to talk to Sakuraya. It's getting late, I don't think it's too late. Oishiizumi waved his hand and snorted coldly at Sakurai. Sakuraya didn't care at all, and the excitement in his heart was not concealed in the slightest. In the end, it was Sakuraya who took the initiative to grab Dark Part's arm and dragged him away. Let's go, haha. Sakuraya suddenly smiled, and one left, like Rin in the usual day. So, Sakuraya hardened the Dark Part under the condensation of Oishiizumi. In contrast, this subordinate of the Dark Department is Shiquan, and in front of Dei Shiquan, he is always a little restrained. Sakuraya, is this really good? The Dark Part said, a little embarrassed. Teacher Oishiizumi, does it really not matter? Ah, he always likes to make a fuss, you don't have to bother. Sakuraya looked like a little adult, and said instead, speaking of which, looking at the way you look just now, it seems that you know Teacher Oishiizumi. The Dark Part replied honestly, he is my old captain, and before he left the Dark Department, I used to be one of the team members in his hands, so naturally I recognize it. Oh, so we're still brothers of the same disciple. Sakuraya suddenly realized. Dark scratched his head, that's what to say. Then I'll call you senior brother. Sakuraya suddenly said, that senior brother, you told me that Lord Watergate is looking for me this time, is there something important? Speaking of which, is someone injured and needs medical ninjas? No, I don't know the specific task. Is that so? Sakurai raised his eyebrows. Now he has a lot of secrets, whether it is the secret cooperation and experiment with the big snake pill, or the secret of writing the wheel eye, or the assassination of the root members, these things are all out of sight. And, as Oishiizumi said, Sakurai did disobey the captain's orders. This kind of thing, to a large extent, is battlefield disobedience. To put it mildly, don't say that Dashiquan will not report to the above because of this, even if he really wants to make a fuss about this, it is just a matter of a word from a big guy like Watergate and Ape Fei. It all depends on how to decide. Sakurai Yeben thought about following the same senior brother set. He had made some preparations earlier, but he didn't expect that his dark senior brother just shook his head, and then said towards a camp tent not far away, here, it's Lord Watergate's tent. I still have important matters, so I will lose company. Knowing that the Dark Part was just hiding nearby, and not really mattering, Sakurai pouted, and then walked towards the tent. What will it be? Leave him alone, draw cards first. The last time I saw Watergate, I only saw it from a distance. Although he and Watergate are both Konoha ninjas, they each perform their own duties after all. Especially during the war, if there was nothing to do, Sakurai did not dare to go to the water gate to draw cards rashly. This opportunity is precious. Getting into the tent, Sakurai suddenly saw a handsome man with blonde hair. Wearing a white trench coat with fire-like patterns embroidered on the cuffs, even if you stand in place, it is dashing and extraordinary. This is just the appearance. This time against Yunren, Bofeng Shuman can be described as an extraordinary combat skill. The fame of the Flying Thunder God in one hand rose, and the prestige of Golden Flash was established. With such conditions, I believe that everyone will be more or less proud. However, when Bofeng Shuman saw Sakurai there was no shelf, but a kind smile. This is the perfect man. Sakurai who knew the roots of the Wave Feng Shui Gate, immediately evaluated after seeing the Wave Feng Shui Gate at such a close distance. Ding! Get a character card Wave Feng Shuman. Bite! Get a single bond Golden Flash. Golden Flash, all instantaneous spells of the host, 50% reduction in casting and 50% increase in speed. Solo bonds? Can a single person have bonds? Is this still a bond? Sakurai's eyes widened suddenly, and he was stunned at first and suddenly sighed. It seems that this wave of Feng Shui Gate is too strong. Even bondage only requires one person. Big guy bull break. However, just when Sakurai was a little excited, a passage from Bofeng Shuman interrupted his thoughts. You're Yoryui Sakurai, right? Hello adult. Sakurai quickly became serious. It was Naruto-sama who recommended you to me. Bofeng Shuman smiled and said, I've heard of you before, Sakurai. You graduated from ninja school in just 1 year, and it took less than a year to be promoted to Naka Shinobi, which is already very good. Sakurai's face was expressionless. The adult is wrong. Speaking of which, Naruto-sama should have told you about the arrangements for you after that. Bofeng Shuman said, he trained you as my dark part. What do you think of this arrangement? Wouldn't it be too hard for you? Sakurai suddenly began to hesitate. He is now a little difficult to fight an elite upper shinobi, and there is no way to fight back against 2 upper shinobi. Sakurai still has EB number for his strength, so in fact, Sakurai is actually not very willing to die. It's just that before Sarutobi arranged for Sakurai Knight to become a dark part, he didn't think about Sakurai Knight's idea at all, and Sakurai as a ninja, could only obey Hokage's decision. But this time, Bofeng Shuman turned out to be so good to talk and left room for himself. Suddenly having the power to choose, Sakurai suddenly didn't know how to choose. However, looking at the next option, Sakurai's eyes suddenly narrowed. System, why is the name of your mission so strange? Sakurai's forehead black line. How do I feel that you are a little mocking me? Is it wrong to say that I developed obscenely in the early stage and did not die? When you publish a task, it's called a task. What does prodding mean? There is no response from the system. Okay, I can't take you if you don't speak, but you said it yourself. The rewards of your tasks are unfair. This task is released. If I don't mix with Bofeng Shuman or offend Bofeng Shuman, I can get a B-grade lottery card in the end, right? Ding! When prompted by the system will judge the task reward according to the difficulty of the task. The more difficult the task to complete, the greater the risk factor of the task and the greater the reward. P.S. I didn't say you provoke. You can follow your heart. You're just talking about me. Sakurai suddenly found it difficult to suppress his anger. What happened to me? Isn't it just a B-grade raffle card? A B-grade lottery card. Even if I draw the waste, I can still put Amaterasu once. Isn't it fragrant? Sakurai took a deep breath. No, my lord. Sakurai showed a very official smile. I feel honored to be able to do my best for the sake of the village and the adults. I would love to be a dark part. Bofeng Shuman nodded suddenly. Your determination, I already understand. From what I learned from Naruto-sama, I believe that you will not force yourself. Although you are still a middle ninja, your strength should be enough to become an upper ninja. However, I'm not a shinobi yet, and I'm not qualified to join the Dark Ministry. Sakurai interjected. That's one of the reasons I came to you, Bofeng Shuman said suddenly. Then, Bofeng Shuman took out a stack of documents from the table and handed them to Sakurai. Your strength, I have already verified with Oishi Izumi in advance, and it does have the strength of Shangnin. Due to the special situation now, coupled with the trust that teacher Sarutobi has in you, I immediately ordered you to be promoted to Shangnin. Just sign it. Really? Before that, Sarutobi had told Sakurai Knight once that after this war, Sakurai would be promoted to Shinobi. As a result, the war only came to an end, and the order to promote Shangnin really came. From the middle to the upper tolerance, it is not just a change of title. The responsibilities that Shangnin has to bear, and the mandatory tasks delegated are more dangerous than Naka Shinobi. It's a pity that the road is chosen by yourself. In order to compare the tempting rewards, Sakurai signed his name anyway. From this moment on, Sakurai became a shinobi. There is still some distance from the upper shinobi to the dark part. However, if it is the Night Lord, I believe you will grow up soon. Bofeng Shuman smiled kindly. Also, this war with the Land of Thunder is coming to an end. After the war is over, I have one more thing to get rid of you. It's about developing spiral pills, Sakuraya said. Please rest assured, with Chidori's experience, I will definitely help the adult develop that wind ninjutsu. Ding! Complete the task just. Quest rewards S-Class Lottery Card *3, Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Card *1. Of course, that's all for later. And now, I have a task for you. Here it comes. Bo-Feng Shuman's face became serious. Tonight, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder have completed their secret interviews. In any case, the war will end tomorrow. But war is war. Before it is over, even if it is a moment before, no matter how many people die, it will not be surprising. So tomorrow, I will do my best to keep the Konoha ninja troops in the final battle and face the candidates of the Thunder Shadow head-to-head on the battlefield. The Shangnin you have temporarily transferred will be incorporated into my escort team and fight Yunin head-on with me. Bo-Feng Shuman said, in the future, you will be my subordinate. Until then, I have to be clear about your strength and what you're good at. The same is true of the significance of this mission. This task is somewhat dangerous. But for Sakuraya, when he learned that it was such a task in the end, his heart was only happy. Without him, this is the only chance for the present Sakurai Knight to get up close and personal with the future fourth generation of Thunder Cage, as well as the Yaoi Man-Pillar Force. And these two brothers, there are bonds. Yes. Sakurai's eyes were eager, and he immediately agreed. It was already deep, and Kotano and Rin were already asleep. Sakuraya, who had returned late in the evening, was sitting next to the fire with Oishiizumi at this time. The light of the fire reflected the faces of the two. Teacher, I just thought you were waiting for me to ask me about today's affairs. Lord Watergate sighed, Sakuraya said, but was overwhelmed by Oishiizumi. You don't have to say, I can guess. Oishiizumi scratched his head. I've been asked a few times before, and this time Watergate is looking for you. I'm afraid you're going to become a dark part, right? Sakuraya nodded. Kami Shinobi has come down, and I have become an upper shinobi now. Then congratulations. Oishiizumi sighed with some emotion. Little Sakurai Knight, your growth is too fast. And you seem to know how to be a ninja. From the first day you joined my team, I was watching. Where you still lack, what needs to be added, what needs to be taught to you. Unfortunately, I came to the conclusion that you don't seem to need my teaching. Sakuraya didn't speak, but finally figured out one thing. Before this, Sakuraya still had some doubts in his heart. Oishiizumi had never taught Sakuraya much, but he often instructed Rin and Kotano to practice. At the beginning of Sakurai Night, he thought that Oishiizumi was deliberately targeting him, but after getting along for a long time, he found that Oishiizumi was not a calculating person, and he was also a good person. Now it seems that this is the reason. However, even people like Naidame have times when they fall. As a ninja, you must not take it lightly. Oishiizumi sighed. Kozakuri, you are already a shinobi. Although you have to take on more responsibilities of the village, you must try to complete the tasks assigned to you by the village, for the sake of Konoha, but also, live well. Xiao Ya, I have nothing to hand over to you, and only these experiences can teach you. Tomorrow's task, you have to be careful. Thank you, teacher. The next day, Konoha did not attack with all the troops. This is a tacit understanding shared by Konoha and Kumo Shinobu. But both sides, the most elite troops, as well as the leaders of both sides, marched towards the same place. As an upper shinobi, personally participating in a guardian-level battle, and even possibly fighting someone at the shadow level, is still the first time for Sakuraya. Therefore, Sakuraya, who followed many upper shinobi and elite upper shinobi to act together, did not dare to relax his vigilance in the slightest. And around Sakurai Knight, there are actually many colleagues of Sakurai Knight, and a large part of them have been nominated for the dark part of Sarutobi, and they are ready to directly become the exclusive dark department members of Watergate in the near future after ascending to the fourth generation of Hokage. Therefore, this operation of Wave-Fang Shuman is clearly to carry out an operation with the dark part that he is about to take over before the end of the war and familiarize himself with the character between them. It is also to let them know each other and be familiar with each other's tactics and characteristics, so as to facilitate mutual cooperation when temporarily forming teams in the future and improve the completion rate of tasks. Teams are different from individuals. The maximum power of a team lies in running in cooperation. Watergate is the fastest, and it has long been in the lead. Behind, Sakuraya, a squad composed of different shinobi, quickly moved forward behind the mark left by the Watergate. This mission, because Sakuraya was the youngest and a temporary new shinobi, he was placed in the middle of the entire team by Watergate, the place where it was least likely to be attacked in the first place. However, not long after Sakurai and the others were on their way, an accident suddenly occurred. With a whoosh, a stone that exploded suddenly flew from not far away and shot towards Sakurai Knight. Sakurai felt the stone in an instant. This stone came straight to the side of Sakurai's face, although it was only a fast and small stone, but under the explosive speed, the lethality was not much worse than that of Kumu and Shuriken. But Sakuraya did not dodge at all. At the moment of the shot, Sakurai Yori wrote the chakra eye and saw the trajectory of the stone clearly, as well as the person who made the shot. It was the person who was in the middle of the line, walking with Sakuraichi. And the trajectory of that stone, although it will pass by itself, will not touch itself at all. Sure enough, the small stone schemed against Sakurai's cheek. As the stone passed by, Sakurai felt the wind brought by the stone, stabbing his face a little painfully. But that's all, the stone roared into the depths of the dense forest. Sakurai turned around and glanced at the man who threw the stone at him. The man was dressed in an elite ninja uniform and wore a forehead protector, but there was a long scar on his neck, and the scar was a little hideous. Sakurai saw this person, and this guy seemed to have never thrown a stone at all, as if he was fine, just like everyone. He continued to hurry with a relaxed face. However, after discovering that Sakurai turned his face to look at himself, this Kami Shinobu was walking leisurely through the dense forest while the wind was under his feet, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. His eyes looked ahead, but two words came out of his mouth. Little ghost. Sakurai's eyes narrowed, but he didn't attack immediately. Because at this moment, another stone flew towards Sakurai from the other direction. The same close at hand, but passed by. With the help of the chakra eye, Sakurai immediately calculated the trajectory of the stone. However, it seemed that he found that Sakurai did not eat this set, or felt that the deterrent power of the stone was too little, and this time, a bitter voice suddenly sounded on Sakurai's side. Swoosh! It was dangerously close to Sakurai's eyebrows, and even cut off a few of his hairs. But it still didn't hurt him in the slightest. Sakurai narrowed his eyes and looked at this kunai, still the original one, thrown by the scar man who taunted him as a little ghost. However, no one stopped such a small action. Although the ninjas present are not elite upper shinobi, but also upper shinobi, it is impossible for them to not detect such small movements. But except for these few people who secretly attacked, the other ninjas turned a blind eye to this. Because all the ninjas present also wanted to know why Sakurai was called Kami Shinobi. Shangnan is never a name, not a letter of appointment. Arrange a person as Shangnan, he can be used as Shangnan. It is a ninja who has the strength and brain to complete a task alone, and is loyal enough, and can still not give in the face of some extreme conditions, unlike the middle ninja or the lower ninja who will easily give up the will to fight. Such a person also needs to have several times of experience in completing high-level tasks before he can be promoted to upper ninja. Although during the war, the criteria for promotion of shinobi were obviously relaxed a lot, but the ruling of the basic shinobu is unchanged. And this is also a special test for Sakurai by this group of upper shinobi. See if he is calm enough and his mind is stable enough. Strength, whether it is strong enough. However, these tests are really not a problem for having a chakra eye. At most, it is to open the chakra eye, which is a bit draining chakra. So, the ninjas walked silently, and Sakurai often had sporadic shurikens or stones slashing around the night. These things are usually unsigned, some rubbing Sakurai's body, some are not. But at most, it's just looking at places where they are not deadly. It's just that there are always surprises. Or the ninja who first tested Sakurai Knight, the Scar Man. But this time, Kuryuzu brought some killing intent. And the angle is also different from the previous temptation. Without warning, this strike was like a real enemy. Scarman's shot was like electricity, and a kunai shot directly towards Sakurai's neck. Sakurai suddenly saw from the eyes of the riding wheel that this time the speed was faster than any of his previous shots. This is the state of real combat. Shangnan on the side obviously didn't expect Scarman to go so far. Temptation is temptation. The previous temptation can make Sakurai suffer a little at most, but Scarman does this. I'm afraid he can really kill Sakurai if he is not careful. This method is used to test it, which is really excessive. Many of Shangnan's faces changed. Unfortunately, this is fast and ruthless, and the shot is really abrupt, which is unexpected by everyone. So, before others reacted, it was already late. However, Sakurai did not panic. Compared to the impermeable attack of the mustache and the strongman captain last time, this thin bitter is really not enough to see. Sakurai didn't even dodge, but there was a sudden and strange pause under his feet. Kumu wiped his sweat in front of Sakurai's throat. However, in the next instant, Sakurai suddenly disappeared in place. Instantaneous. Where are the people? All the Shang Shinobu suddenly paused for a moment, and the Scar Man on the side obviously did not expect that this little devil would suddenly disappear, and the second kunai that had just been pulled out in his hand suddenly stopped. Then, the Scar Man suddenly felt that the kunai in his hand was actually held by someone. A feeling of handstand came from the bottom of Scar's heart. Then, behind him, he heard a somewhat immature, but very calm voice. If you are tempted, let's stop here. Sakurai pressed the kunai in Scarman's hand and sent it back to Scarman's pocket. Without waiting for Scarman to react, Sakurai dodged again and returned to his original position. This time, Shinobu had prepared in advance, and in an instant, he saw Sakurai's instantaneous technique clearly. But most of them are fair to say that although they can see through such a fast instantaneous technique, they are very reluctant to make such a speed. Many people glanced at each other, and immediately put away the temptation and vigilance in their eyes, and at the same time, they also suppressed the surprise just now in their hearts. Sure enough, the strength of the people arranged by Lord Bofengshimon will not be very bad. The crowd then put away the stones in their hands, or kuwu. Even the Scar Man let go of the bitterness in his hand after the storm just now, and no longer tried to try, but chose to continue to hurry. However, strength is only one aspect. Only by being able to independently solve tasks and collect reports can you become a qualified shinobi. Can such a little devil do it? The ninjas did not dispel their doubts, and after this turmoil, Sakurai was at least a little calmer for 4 weeks. At least people littered around him. Of course, they all quieted down, not just because of this episode. Because ahead, the upper ninjas saw the figure of the Watergate. At his feet, lay the corpse of 2 Yunin. Lord Watergate. Sakurai, along with the other shinobi, quickly landed beside the Watergate. Watergate turned around, with a serious look on his face. I just collected intelligence in advance, although I didn't ask Izumo Shinobu about the exact plan, but this time, it is very likely that they will not proceed according to the original agreement, and they will not just choose to fight us head-on in the original location. In order to add some bargaining chips as much as possible before the end of the war, they probably arranged some follow-up ambushes as entanglements on our retreat route. Of course, Yunren is now short of manpower, so the intercepted members, I am afraid that there will not be too many upper patients. I am afraid that such interception and killing is just entanglement, creating trouble for our retreat. Yunren's true strength is still ahead. After listening to Watergate's information, the upper ninja did not look surprised. Speaking of which, my lord, that agreement was originally a verbal agreement. Whether it will be complied with or not, neither party can guarantee. We expected that. Everything is at the command of the adults. Bofengshimon nodded and said solemnly, I have already formulated the plan. Now everyone listens to the order. Yes. These people, the general strength is only upper tolerance, not elite upper tolerance, so they are responsible for clearing obstacles in the back. In this way, the strength of the frontal team, at least, will not be weakened too much due to the reduction of personnel. After the order of the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Yes. The people who were named, including Sakurai, suddenly nodded in response. However, Sakurai's heart was a little regretful. This time, Yunren's unintentional small action made him unable to follow the Wave Feng Shui Gate and face the future 4 generations of Thunder Shadow AI and Kiribi head-on. It seems that he is going to draw less ties from 2 people. However, it is actually quite good. After all, Sakurai knows that his current strength is not high, and if he participates in a battle of this level, he will overturn if he is not careful. AI and Kiribi's bond, he can smoke it later, but Sakurai's little life is only one. Once it hangs, there is nothing. Being able to be so obscene in the rear, as a record-clearing force, Sakurai did not raise any objections. Less inhibition, but also a way to reduce risk. After Sakurai and a group of ninjas were named, Wave Feng Shuman began a new round of roll call. Bofeng Shuman ordered again Ichiro Nagashima, Wolf Shao, Ijuzo, you join me in fighting Yunin head-on. Take the whistle as a trumpet and retreat. Yes. Any more questions? My lord, I have a proposal. Scar Man suddenly said. Bofeng Shuman frowned. Wolf, say something right away. Scar Man said in a deep voice, frontal combat personnel need to be evacuated in time. Ichiro Nagashima's leg injury has not yet healed, and I am afraid that it is not convenient to retreat. I suggest that Sakurai switch to Ichiro Nagashima. Why Sakurai Knight? Bofeng Shuman is puzzled. Sir, we just learned that Sakurai's teleportation technique is very fast, which is very suitable for retreat operations. Wolf Shao looked solemn. Sakurai Knight? Bofeng Shuman glanced at the others and found that the ninjas did not deny it. Because Wolf Shao was telling the truth, Sakurai's teleportation technique was rare and very suitable for evacuation missions. So be it. Bofeng Shuman nodded, and then immediately ordered execute. Yes. The 2 waves of people and horses suddenly flashed in opposite directions. One of the upper ninja troops suddenly dodged towards the original place, and they immediately scattered, carefully observing whether there were traps set in advance, and whether there were other people hiding between the trees. And the other side. Bofeng Shuman led a group of elite ninjas and rushed forward. Originally, there were not many people in the Wave Feng Shui Gate, and after a lot of Shangnan was dispatched to clear the wreckage, there were even fewer people left. In addition to the Wave Feng Shui Gate, a total of 7 people, including Sakurai, marched towards the troops in front of Yunin. Such a lineup looks dangerous. But Bofeng Shuman saw that those small forces in the rear were the real trouble. After all, once entangled at the time of retreat, Yunren's frontal troops caught up, and it was easy to be caught between 2 sides. This is more dangerous than a frontal conflict. Such an imminent command cannot be described as indecisive. Only in this way, the positive forces are weaker and it is easy to attrition. That is, death. This is trouble. As if sensing Sakurai's gaze, Wolf Shao also turned his head and showed an ugly smile towards Sakurai behind the Wave Feng Shui gate. Very good. Sakurai thought to himself. Your name is Wolf Shao, right? I remember you. Sakurai turned his head expressionlessly, temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart. There is a way that a gentleman has taken revenge for 10 years, now we are colleagues, and later Lao Tzu will have a chance. However, at this very moment, not far ahead, 3 shots suddenly shot out Ku Wu. Behind each bitter Wu, there is a detonation charm tied to it. These 3 detonation charms exploded directly in front of everyone almost without delay. Boom! Swish! All those present were elite shinobi, and no one would be injured by these 3 detonation charms. However, as a feint, the purpose of these 3 detonation charms was also achieved. The wind is windy. Several Yunren suddenly rushed out from the surrounding dense forest, and immediately performed their respective escape techniques. For a time, all kinds of thunder doppelgangers, shadow doppelgangers, and real figures were intertwined, and the shurikens flew up and down around them. The dazzling escape technique made the brief battlefield mutual, and for a while, the fire and light flashed, and the wind and sand accompanied by the flying of the soil almost destroyed this dense forest in an instant. The elite upper shinobi cooperate with each other, and Sakurai Sharingan, in which he can only barely maneuver. However, with the Sharingan and extremely fast teleportation blessings, Sakurai did not take much advantage and did not suffer a loss. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Sakurai's night seal speed was fast, and in the face of the other party's wind, he cast a dirt escape to block it. However, immediately after, a falling thunder descended, shattering the earth of Sakurai Knight. It's a pity that after the earth flow wall, Sakurai's figure has long disappeared. Several shadow doppelgangers as a feint, Sakurai suddenly drew his knife, and Uchiha flow ninjutsu was like electric light, slashing towards an elite shinobi. Unexpectedly, that Shangnin turned out to be a thunder doppelganger. Sakurai suddenly dodged away, and where he had just attacked, he was hit by a fireball. Sakurai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't walked fast enough, he would have turned into a cloud of coke at this time. With such an experience, Sakurai Yasho also lost the last trace of luck in his heart. He originally thought that his body was relatively small, relying on the flexible instantaneous technique, and he could also rely on the fetters of the 3 ninjas, and he was caught off guard. However, such a high-intensity rhythm made Sakurai begin to deal with it carefully, and did not dare to raise it again. Don't get stuck in the fetters of the 3 ninjas. When you have the opportunity to fight back. Once there is no time, even if it is the moment when the damage can be crit, you should shoot the earth flow wall, you should use the teleportation technique, you still have to use it. Such a battle is very long to say, but the 2 sides actually fight very quickly. A few ninjutsu, between a few moves, is a matter of a moment. Whether it is Konoha or Kumo Shinobu, the ninjas sent by both sides this time are elite shinobi, or good hands among the shinobi, and they will not make mistakes like Shinobu and Shinobu. Even life and death and victory and defeat are divided in an instant. But the biggest problem is that Yunin's side is not only equal in strength to Konoha, but also higher in number than Konoha. So however, just after the first face of the ninja on both sides, the Konoha ninja began to show a difficult moment. In front of him, and behind him, a man with an iron armor tattoo on his arm. Sakurai's heart suddenly felt a little excited. These 2 people are not. You are the son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow in Yunin Village, AI. Bo Feng Shuman said calmly, I heard that you made a quick move. It's them. Hearing the confirmation of the Wave Feng Shui gate, Sakurai's heart moved, looking at AI and Kirabi in front of him, and immediately said in his mind system, start drawing character cards. Ding! Successfully drawn character card, 4th generation Melee Ying AI. Successfully draw the character card, Killer B Kirabi. AI and Kirabi successfully reached a bond, the strongest partner. Strongest partner, every time you use ninjutsu to deal damage, it comes with 5% of the original damage to physical damage. Originally, Sakurai was able to get bonded, which was a very happy thing. There is no upper limit to the number of bonds, that is, the effect of bonds is infinitely superimposed, and any bonding effect brought by bonds will not consume any chakra, that is, a passive effect. Therefore, every time I get bonded, I will definitely strengthen a little, which is certain. However, when he knew the bonding effect of the strongest partner, Sakurai smacked his lips, feeling a little, how to say, it always feels a little chicken. Of course, even without considering the strange affix of physical injury, this bond in general can be regarded as a 5% increase in the power of ninjutsu, which is better than nothing. Don't underestimate only 5%, there is a way to add up to a little. As there are more and more bonds, under the day, Sakurai Knight's ninjutsu effect will become more and more terrifying, and the power will become more and more powerful. However, there is a strange question in front of Sakurai. Ninjutsu damage deals 5% of physical damage. So what effect will your ninjutsu have in the future? It is true that in the system, the way to bind blessings is numbers, affixes and affixes are after all, but after all, I live in a real Hokage world. After yourself, blow out a hand of wind to break the big break, that whirlwind will not only blow the enemy away, but also emerge from the whirlwind with a fist to punch the enemy? This is also too nonsensical. It seems that after going back, I will find a place where no one has to try it. Since you can't think of it, then you don't want to. In short, getting the bond or good news, Sakurai shook his head, did not continue to think about it, but took advantage of the opportunity of the two people of Bofeng Shuman and AI to fight, and quickly found the 3 S-class lottery cards in his system. Wave Feng Shuman only has one hand to fly the Thunder God, and this Sakurai Knight has long existed. And the others, similar to the ghoul sealing this kind of life-playing move, although it is also S-class, but Sakurai does not want to learn. Therefore, the body of Bofeng Shuman is not worth extracting, but Yun Ren is different. Sakurai knew that the other two, AI and Kiribi, had mastered ninjutsu on their bodies, but they were very powerful. The S-class ninja on them is definitely worth pumping. Start the lottery. The cold voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Spend an S raffle card and randomly draw an S-rank ninjutsu Thunder Eye Explode. Sakurai has no shortage of damage, relying on the bonus of various bonds. Sakurai's damage has long exceeded that of people of the same level. What Sakurai really lacks is speed, reflexes, and most fundamentally strength. As a medical ninja, Sakurai knows that Lei Dun has the most obvious activation of cells and the highest improvement of physical skills. What he wants is always the ninjutsu of Thunder Shadow's fame. It's okay, I still have 2 S-grade lottery cards here, I don't believe I can't come out, Sakurai thought and immediately continued to turn on the system. Between Bofeng Shuman and AI, their atmosphere was already a little tense. Sakurai was also a little nervous. Sakurai had to speed up his movements. Ding! Consume an S lottery card and draw an S-class ninjutsu Lei Dun Ninjutsu Super Leikai Armor. It's this ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Exclusive ninjutsu of Yunnan Village. Sakurai's heart suddenly became a little proud. Ha ha ha, after so long, it has finally been my turn to be the Emperor of Europe. Twice, 2 different ninjutsu cards. And it's all useful. Since you are in good spirits, take this opportunity to continue the lottery and smash the remaining card into it. However, when Sakurai just turned on the draw mode, the prompt sound from the system made Sakurai suddenly stunned. Ding! The current lottery target AI, there is no third S-grade technique, and the same technique will continue to be drawn in the next draw. Since the S-class is extremely precious, the host confirms that the extraction continues? So, is that so? Sakurai froze suddenly. He originally thought that he was possessed by Oyu Huang, but he didn't expect that the current AI was not the strongest form, so there was no third S-level ninjutsu at all. However, this time the system is a good reminder to himself. I am afraid that I will face the dilemma of randomly synthesizing 2 identical S-class cards. Moreover, such an ending is not bad. At least for now, Sakurai had 2 S-class Thunder Ninjutsu, one of which was the ninjutsu he wanted very much. Unable to extract AI, Sakurai was not annoyed by the night. He has another goal. The 8-tailed man Pillar Leaky Rabbi. Killer B. Sakurai immediately switched the target of the character to Kiribi's body. Looking at his somewhat nervous face, Sakurai hurried and immediately launched the lottery system. Ding! Consume an S-draw card and draw an S-class gymnastic skill Arashi Heron Cutting Knife. Killer B's 7-night stream. Sakurai's eyes suddenly lit up. He is now using various sword techniques to temper his body and physical skills. The previous second-generation Hokage swordsmanship mysteries, as well as the training of Uchiha Ryu's swordsmanship, raised Sakurai's reaction by more than 1 notch. Sakurai was able to promote Shangnin, and it was precisely by the tempering of these sword skills and the improvement of physical skills. And this is also the basis for strengthening your body a little bit. This lottery was so smooth that Sakurai did not expect it. 3 draws, each more useful than the first. He couldn't help but wonder if this time he had squandered all the characters he had accumulated before. However, Sakurai didn't get excited for long. A terrifying killing intent immediately made Sakurai's excited mind quickly calm down. As soon as Kiribi spoke, it was a very classic mantra: with me and my eldest brother fighting together, no matter who the other party is, you have to lie down. Don't be afraid even with a golden glitter. Bastard. A sucker.